Well, over the last 10 days in Portugal, we've seen some bangs and crashes. We've seen some super smashes. But now we are down to the business and only 8 teams survive and 4 will make it through to finals day. BRQFF today, it's quarterfinals Friday. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world and welcome to another big day in European cricket where we hope that you can be our QFF today as quarterfinal Friday is here. It's the second last day of this ECS Portugal and just 8 teams have survived from the group stage and each of them, they're only 3 wins away from the trophy. So it's going to be a really interesting day. 8 teams start the day but only 4 will make it through to finals day tomorrow. And we're starting with match 41. It's quarterfinal number 1 between Gorka 11 and Friendship CC. Gorka 11, they finished second in Group A with 7 wins out of 8 games. Friendship CC, they won 3 of their 8 games in Group B to finish third. It's a big coin toss. Let's go over to Rob Kemming, who's with the 2 captains, and let's see who wins it.
8.
It's heads.
Ball first.
So it is Imtiaz Rana, the Friendship CC captain, that's won the toss, and he's elected to bowl, so they will be chasing. Not sure about that in the final, but we do know that a lot of teams, they do like to bowl first thing in the morning. Not too much dew on the field. It's pretty good conditions, to be honest, so maybe it's not as big of a factor having to field first. I don't think we'll have a slippery ball or anything like that. And Friendship CC, well, they are buoyed because Mohammad Jahid Alam is back in the side. He missed yesterday with injury, but they do want him in here for this cutthroat match. So let's see how they go. They're going to have their hands full, I think, with Gorka 11. They've got some pretty good players as well. Keep an eye on Suman Gamire. I think that he is a super classy player at the top of the order, and I just feel he's the sort of player that will perform in big games. So, of course, 2 teams will show. One will stay, one will go here in the quarterfinals today, starting with quarterfinal number 1. Conditions in Portugal today, pretty good. I've got a bit of cloud cover around, but we're expecting a maximum temperature of 19, so that'll be nice. Currently, it's 14 to get the game started. So, looking forward to this. And Koi Ruckers, well, he's a man. I think he's already had 2 or 3 coffees, and he's ready to go. Let's get ready to get quarterfinals Friday underway.
Hello, welcome back everyone around the world. We're in Contact Show Portugal for the T10 finals day and looking forward to this clash. It's Gorka 11 versus Friendship CC. Should be a good game here and well, the couple of names to look out for. Parveen Singh there in the middle, 451 on his fantasy score for Dream 11, pretty impressive. And Fakhrul Hussain, 285. He's a really good player and looking forward to seeing this. I think Gorka 11, they go in as favourites, but in the knockout format, we know exactly how it can be. And there's plenty on the line. Sripal Matter as well. He's a pretty important player coming in at number 6. Very handy indeed. And Muhammad Adnan at 3 for Gorka 11. And welcome back all our viewers around the world and those in India via FanCode and everyone on YouTube via the YouTube chat. Hope you're ready for today and looking forward to all 4 matches. I'm going to welcome back nice and early Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, how are you? And hope you're doing well. And how's your evening?
Yeah, very well, thank you. And good morning to all of our viewers. Great to have your company. Yeah, I'm expecting some big hits here in quarterfinal number 1. And so, yeah, it's going to be a really interesting day. I mean, we've had some really interesting cricket. We've had some close matches. We've had a few one-sided matches as well, to be fair, here in Portugal. But when it comes down to it, I think every team is 1 game away from being out of the tournament, and every team is 3 matches away from winning it. So when it comes down to it, I think it's going to be a super interesting day, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's all on the line. I mean, you only get 1 chance now, and if you lose, you're gone, you go home. So plenty to play for, and yeah, these 2 teams matching up for the very first time, Group A and Group B colliding, and should be a good game of cricket. And Friendship CC, 1 man that's back in, Mohammad Jahid Alam, left arm seam, he's very good.
He is back in and has a bit of an injury he's carrying, and we know Friendship CC, they're a bit banged up. I mean, that's the thing about being Group B and having to go straight on into the quarterfinals. Yes, you can grab some momentum. It's good to have that recency of playing, but the fact if you're got a few injury concerns, then it can be a negative. For Gorka 11 though, again, that's not super easy, although they were good 7-1 just losing the one game in the group stage, but to come back after a week to have a one-off game, I mean, anything can happen. If they don't have their A game here, they could find themselves on the wrong side of the result.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's all to play for. And it only takes a bit of a blip here in your batting innings, and all of a sudden you could be right under the cosh, as they say, as we're almost ready to go for ball one of Finals Friday.
Yeah, well, strap yourself in. QFF is on the way, and it's going to be Mohammad Jahid Alam to open the attack to Suman Gamire. Down the leg side, starts with a wide. Also, I want to say a very warm welcome to all of our chatters on YouTube. ECN European Cricket Network, good morning to some of you that are already in there. Of course, it's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN, the fact that you can interact with us live. And so, hello to Marshall, who's in there, as well as Sam and Maya. This one's just flicked away dismissively by Gamire. We said he's a classy player, and he gets 4 here. The first boundary of the day.
Yeah, first boundary, and we know Jahid Alam likes to try and go straight with that new ball to get an LBW or a bowled, but unfortunately that's just down the leg side. An easy shot, good batting.
Yeah, good batting. And hello to Phil G as well, who's watching from the Czech Republic. And so it is Gamire out there with Imran Khan, who is a pretty good player in his own right, isn't he? So Gawker 11, they've got some threats. And Muhammad Adnan's had a very good series for them as well. He's at number 3. Here's Jahid Alam. Gets this one to straighten a little bit, but once again, it's whipped away off the pads. This time there is a bit of protection down there. It'll just be a single. That is Imtiaz Hussain doing the fielding. And so now we'll see Imran Khan on strike for the first time.
Yeah, Imran Khan, and this will test him out a little. Obviously, he's honing in at the stumps and plenty on the line. So how's he going to play this? Will he be his aggressive self, or will he be a little bit more relaxed and sedate?
Yeah, I guess we'll have to find out. But yeah, Gamire's just pretty much going to play the ball that's bowled to him. I think they'll be aggressive, but not over-aggressive, especially after having a week just watching. This one a bit high. It comes back, and I don't think Imran Khan was expecting that one to come back so much.
Yeah, not too sure if he was watching too much from the other end. It was like he didn't play for any swing at all, because that's cannoned into him. He was in no man's land almost.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened there. Bit of deer in the headlights about that from Imran Khan. Luckily, it was high, so he didn't have to play it. This time, this is going down leg side. He's gone. Oh, he's going to be run out here. Oh, this is nuts. Absolutely crazy. Imran Khan, he was concerned about the LBW shout, and so he took off, and there was no run there at all. And smart work by the keeper, Mizu Rahman. He went to throw, and then he realised he didn't have to. Gamire straight away puts up the stop sign, and Imran Khan knows he's in trouble, and it's the keeper that wins the race back. And so the first wicket of the day in bizarre circumstances, as it is 6 for 1, and you can see there, it was the keeper that wins the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And, yeah, that's really, really odd indeed. I'm not too sure why he ran. And, yeah, it's one of those ones you sort of, you're worried about the appeal so much that you lose track of where your partner is and you just set off. But there was never a one there. But good work, you're right, by Mizu Rahman, who did really well to just keep his composure and not throw the ball.
It's easy to panic when there's a lot going on. There's a lot of shouting. There was the appeal. There was the batters probably, you know, yelling calls at each other as well.
Did you see the side on there of the deep square fieldsman watching?
No, I missed that.
You're going to have to watch that again, so that was brilliant.
But, I mean, that's also some good communication, maybe to yell to the keeper. This one is worked away and will be fielded. It's Mohammad Adnan, who's there pretty early.
I don't know why I've picked this up, but have a look at deep square leg as the bails are being taken off. Watch this.
All right. That's what he's saying. Time, you've got time.
Look at him. He's not even watching.
Luckily, the umpire was watching. Tyrone Peters. He's straight into it. What was he looking at there? Oh, it's the first moment they've gotten Corey this morning. Last ball of the over. And this has popped up in the air. It won't quite carry to any infielder. It's the end of a pretty eventful first over. 7 for 1. Yeah, that's where the fielders have to also communicate with the keeper, saying time, saying you've got time to get to the stumps, so don't throw it.
Yep.
But yeah, you don't really anticipate those situations. Good heads-up play by Mizu. And so Gawker 11 loses key batter, 7 for 1. But like I said, Adnan, he's been really good in the series, and he is coming out number 3. A bit earlier than normal, but still he's very, very capable of scoring runs quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. You're completely right, Vinny. Just a bit of a shocking moment, wasn't it? And Jad Alam, well, he'd be pretty happy with his work. Only goes for 7 off his first, and we've talked about how good he is. How good he is in overall in this tournament. This is why I just think those left-arm seamers, when they bowl in the middle overs, they take it across right-handers, which work, and then left-arm seamers in power plays are swinging it back in. So there's just this niche with them at the moment. I keep spotting in T10. I think they work more than right-armers, definitely. Definitely. They hone in at the stumps. Batsmen don't like it with a deep square, deep mid-wicket, and then straight after it, they're taking cross and everyone's trying to go against the line of the ball. So I think the more we learn about T10, the more left-armers are going to be profitable.
Second over now. Naeem Rahman. He's got a bit about him, but he does start with a wide, a bit like the first over.
Yep, starts with a wide. And this is another thing where bowlers aren't as activated as early, and they start with a wide. I've seen that a little bit too much this week. It would be good to see them get their bodies loose and get right into that rhythm straight away. You start behind the 8 ball when you start with a wide.
Only cost them a 1 though. Adnan, powerful striker of the ball. Once again, ill-directed. So he bowls to the left, he bowls to the right. Had to bowl both of those again. There's TP. Had another good night in games night last night. So he's going pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, how was it overall?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Another fairly boisterous session.
Might be the last game for a while, I'd feel.
Could be. Here is the next ball from Naeem. And this one is worked away, drop kicked, and this is a nice shot from Adnan, who gets his first boundary. You see, once again, it's just angled in, and it's glanced away. And so, yeah, big shot at the moment. It is Gawker 11 that are flying maximal 6 to Mohammad Adnan.
Yeah, and unfortunately, all that pressure that's been built in the first over, 7 runs and 1 wicket, it's all released. 8 runs off 1 ball, 2 wides and a 6. And yeah, you've got to feel that Friendship CC, if they are up to upset Gawker 11, they need to be pretty perfect. Like, Gawker 11 are a very good side. They've only dropped 1 in the whole tournament.
Yeah.
They can't just let there be wides and then an easy ball on the hip. They've really got to be switched on and see if they can contain this dangerous batting lineup early.
Yeah, well said. Rahman, here's a wicket taker. This time, a little bit short again. Adnan turns on it and gets 4 more. So it's just too short at the moment. Wasted the new ball, really. Adnan moves into double figures. Here's one guy. He does seem to come out and be able to hit boundaries straight away, and that is such an important skill in T10 cricket.
Yep, that was a little bit shorter. That's a good shot, though. And rolls his wrists on it to make sure there's no one going to catch that. 4 runs, and well, he's off to a bit of a flyer now.
Yeah, I'll take you back to game 1. That was the only game that Gawker 11 lost in this series.
Yep.
And a lot of it was due with the 10 penalty runs, which they gave away for slow over rate. As this one is short, and once again, it's whacked away. Not really timed. I think this will still go to the boundary, and it does. So, Rahman not really learning his lesson. And this one is banged in again. Adnan takes 4 more. And Gawker move up into the 20s halfway through the second over.
Yeah, that's a good shot that time. And he doesn't go with his rolled wrist trying to keep it down. He goes aerial and pops it straight over square leg. Good batting, but poor bowling. Maybe they want to put a man out there if he's going to stay with this sort of short of a length bowling. Already 16 off 3, Vinny.
Low full toss. This one is whacked away and well handled that time to stop the run. Could see some good fielding there. Ground fielding has been a bit hit and miss in this series, hasn't it? Particularly yesterday, we saw pieces of ground fielding that probably weren't quite up to scratch.
Yeah, I think the team that's going to be the best fielding group in this tournament will go on to win it. It's fine margins. The batting and bowling looks pretty even over the board, but fielding so important as we know.
This one's blasted away, and this is over. Backward point. The result's going to be the same, though. 4 more runs. Adnan is heating up. This one was a slightly better delivery, maybe still a little bit of length to work with for Adnan, who's looking like a man on a mission here. He is 19 and he's only faced 7 balls.
He's away. He's absolutely motoring. This is a good start to a T10 innings, and he's got an opportunity to go big for his team. Plenty of time. And yeah, 19 off 7. What a great start this is for him.
Last ball of the over. This is angled in, and he gets a fair bit of this as well. Was catching practice. Oh, there's Barry. And he won't be able to catch up with that one, but he will hurl it back. Maximal. It is 6 to end the second over, and a very expensive one in the end for Friendship CC. As Rahman goes for 26. A magical second. It's 33 for 1. after 2.
Yep, 33 for 1, and all that good work done early. He's been, obliterated, basically. What a special over that is from Adnan and Rahman. Well, 26 off 1. Not sure we'll see him get his second over in this game, so they might have to use a 6th bowler. And, this is the program today, Vinny, and these are all knockout matches, a different format for us in finals. We had 10 teams this time. Punjab 11 versus Brothers 11 after. Mallow versus Wild Panthers, and then right at the bottom, the Swans versus the Indian Fighters, which will be good. Indian Royal, sorry. Nice shot from Gamire over extra cover. 1 bounce 4, and they are really motoring now.
They sure are. And new over, but the boundary's not stopping. That's just a good bit of timing, wasn't it? The shot selection's been good so far. Also, the bowling's left a little to be desired, you'd have to say, from Friendship CC. Gorka 11 up to 37 already, and they're going at 170 pace at the moment.
Yeah, that's gorgeous batting. He just timed that perfectly. Gamire is one to watch out for the future. He's a small man, but he times the ball and hits an absolute mile as well. You don't have to be big and strong to hit the big ball. There's a lot to like about him, and he's exceptional in the field as well.
Just off the pad, and so Gamiro will get to the other end. Yeah, Adnan is the funny one. He seems to run a bit hot and cold during the innings sometimes. So we've seen a couple of times that he's gotten off to this kind of a start and then kind of dawdled through the middle overs. But at the moment, there's no sign of that. And this is a key bowler as well. Mahmudjad Alam. He's been the kind of draw card for Friendship CC during this series, probably along with Mohammad Azaduzaman over the last few days. I mean, his team needs something now before this game gets out of hand. Adnan plays this back to the bowler. Will scamper through for a single. It's pretty well bowled. Jadalami does threaten to straighten the ball, doesn't he? I have seen a bit of swing this morning already. Just a bit of control issue for the bowlers. I want to think Gamiro was home. Good morning to everyone in the live chat as well. Good spot by Mahesh. Something we're getting fixed up right now. So just angles across Gamiro. And so how about you? A few people asking what your coffee count is already this morning.
Just the 1 coffee so far.
Just the one? That's nice.
Yep, just a nice easy morning. Been looking forward to finals Friday, Vinny.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see the batting teams take over the bowling today. I think we're going to see some higher scores, yeah.
This one's pretty well bowled, but it is going to fall into a gap, and then the fielder creates a speed hump for his teammate. It's going to be 4 in the end. Not really timed by Gamire, but he moves into double figures.
Yeah, that's a little bit of luck this time. It lands in a pocket of space between backward point and sort of, extra cover. Could have easily been out, and it just lands perfectly between the two. And you see there, he goes down. That's Asaduzaman, who has to make a leap, and I know his calf muscles aren't excited for that.
Yeah, it was a bit like the old steeplechase, wasn't it? As
his story,
Barry went down.
His story's been fascinating this tournament.
He's almost down to 0 good calves. Last ball of the over and last ball of the power play. This is sliced away, and once again it'll fall safely, and once again it will get to the boundary. So a big power play for Gorka 11, and they had Imran Khan run out in strange circumstances early, but they have not missed a beat here after 3 overs. It's 47 for 1.
Could be a match-winning power play straight out the blocks, Vinny. You can lose a game in 3 overs. They've got to be careful here. They have to peg it back now. They're off to an absolute fly. And look, that first over only went for 7, and yet they ended up on 47 outside the power play. So good comeback from Gorka 11. And now we're going to see probably the spinners of Friendship CC. Maybe we see Motton, Asaduzaman. Well, looks like the keeper's back. Maybe he's coming off the long run. No way.
No, this is Rana.
Sorry.
He's going to bowl. Yeah, so
yeah, then we'll see Rana with his outswing,
yep.
Abdul Motton with his off-spin, Asaduzaman with his off-spin. So those 3 bowlers in the middle here need to make it work, and they need to keep the runs down.
7, 26 and 14 came off the first 3 overs. Up and away. And it's Adnan who's on strike for the start of the 4th. And once again, we see a wide starting the over. Bit of swing, though, for the captain, Imtiaz Rana.
You know, he's just a little bit sore in that right-hand wrist as well. It's a bit of a war of attrition, this T10 format sometimes, isn't it?
It is. That's what we talked about the teams from Group B. Essentially, this is their 9th match this week. The teams from Group A have had a break, but that also might mean it might be a bit out of touch. Well, this is a full toss. That swings, but swings out of the ground as Adnan times that perfectly. Maximal. He's going at a good pace at the moment. With that 6, he's 32 off just 10 balls.
Yeah, striking at 320, and he's away motoring. he's got a big opportunity to go maybe into a 70 or 80 run range score here. If he does that, he'll take the game away.
That's the shirt I think you got hanging on your wall,
Yeah,
isn't it?
I do. Thank you very much.
Imtiaz Rana. Well, this time, he's on the charge. Doesn't quite get it. Well, this goes through one fielder, and somehow this has gone to the boundary as well. And well, Corey, when things aren't going your way, they aren't going your way. This is pretty much unforgivable. It's raining boundaries, and this one is one that should have been stopped, but as a Duzman, maybe just struggling with that injury. Lets it go through him, and that's 4 more.
Yeah, this outfield's unforgiving. I mean, if you miss it in that inner ring, it just motors away for 4. You never catch up to it, so that's costly. And now there's a lot of pressure on the skipper, Rana.
Down the leg side, that's a wide. And so, Mohamed Adnan has certainly made every post a winner so far. And so, yeah, they just need a breakthrough here. I mean, they still got time to turn this around, but not that much time. As Gorka rapidly batting them out of the game here. Another full toss, and guess what? It's going to be the same result. Maximo Adnan. Oh, this is a really quick knock from him so far. He goes past 40 with this. Just have a look on the replay.
Was it a no ball, Vinny?
I'm not so sure. And so, see there, we do have Friendship CC and some of their options, their batting in particular. Been a bit hit and miss. I've seen some good things though from Rupu, from Izzy Rahman's pretty classy player. Jade Alarm's back. We've seen bits and pieces, but you just feel they're not the kind of team that's going to be able to chase down something 130 plus. Unless someone really has a big day out. This is the first quarterfinal of 4 today. 8 teams to start the day. 4 teams will make it through to the semi-finals tomorrow. That one, touch and go.
Yeah, you need a little bit of luck, and maybe that's just fallen the way of Friendship CC. That was very tight.
Yeah, it was. Anyway, fair enough. Could have gone either way, I suppose.
Can you use the limited review system for those, or?
I think only perhaps if a wicket falls. I think they may. Again, it's the trade-off between accuracy and efficiency. So I think that one will just cost 6. Still expensive stuff. I think they had to go for the new ball as well. Of course, it won't be a brand new ball. It'll be a similar ball. Ball in similar condition. As we get to the next ball from Rana. Stands and delivers and drives through the offside. That one should be stopped, and it is by Jade Alarm. Good running as they double back for 2. That's important, I think, because it does keep Adnan on strike. I'm a big believer, watching more and more of this format, that if a guy's going well, you just want to keep him on strike as much as possible, even if it's in the first half of the innings.
Yep.
Because you kind of get on a roll. That's what Adnan's doing at the moment. It's a slow ball. Well, this could be out, and it is. Nice bit of deception from Rana. Adnan batted so well, but it is the slow delivery from the Friendship CC captain that undoes him. And that looked plumb in front to me. And it's the second wicket to fall. Good innings of 44 for Adnan, but he won't reach the half century. And with that, it's 67 for 2.
Well, all the credit goes to Imtiaz Rana here. I mean, he'd gone for 20 off his first 4, and it's good to see him still thinking. He wasn't panicking, and that's a really good slower ball. And gets it slow, straight, gets the LBW decision. That's exactly what Friendship CC needed. Good
decision by Tyrone Peters as well. That was a perfect example of how slow ball deceives the batter. He was just early through his shot. But still, he's done a lot of good work. His teammate's not quite sure how to handle the situation there, whether to say well done or whether to get out the way. But it will be the second wicket to fall. As this is Rahul Vishwakarma.
That's really good bowling, though. I mean, lots of people would usually be panicking. They bowl a worse ball, but the skipper was pretty cool, calm, collected there, and he executed his slow ball perfectly.
Yeah, it's exactly what happened. I mean, he got that length perfect as well. We've seen the length go awry at times. But, yeah, it said someone needed to step up, and it's the captain, Imtiaz Rana, that does. He'll have one ball here at Rahul Vishwakarma, the left-hander. He's a pretty good striker for cricket ball as well. So Gorka 11, the hitters just keep on coming. I like their approach in this innings as well. Have been helped by a bit of wayward bowling. Last ball, the over coming up. This one angles in and will be turned away. That will be 1 run. Leg by it to finish the 4th over. And Gorka there, 68 for 2. Very, very warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Corey Runkers. And Corey, Oh, we've been waiting for this day for a little while, haven't we? And it's been a great 2 weeks in Portugal. Now we are at the business end, and by tomorrow afternoon, we'll know who the champions will be. Marlow, well, they have won every trophy that ECN has held here previously, but you've got to say it's going to be a really close contest this time.
Yeah, it's going to be close because you've got the Swans, obviously, from Group B, and I still think Gorka 11, they're just putting their hand up and say, don't forget about us. And then I still have the feeling we'll have one smoky team come through. They're going to knock out one of the top seeds, and then it's going to be chaos everywhere.
It could happen. And look, Gorka 11, they were pretty unlucky not to get first. It was kind of a technicality in the Duckworth-Lewis system that they got cost a few net run rate points. And I think if that had been done what I think would be more fairly, they could have actually had top spot. But yeah, they're doing pretty well at the moment.
That was a proper technicality, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was super strange. That was when they were 36 off 3 overs, and they had scored so quickly that the Duckworth-Lewis system, when the match was reduced to 7 overs, they'd already passed it, didn't have to play anymore. And according to Duckworth-Lewis, they're credited at 36 off 7 overs.
So odd.
When they scored 36 off 3 overs, and it was bizarre. But in the end, look, they're here, they're in the quarterfinals, and they're looking pretty good in this game so far.
Do we know who, if they win this game, what bracket they sort of go into?
Yeah.
Who's the other match adjacent?
Yes, I can tell you.
Thanks. So there's Asa Duzeman.
Yeah, here he is. He's been so reliable as well.
He doesn't do too much with the ball, just changes his pace a little bit, but his line and length's always pretty good.
Yeah, so the winner of this will play either Awerash or Indian Royals in the semi-finals tomorrow.
You would say that's a late cut just for the single. So that bracket, that side to me seems the stronger side, because I think odds on that you'll probably get the Swans versus Gorka in a semi. And Marlow will be favourite over Wild Panthers later, and they'll verse the winner of Punjab CC and Brothers 11, which is probably the slightly weaker side of the bracket. So
you say that, but like you said, there could be a smoky somewhere along the line.
There'll be a smoky
could
today.
have like an Andani going off against Marlow or something later. And
you can't stop that, can you?
Exactly right. That's the excitement of the format. As Vishwakarma is ready to go, and he gets this one into the gap. He gets his first boundary, and Gorka still motoring along here in the 5th over.
Yeah, nice shot that time. He gets down for the slog sweepers, and he got a fair chunk of that. I thought for a split second has he picked out the man, but no, got in front of square just. Good shot, 4 runs.
Morning to Luke Belgium in the chat as well. And Kirsty Redhead's in the chat, and she's got a comment. I wasn't going to bring this up, but she does say, Corey, where's the Peacock shirt? It is Peacock Friday.
Yeah, it's an ECC thing.
Is it? Do you mean ECL?
No, to be fair, I've been on the road for about 4 weeks, and the amount of clean clothing's running out at an exponential rate.
Are you saving something up for tomorrow, though? Because I thought you had one Peacock shirt in you this time.
I do.
Where is it? What happened?
It's a bit tight.
Did you wear it into Lisbon the other night?
No.
Okay.
It's a bit tight. When I put it on this morning, it didn't feel too secure.
Didn't feel right. Okay, fair enough. I'm not going to give you too much stick for that. At the moment, is the bowler's getting the stick, and this is timed away by Gamire. Well, he's still there, and with this shot, he moves into the 20s. Again, a little bit short from Asaduzman. Most of the time, he is outside that off-stump channel. That time maybe a little bit too straight. 5 overs down. Gorka running away with this. They're 79 for 2.
Well, they're on for something absolutely massive. I mean, if they get over 130, 140 in a knockout final, your odds on to go on and win that. I mean, looking at the scorecard, Muhammad Adnan, he did all the damage. 44 or 14's an exceptional T10 innings. And now Gamire, and they've still got plenty of batting to come. So they can throw their hands for the last 30 balls, Vinny.
Absolutely can. Do you think, I mean, Imran Khan, he's a very, very good player. Do you think that you open with Adnan? Because he came in after just 2 balls and made the most of the power play. Do you think he's better there, or do you think you keep him at number 3?
It's sort of like what Conrad's doing.
I was just thinking that, yeah.
He's batting at 3, and you talk to these guys privately and go, why don't you go up one more spot and open the innings? But maybe it's a mental thing. They don't want to be out there for the new ball. I agree. I would. I think they might as well.
They might not want to, but I think they're actually good at it. So sometimes people don't want to do it, but you have to kind of give them a little push and say, look, this is what we need you to do, and just bat the same way. But I know some people, they're not a fan of opening. Some love it, some don't. Depends how good you are at waiting around, I guess. Here we go. Naim Rahman coming back for his second over. He does have a bit of pace about him. This one, a bit of a fresh air kick, but it'll be a dot ball. I'm not sure if that hits the pad or just misses it from Vishwakarma. Hello to Vinny Fangirl in the chat. That's very nice of you to appear. And see, got the V in the profile picture now instead of the C, so that's good. But I hope you're all well out there. That's been one of the nice little surprises. A few new fans popping up here in Portugal.
Yeah, it's been
Portugal
exceptional.
Series. Short and turned away. Vishwakarma will get this away to the boundary as well. So he moves into double figures. He is timing the ball pretty nicely as well. Once again, Rahman just getting a bit too straight. He's bowled with some good pace this morning, but a bit wayward. Gorka cashing in, and another 4 runs to the total.
Yeah, they've looked really comfortable against pace on the ball. Maybe they could have gone to Moten and stuck with spin, but they take the chance, and that's a good-looking shot. Square leg was in the ring, so it cost them 4 runs.
There's Ryan got a bowl here. I think you got to try and force Vishwakarma to hit through the offside. So I'll be going wider towards that tram line. This one's still off the stumps, and he does play offside, and he plays it pretty well, but will be handled out there. So just a single.
Yep, just the 1 run. Plenty of batting to come, as we mentioned. I mean, 140's on here, especially while Gamire's still there. You know how talented he is. Loves going over the offside.
Yeah, but that's the thing with these batters. They're good decision makers, not just good strikers, but have been pretty good at choosing the right shots to play and executing them well. They're still on 150 plus pace here. Here's Naim Rahman. This is a better channel. Gets it right to the right-hander. Gamire, he tries to play away from his body, but can't catch up with it.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that one. That's usually his bread and butter. Just a little bit too wide for him, but snuck it just inside the tram line as well. It's good bowling.
Yeah, that's been the exception, though, so far for Rahman. He's gone for 31 off his 10 deliveries he's bowled. Liam Day asking how did Mohammad Jadalan bowl? He bowled okay.
Yeah, it's pretty steady.
Go for 7 and 14 of his 2 overs. This is just pulled into the leg side for 1. Yeah, so did kind of create a run out with an LBW shout. Imran Khan was the first to go when he just took off after getting hit in the pads. I was going down the leg side, but then the keeper had time to basically race him to the stumps and create the first wicket of the day.
Yeah, and then Imtiaz Rana got the 2nd wicket with the LBW, but they're desperate for a 3rd here.
This one's worked way over the offside. Well, that's a really handsome stroke from Vishwakarma. And he's another guy that can bat 360. And Maximal, half a dozen more. Put it with the rest. And Rahul, he gets this one right out of the screws. And 6 more.
Yeah, well, that's the best shot of Finals Friday so far. That's a gorgeous stroke over extra cover. Came down, didn't really get a length that you probably want when you come down the wicket, but he still got his hands through the ball. Good batting, and, well, 4 bowlers used so far. They haven't brought in the 5th. I think it'll be Moten maybe now, the right arm off spinner, or he'll close at the end. But, yeah, a lot of pressure. Because Imtiaz Rana's also gone for 20, you got to wonder, does he still have the confidence to bowl his 2nd?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But he did execute a good slower ball towards the end of his over. That did pick up a wicket, so I do think we'll get another one from Imtiaz. And so now we head into over number 7. That looks like now going to keep a bit of pace off the ball. It does look to me like that is Mohammad Abdul Moten. That will bowl over number 7 right here. Change of pace now. And it goes after this outside the off stump. Didn't wait around. This one just gets over at the infield. It's well pulled back, though, by Asaduzzaman, who's struggling with that calf injury, but he's certainly giving 100%. I'll come back for 2 off the first ball of Moten's over.
Yeah, good running, good fielding there. Saves a couple of runs. It is Moten, the off-spinner, coming in late into the piece, but this was a good tap back there by Asaduzzaman. You can't question his commitment to the team.
This is once again skewed away on the offside, but this time it's going to fall into the hands of the fielder. So Gamire not really timing up against the spin of Moten, and he's going to have to go for 25. And yes, that is Naim Rahman. We see you. He holds his catch. He gets back quickly and judges it perfectly. You see there, early position, watches it all the way in. Good technique. It's nice to see.
One of the better techniques for a catch, actually.
Yeah, and watched it right in as well. So Gamire has to go, and Gorka in the 7th over. They're 93 for 3.
I guess if you're a Friendship CC supporter, you've got to be thinking that could be one end that we can maybe target and get a couple of dot balls. Obviously, we're only in the middle overs, but you've got to stay as positive as possible. And instead of it being a 140, 150 score, which sort of bats you out the game, can we have a good finish and keep them to 120?
Yeah, well, that's what you got to hope. We have seen some pretty big turnarounds in innings. And I don't call games in the first half of the first innings. I've learnt that because a lot can still happen. Moten, here's a good series with the ball continues. And this one is whacked away to the leg side, and this won't be stopped. Well, that was an example of how not to do it. He offered the foot and didn't make contact, so Fakhrul Hussain gets off the mark immediately. Here's a guy that can hit the ball real hard. You see this first one explodes off the bat, and he immediately gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, and if you go with the foot like that, I guess that's what's going to happen. They need to support the bowler a little bit more here.
This one more of a bottom edge. They're going to run hard, but well handled out there. It's Animal Shamim. And so,
once again, though, spin. Spin seems to be more effective. I think even a right arm off spinner that has the arm ball and darts it in sometimes really does show that they can't be underestimated in this format. There's quite a lot of teams in this that have like just 5 genuine medium paces.
Yeah.
I think the variety helps.
It's a bit of a sameness to the attack sometimes. That's why Marlow have had success, I think, as well, because they do have a couple of decent spinners in there. This one just okay, I think.
Yeah, it's well bowled.
So red up ball, batter, saying what's going on there, but umpire getting that one spot on. It's got to start somewhere. You can try and maybe hold this to something like 120s with some good overs. Bat really well. You can still do it. Nice ball the over, and it's just played out to the long off. It's Imtiaz Rana that will hold on to the ball. Maybe it's a sign to bowl the next one. It's the end of 7, and the score is 99 for 3. So at the moment, the run rate is pretty decent, just above 14. You can see yesterday, 10.7, and 10.9 for the week. So that's showing us, I think, about 110 or so is par in Group B. And of course, we're in the quarterfinals now, but it's the same conditions as we've had in Group B. So yeah, about 110, especially in a final. I think batting first puts a lot of pressure on the team batting second, knowing if they don't chase it down, then they're going home.
And one of the big differences there is because there's a 22-run swing from 87 to 110. The boundaries did come in a little bit, so let's say that adds 10 to 15. But then I think the fielding standards dropped in Group B. I think more runs were getting let through, which adds another 10 runs. So
I think that's true. Yeah, it's a really good observation.
Yep, thanks, Vinny. So, yeah, I think they're the two big things that have definitely changed the scoring rate. It's good to see the scoring rate and the par be around 110. I think that's probably the right median that you want for...
I think so.
Anything under 100 always feels like, could they have done more?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the dynamics have been just right here in the second half of the tournament. This is well bowled by Rana. Again, sneaks inside the tram line.
Hasabul Hussain has a question, Vinny, in the chat.
Yep, Hasabul. He's asking, where does Luke Belgium live? Well, put that to Luke Belgium to answer.
Yeah, tough one.
Well, I guess, your name might be John English. Doesn't mean that you're English.
Yeah, well said.
So, I'll let Luke answer the questions.
Benefit of the doubt.
I like it when the chatters ask other chatters questions. I think they find out more about them.
Yeah, then we can be the people lurking on their chats.
Yeah, we can. We'll be lurkers. Yeah, coming out with some good stuff so far today.
Yeah, a little bit more analytical.
This is up and away, and it will get over the infield. It'll get over the outfield too. Maximo Vishwakarma. He's flying the flag, and he is now the established bat. And with that one, he moves into the 20s. Maximo time.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous shot. There's a lot to like about him. He's a classy left-hander, and he's flying now. Imtiaz Rana, the captain, not having the greatest game with the ball so far.
Last quarter of the innings coming up. Not a good one. Called a wide. Might have been lucky to get away with this for height. And see Rana dusting his hands. And one touch and go. Again, borderline. But I suppose it'll be an extra anyway. Difference is this won't be a free hit. Vishwakarma will probably treat it like one. He does. He swings and he misses.
Yeah, I think that was that slow ball again from Imtiaz this time. Worked for him in the previous over he bowled with the LBW. Tries it again. Dot ball.
Yes, I mean, get out of this. A couple of single-digit overs, 120s. Still Still a big ask, but at least he got a chance. Vishwakarma drags this down to mid-on, where they will scramble for a single, and so they'll bring Hussain back on strike. Hussain is another one. Really good middle order bat. Comes in, doesn't waste any time, hits the ball real hard, pretty good technique. Just the kind of guy you want coming in at this stage. Here's Rano ringing the changes. It's been a pretty good over. You mentioned the first one. It was magical, went for 21, but this one's only gone for 8 so far. As this is the last ball for the captain. It will just be a single. So 2 overs remain in the innings. 8 overs down. It's 108 for 3.
Yeah, so 2 overs remaining. I think we'll see a bit of spin coming into the attack again with Motten and maybe Asaduzaman, but they've just pegged it back a little bit. This score did threaten at one stage to go above 150, and you can see the worm there. Oh, well, it's tracking in the right direction.
Well, the scale there tells the story. The scale is 200, so it looks like there's not much going on, but
arguably,
there's plenty going on.
The scale on the side's more important than...
That's true. That's why our eagle-eyed viewers are watching that. Bit of chat about where we're going next, and we are going to the Netherlands for Monday. We'll be travelling there on Sunday, of course. And we've talked a little bit about Capella already, which is where we were last year. So we've got 5-team series. I think the standard in Netherlands should be really good. I think you were mentioning some of the players that we will see next week, some international players.
Yep.
Here is Mohamed Abdul Moten in over number 9 and strays onto legs a little bit. And this one is going to be 4. So that's good batting. Again, the timing is there from Hussain. He moves into double digits. But, yeah, I mean, Netherlands next week, something we're looking forward to. Right?
I think what we haven't touched on about Netherlands next week is when we've done the tournaments in the previous years there, they're usually at the end of the year, in September.
Yeah.
And playing there myself, the players are exhausted by that stage.
Yeah.
This year being in April, it's actually 2 weeks before the first top class round.
Yeah.
So the players will be chomping at the bit.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see a great standard tournament.
That's true, because it's a pretty compressed season, isn't it, in the Netherlands normally?
I'll give you a bit of background about it in a moment, actually.
Low full toss. Moten will go and do his own fielding, but will allow a single. Yeah, go on.
So the season in Holland, in my years playing there, you would play your first game on the first weekend of May, and the season would be done by August 23, and they would...
So it's basically 3.5 months.
Yeah, and you play 18 round games under T20 series, and bodies are broken.
It's full on.
Yeah, a lot of double-headed weekends, and a lot of any public holiday, you play cricket. So on a Thursday, so there's weeks where you play Thursday, Saturday, Sunday, 50 over games.
Yeah, that's crazy. This one is also a bit crazy as it's whacked out of the ground by Vishwakarma. He moves past 30. It's been a good knock from the left-hander. Moten, it's a kind of challenge length, but Rahul's after him. Maximo, 6 more to Gorka 11.
Yeah, nice shot. Gorka 11 just going about their business really well here, showing why they're potentially one of the tournament favourites. But yeah, especially in that May period in the Netherlands, I think all the top class teams play nearly half the round matches straight away, 8 or 9. It's a bang of a start usually.
It's great that we have this timing as well. Speaking of timing, Vishwakarma goes back yet again, back to back, rolls the dice, comes up double sixes, and 6 more. Another Maximo to Gorka.
Well, Vishwakarma, he's enjoying himself, isn't he? And Abdul Moten, yeah, bowling that off spin from around the wicket to a left-hander, and over the wicket, sorry, and just not getting it across him enough. It's still in the wheelhouse, and they're in trouble again now, Friendship CC, of chasing 150 potentially.
Yeah, looks like it. I mean, we talked about maybe holding him to the 120s. That was wishful thinking, I think.
Yeah.
Vishwakarma dealing in 6s at the moment. Moten, not quite sure how to deal with him. Has to get away from him on the offside, I think. Tries, so he blasts it through the offside, and that's what makes it so tough. He's going to get the 3rd in a row. Maximal time. Well, 666, the Devils' number. And right now it's hot in the kitchen for Friendship CC as Gorka past 130.
Beautiful shot, great batting. Over extra cover, he's got a lot of style. Why is 666 the Devils' number? What's the story with that?
I don't know the background of it. I mean,
yeah, either do I actually.
I think it's something biblical. Any numerologists in there? Let us know. This is on the leg side, and fielder should stop this. So just the one. Pretty happy to keep Vishwakarma on strike, Gorka 11, and he will be on strike when we start the 10th over. As with 9 down, it is 132 for 3.
Yeah, 132 for 3, pretty impressive. And yeah, looking forward to next week. It'll be really good, Vin. And with those national players are feeling rested after their Dutch trip to New Zealand, that'll be good. But also teams have overseas players coming in. Did you see VTC's announcement the other day?
Yeah, you said...
They're not here for the T10, but they've...
Yeah.
Janneman Milan has come in and he's the overseas player for VCC in Holland. He's the 27th number ODI ranked batsman in the world at the moment.
Yeah,
South Africa contract. He's going to come play for a few months.
Really good get for them, for sure.
That's an insane get. They reckon that's one of the biggest signings in recent years. You know, last year, Tim Davids came out, played one game, hit 152, and then got picked up for Sussex or whoever, and that was it.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
Let's see how long Milan sticks around and how he goes. As Duseman comes on to bowl the last long chase. And it is the Kung Fu kick method, which is not too effective for the outfielder. It's going to be 4 to start the last. And Vishwakarma, he is motoring. His top score in this innings now is 48 of 20 balls. He's been super important. And that one, another boundary.
Honestly, how could we cut it out? How could you cut that out?
The penalty that it's not
one run,
not stopping them.
I
don't think. I think it's so instinctive.
Could you penalise for deliberate foot fielding 1 run?
The penalty went to the boundary, right?
No, I get what you're saying, but that bit.
You just hate because
no, but it's just like that ball there, especially. He could have easily bent down and stopped that, but it's just laziness. It frustrates me so much.
How good you are at bending down, I suppose.
Not very, but still.
4 to come, Vishwakarma. Well, need to run hard here, I think, because he should get back for 2. And if he does, and he will, then that is his half century. Really good from former international under-19 player. He's 50 of 22 now, and he brings up his 50 with 5 6s and 3 4s.
He's
really
one of
good
the
knock.
better batsmen I've seen, actually. He's got a good technique on him. Doesn't overhit it, just times the ball.
Can really go after it now, but this is pretty much straight up in the air. They've got plenty of time to get under this, and it will be taken. So Pambajad Alam takes the catch. Still, Vishwakarma, his half century, pretty important as Gorka 11 to put a mountain of runs on the board here. In quarterfinal number 1, it's 138 for 4.
Yeah, doing the team thing. Tried to loft it over mid-on there. Gets caught. Unfortunate for him, but a good 50. Pretty special innings that. Batted really well. Hit it to all parts. And Gorka 11, they're hitting a big score here. Friendship CC. They're on the ropes, Vinny.
Yeah, I've got to say quick hello to a few people in the chat before we get to the halftime break in this one. To Mohammed Bitlob, who's saying we travel every week. Well, pretty much every week or two at the moment. That's part of the fun of the European Cricket Series. We do get around Europe to see different players and different locations. So it's part cricket, part reality TV, if you like. And to Dave as well, Dave Edmondson. Thank you for your question in the chat. He's saying how the teams and players funded. Well, this is the Portuguese domestic competition, essentially. So and the players not playing full-time cricket. They are playing for their clubs. This is pretty well bowled by Azaduzman, just sneaks this one in. And so, yeah, we're here broadcasting it, and ECN's been doing this for the last couple of years. Unprecedented amount of cricket, over 1,200 matches last year.
Last ball, Vin.
Yeah, well, Rushan is going to get something on this. Might as well come back for 2 here.
Yeah, good effort.
I'll try, and it should be out. I think he's just gone here. I'm not sure if this is given on the field, but it does look to me like he's going to be run out. See here, Mizu goes and fetches it.
Oh, that's going to be closer than you
out.
think. Well, limited review system. Look at Bucky on the walk.
Bucky's on the walk. He's all over it, and he's just gone. Look, gone. Just out. But so it'll be 1+ run out, but still, it's a handy run, and that will take Gorka 11. They're 139 for 5 off their 10 overs. It'll be 140 to win when we return, and it will be Friendship CC. They're going to have to bat out of their skins if they are going to pull this off. We had someone coming out to face the next ball, were we?
Oh, well, I think he's just eager and he's disappointed. He's been told, he's thinking, why is everyone walking off the field?
He's saying, where's everyone going? But I hate to break it to you. That is the last ball. I don't know if we've got a replay of that, but like I was saying, he needs to be told the message that it's all over. Now he's saying, okay, so are you telling me we're going to have another one? And then they basically say, no, look, you can go that way. He's like, okay. So, look, it will be 140 to win. Be a mountain of runs required. And I'm not quite sure what the hold-up is, but I'm pretty sure that when we return, it will be Friendship CC.
They're just checking that it wasn't a 5-ball over?
No, I don't think so. I
I
mean,
didn't spot it either.
I've got that over down as 4.2.
No, they're leaving the
Wicket
field now.
dot, 1+1 are out. 1+ run out.
Well,
so,
three batsmen padded up and no one knows what's happening.
well, in the end, set your watches. It's quarterfinal Friday, and early on, it was Imran Khan. Well, he was stuck down the river without a paddle, wasn't he? He was the first wicket to fall, but then it was Gawker 11 that took off, and Adnan was the man taking over the show.
Yeah, besides that early wicket, it was Adnan that came out and really showed his teammates that he means business today. Some beautiful batting, and this was half a run-out chance, but missed the stumps there, but he would have been home anyway. Well, Gamire, he was a good foil, a good partner to Mohammad Adnan, as these two put on a really good partnership. They hit the ball to all parts. They had a little bit of luck on the way with some sloppy fielding, but that can happen in this format, and you've got to cash in when you can. This was Imtiaz Rana, though, the captain, after being hit for a few boundaries, producing a really good slower ball and getting the LBW decision to try get his team back into the contest. But that brought Vishwakarma to the crease, and he meant business today. He played it to all parts. That shot there for me was the shot of the morning over wide extra cover for 6. Good batting. Gamire sort of lost his momentum in the middle stage of his innings, and unfortunately he was dismissed, and he would have liked a few more runs. But Vishwakarma, he was the set batsman, and he really cashed in. He hit the ball to all parts until his dismissal right at the end of the innings, and that was a nice catch there by Jad Alam. So Friendship CC, they tried their best to contain them and stop these runs, and besides the run out of the last ball, they couldn't do that. And Gawker 11 went on to make a mammoth 139 for 5 in a knockout qualifying final. So you sort of feel there, 139 runs on the board. Friendship CC, they're hanging on by a thread. It's not going to be easy, and they're going to have a perfect power play if they are to get back into this match. We'll have a quick look at the batting scorecard here, and well, the top order has definitely fired, and when you get 2 men out of the top 3 that go on and score decent runs, you usually get a big total. And 25 off 14 for Gamire, Mohammad Adnan 44 off 14 special innings, but Rahul Vishwakarma, sensational batting, 50 off 23, and even Hussain there, 11 off 5, chipping in at the death. 139 for 5 is one of the biggest scores we've seen this week, and I'm pretty sure if you're a Gawker 11 supporter, you'll be confident that there's plenty of runs on the board. Let's take a quick look at the bowling scorecard, and everyone tried their best, and it wasn't too bad from Asaduzaman again. 2 overs, 1 for 18, only going at 9, and Jad Alam, 2 overs in the power play, don't forget that, only going at 10 is pretty good. But unfortunately for all the other bowlers, they couldn't stem the tide, and they kept getting hit for boundaries, so the economy rates weren't too shabby. As it takes us to the halfway stage in this game, 139 for 5 from Gawker 11, a really good score, and Friendship CC, we don't want to count them out just yet. They're going to need a good power play though. Please join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello, good morning and welcome back everyone. We're at the halfway stage between this match of Gorka 11 versus Friendship CC. It is an elimination final. All our games remaining in this competition are elimination. So if you do lose, unfortunately, you will be out. And we're at the halfway stage in this game. Gorka 11 have hit an impressive 139 for 5. So Friendship CC have a lot of work to do if they are to stay in this tournament. And unfortunately for them, it's all she wrote. If they don't get off to a flyer for me, they need a really, really good power play. And welcome back everyone around the world, and especially those in India via FanCode and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well today and looking forward to bringing you these finals games. And it's been a pretty good 2 weeks here in Portugal. That man on your screen here, Asaduzzaman, he's the key for me. When he gets going, he really hits it a long way, and his strike rate in the tournament's been above 200 the whole time. So he needs to get off to a flyer. He'll be supported by Rupu as well. He's shown that he's had glimpses of good form in this tournament. Probably needs to get it right here as well. And Rushan there, the keeper. Keep an eye on him. He's got very, very lovely hands and probably one of the better keepers I've seen here in Portugal. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. It looks like Samad has the new ball. And they're just getting the field set. So we're almost underway in this run chase. Looks like just changing of the field here, just making sure they pick the right areas for their 2 men out on the boundary. Looks like they'll start with that slip again. Gorka 11 were one of the few teams to run a slip all in Group A. It's obviously something they've spoken about tactically. So we're almost ready to go here. 3rd man in place. Pretty much a ring on the offside, as you can see there. He likes to take it away from the right-handed batsman. First ball to Asaduzzaman from Samad. Oh, he goes for it first ball. It's straight in the air. It's going to be a catching chance. Oh, he puts it down. Well, they might look back at that, and you can see Gamire sort of saying, why'd you go for it? It was sort of in my line, and yeah, it landed in a pocket of space, but that is definitely a chance going down off the first ball. Asaduzzaman didn't muck around. And, well, if you call for it, you've got to get it. He did call for it, and that's a big opportunity missed. So they're off the mark, but with a lot of luck, brings Rupu on strike now. Oh, that's up in the air as well. Will this be the second chance? Yeah, it is. It's gone. So what a terrible, terrible start this is for Friendship CC. Both batsmen could have been dismissed. And, well, for Rupu, he's not as lucky as Asaduzzaman. He gets that toe end on it. It was quite a wide short ball. It's a bit of a nothing shot, unfortunately. Not sure where he's trying to hit that. And he goes. He's caught. And, well, the score now 1 for 1. And they have to go at 14.13 for the remaining deliveries in this game. That's not what you want if you're a Friendship CC supporter. We've got one of the better team names I've ever heard of. But they might be saying goodbye to this competition very soon if someone doesn't get themselves in. So new batsman to the crease now, the number 3. And Naeem Rahman, he needs to have a good innings here. Plenty of pressure, but gets the opportunity to come out very early in this run chase, which sometimes when you're a number 3 or number 4 isn't the worst thing. The ball's still going to be rock hard. It's going to fly off the bat. You're still coming in during the power play. It can be sometimes quite difficult to start outside of the power play when you've got 5 boundary riders. So he gets an opportunity right at the top of the order here. He's got to either support Asaduzzaman or get on with it straight away. And that's pushed into the offside, and they'll jog through for a single, and well, throws it behind himself, never wise, and that's Shripple Matter there. A bit of comedy cricket. Just the 1 run, so Rahman's off mark now. See here, it goes to load up, and whoop, it goes the wrong way. Don't see that too often, but this is the key matchup, isn't it? Asaduzzaman, he has to bat for maybe 5 to 6 overs, I feel, if they're going to get close. He's already had a life. Maybe he's feeling a little bit like it could be his day, and a lot of luck. Well, he's towed that a little bit, but it's gone more over the boundary, over the inner ring, sorry, and 1 bounce to the man on the boundary. That's the captain out there, Thapar, and just the 1 run. That 3rd man and deep extra recovery in place. High in the air. He hasn't got much of that. That could be a wicket, and it is. So 2 wickets down in the first over. Oh, boy. And Samad, he gets another one. What a great start this is at the moment for Gawker 11. Friendship CC, 2 wickets down, still 137 to get. And, yeah, it's not looking great at the moment. They're in a lot of strife. And Rahman coming out at 3. He had the opportunity to be a hero. Unfortunately, not his day. He goes in the first over as well. Nice catch there from Imran. And the 2nd wicket falls. The score is 3 for 2. So this is Mizu Rahman now. He's coming out to the crease. He's left-handed. Maybe he can go with the swing a little bit. Maybe access that leg side for Gawker 11. They've got 1 foot in that semi-final. Maybe 1 foot and a couple of toes as well. They're in complete control here. Those 2 big wickets make it quite difficult for them. So wide down the leg side. Yeah, look at the good movement there from Rushan Singh, the keeper. I think he's probably the best keeper in the competition I've seen so far. Very, very talented indeed. Pushed into the offside. Oh, that's a misfield. Genuine misfield that time. But it does get Rahman off the mark. He gets a single. It takes us to the end of the very first over. The score is 5 for 2. And welcoming back for this run chase, Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, not a great start.
Not ideal, is it? I suppose all you would say is they do have a couple of players there that are capable of hitting and scoring pretty quickly. And Azad Usman and Mizu Rahman, this is basically Friendship's last stand here. Because if they can't chase these down, they'll be out of the tournament. So you just need a partnership, and you have to go at 150 pace now, 15 and over. That is not easy at all, especially against the Gawker 11 bowling lineup that has been pretty decent throughout this tournament as well. But you're going to have to try it. That's the thing. There's nothing else to play for here. You've got to go for the win at all costs, and they still have a couple of big hitters to come. So you just got to break it down into little problems. So 15 and over, I'm hoping to get to 20 after this over. Okay, and if that means I have to take risks, then so be it. But I just want to at least give myself the chance of staying at the rate. Here's Hussain. Starts with a wide. It's been a bit of a trend this morning.
It's interesting to see him come left arm around. He's a good bowler. He should be coming over the wicket to the left-hander, that's for sure.
Yeah, a little bit strange. But we have seen his tactic, kind of right-hander, right-hander, haven't we? Right hand around the wicket and trying to get it just inside the tram line, but he gets that one down the leg side. Once again, so all I can think is he's trying to recreate the angle of like a right armour over the wicket, maybe across Mizu Rahman, maybe beat him with the angle, maybe try and get a little outside edge. But yeah, the first 2 ill-directed down the leg side, so 2 bonus runs. Rahman faces up again. This one is more where Hussain wanted it, but it's called a wide. I feel instinctively this is a bit of a harsh call because it's where it goes past the popping crease. So around here, I just felt like it might have still been inside. It's not that easy to judge exactly when it passes the crease.
Yeah,
so
marginal.
Yeah, marginal. No, fair enough. Tyrone Peters, pretty good on the wides. They've got to make a lot of decisions in a day's play. This one is cut away. Rahman will just get the one as It's Maduka Thapa, the captain, that does the fielding. Well, Mandrake had a question saying that, yeah, my dad is Indian and my mum is Scottish, talking about my parents. So, yeah, I'm a bit of a mix. I was born in Australia, and yes, they were living in Australia when they met, and so I was born in Australia. So, actually, my dad was studying at the University of Western Australia. My mum was working in the office.
Oh.
So, there, nice little story. They're still together 43 years.
Oh, lovely.
Married.
Yep.
Hello to mum and dad. If you tune in from Australia, they tune in from time to time.
I'm sure they're watching.
Down leg side with this angle, it's going to be pretty tough to get an LBW. As Duzman's copped that, and that right leg has had a hammering this week, hasn't it?
Poor old Asaduzman can't catch a break. Oh,
misses the pad.
That's one of those ones, because the back leg collapses, the pad's a little bit more on an angle that exposes this funny little spot.
That's right.
That's where the inner thigh pad can't protect it either. And when it hits there, it hurts.
He is, he's exposing, there we go.
Against Hussain, who's probably the quickest bowler in the comp.
You mentioned that as well. Yeah, because when he bends the leg, he's got a proper dead leg at the moment, as we'd say. Back in high school. So,
well, here we go.
Yeah, he's going to get, here we go. Now, there's going to be some sort of on-the-job kind of treatment.
This fielder's come in hot.
This
he
is good.
really knows what he's doing.
Can we get right in on this? And this is Abdus Samad. He's going to give a bit of treatment.
Well,
I don't know how much Asaduzman is enjoying it.
Oh, what's going on there, Vinny?
This is
not too sure. That pad's on a good angle. Well, tell you what, we need to start the After Dark episode.
I don't know. That's a decent. And let's just go for a slow-mo of this. So he starts with a little bit of circular, but then he gets pretty hard. And Asaduzman, he's not enjoying that at all. He recoils.
Tell you what, children at home, please switch off for a few moments, because that's an odd angle if you ask me.
I can see he's just going for the impact zone.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
oh, boy.
No, I don't know if that's going to make him better or worse.
Oh, I'd be feeling better after that, I think, Vinny.
He's had... well, he's probably said, while you're down there, maybe give the calf a go. Because that's...
Well, Asaduzman's achieved more in this innings than he could ever imagine. So he can leave the field if you ask me. That's the spirit of cricket.
That was a nasty one. He's had the back of his leg.
He wins the Spirit Award, that man.
Samad, he was very quick on the scene. Okay, we need Magic Spray Mary. Where is she when you need it? And now he's just going to have to adjust another piece of his equipment here.
Well, he's just got to calm himself down.
You've got to make sure that everything's where it needs to be.
Oh.
Nothing really going right for Friendship in this chase so far. I think that's fair to say.
I hope he can reset his mind. I'd be a bit distracted.
So, yeah, Steve M, thinking he might be a bit less stressed now.
Oh, boy.
Liam Day, saying hello to Helix. Good morning to you, Helix, as well.
He's 100% getting out the next ball. It's always the way it goes.
What if he takes it in the same spot? Here we go. Here's Hussain. Oh, almost would have, but he gets him bat on this. And so it will run away to the boundary. So it wasn't quite off the middle. It does sneak away. So that's Duzman with a perfect reply. He gets 4.
Yeah, and I think you'll put that in your log for after. Good reply from him. And obviously his confidence is sky high at the moment. And nice shot for 4. Hopefully that will get him going and get Friendship CC into this contest.
Everyone's fine. Here's Hussain. And he will pitch this one up. And, take your button off any time, Corey. This will just be one. And, so, any sound of him, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Rutgers, and enjoying himself. He's hurting himself. Well, maybe have to get someone in here and give Corey a rub as well. He's got sore ribs. So let's get back out to the action on the field. And it will be Fakrul Hussain. And this is going to be off the pad. Run away for one leg by. And almost another awkward fall. Just be one. Yeah, things not just happening at all for Friendship CC. Nice effort from Roshan Singh to cut that off. Yeah, nothing worse than getting Fuckrell just above the knee. But he's a pacey bowler. Last ball of the over coming up from him. Pretty good one. That's Yorker. That'll finish the over, and it is 15 for 2 off 2. Friendship CC, well, they need 15 and over. They've got 15 off the first 2. And that's an over behind where they need to be. They just need to try and pull something off here. It'll be a miracle. You see the program today. We do have toss news. Punjab CC will be batting first after winning the toss in quarterfinal number 2. And then we have quarterfinals 3 and 4 later in the day. Last over the power play coming up. Last chance to get something happening. Yeah. Let's see if Friendship CC can rise to the challenge. It's Mizur Rahman, the left-hander. And he's going to be facing up to Abdus Samad. Well, he's fresh off a bit of a warm-up. And now this one is going to be sliced away. And it's down to the fielder, and he will take the catch. So, now Samad, he is on fire at the moment. That's his 3rd wicket. Mizur Rahman, can't really blame him. He's going for it. Gets a fair bit of bat on this, but the catch is taken. And Friendship CC has fallen further into disarray now. It's 15 for 3. Samad, well, everything he touches is turning to a winner at the moment. And so he has 3 for 5. Really good figures. And so, question in the chat from Neil asking is, the umpire from yesterday, Mita, is she on today? No, she is back to work behind the scenes, so she's not rostered on at this stage.
She was good though, wasn't she?
She was brilliant.
Yep.
Just getting a taste for it.
Yeah, she did good. Three big decisions earlier in her umpiring career, and
got them all right.
Samad's on the chance for a sneaky Michelle Pfeiffer here, Vinny. He's got 3 and he's still got 5 balls remaining. Sensational spell. And to do this in the power play, even more impressive. This is it for me, though. This is the partnership, Jad Alam and Asaduzaman. These two almost both have to go and have a perfect day at the office for them to get close here.
Nice chance, Saloon. And Jad Alam struggling with a bit of an injury himself. So you got the 2 kind of walking wounded out there now in the doos, and Jad Alam. Oh, imagine if they pulled this off. Talking about impossible chases. I mean, they are just right against it. Both of these guys can whack the ball. That is for sure. I need to try and make something happen, and make something happen now.
Yeah, it's up to these two. One of them has to get in, and one of them has to go big, and he needs a good supporting role as well.
Pretty good first ball to the new batter. It's just kept out. If I know anything about the European Cricket Network, it's expect the unexpected. So let's see if Jad Alam can get something going. But Samad, he is on fire at the moment, 3 for 5.
Yeah, honestly, you don't get many opportunities to get 5 wickets in a match, let alone a T10 match. He needs to pick up another one here if he wants to pull that off.
Yeah, if he could pull off a 4th and 5th, he'd be happy. Could be a Bridie, a 4-fer, which is something we coined yesterday.
I'm still not sure on what we could potentially
I'm going with Bridie until I get something better. I like that. It's got a good vowel sound on the end. So it's worked away, and it's going to be through the gap in the end. And so Jad Alam gets off the mark with the boundary. Sorely needed. He just kind of angles this, doesn't he? Deflects the ball behind point. It was interesting the fielder, but in the end it does run away comfortably to the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. He just sort of leant on that cut shot and puts it into the gap. He gets himself started with a 4. And can these two just keep wrestling back some momentum and give them team a glimmer of hope? Take a long effort from here.
Down leg side. This is really nicely done. Helped away over the leg side. Maximal. Jad Alam. They just have to go at the rate, don't they? It's about 16 and over, which means you need 2, probably 3 boundaries and over. Well, that's a pretty good one to Jad Alam, his first Maximo of the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's a pretty special shot because that was miles down leg side. And usually when it's that wide, it's hard to catch up with because it's outside of your body line. But he caught up with it splendidly, and he's gone at 4-6. And there's Superman. Well, just in case you want to double check, you've got the superpowers working.
Mohamed Adnan, he has been Superman so far.
That was a pretty impressive stretch, Vinny. Well, if you don't try, you don't know. And he was trying his best there to see if he has anything hidden in his repertoire.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen a few interesting poses.
It's all happening.
Where's your Pilates going? Here's the last ball of the over, and it's going to be knocked over. So unfortunately for Jadalam, he's going to have to go as Samad does get the Bridie in the end. He goes straight through the gate. He drives in and he gets a 4th wicket. 4 for 15 for him off his spell. And at the end of the power play, Friendship CC, they are reeling 25 for 4.
Yeah, 4 wickets to him. Congratulations. And to do that all in the power play is really special from Abdus Samad. And he'll be really happy with his figures. And he's put his team basically in an almost impossible position to lose.
Would seem so. And the concern is, after having a week off, you're going to hit the ground running. But Gawker 11 haven't really put a foot wrong in this game so far, putting on a bunch of runs, and then with the ball, they've been right on target as well for the most part.
Friendship CC chose to bowl first in this game.
Yeah.
I have to wonder, like, runs on the board in finals, I always feel just added a little bit extra. And maybe they made a little tactical error there. 25 for 4.
Yeah, so, I mean, runs on the board, I would think there's a way to go in the quarterfinal if you're not sure. I was a bit surprised at the toss that they did send him in, but I suppose now they know how to go about their innings. The problem here is they know they need a bunch of runs. they need heaps. And they're already 17 behind where they'd want to be. As the captain, Imtiaz Rana, maybe he can do something about this. And here is the man you just called Superman. Well, he's been playing like Superman this series. Mohamed Adnan, batting 3 and bowling thunderbolts for Gawker 11. Here he is in over number 4. First one's a bit more of a warm-up delivery. Looks like the ball you bowl after having a week off. And we have a misfield that won't cost them any. Imran Khan does the backing up. Hussain says, thanks for covering me. So just a single.
Yeah, here comes the skipper now, Imtiaz Rana. He's a good leader of this side, and he's always got a big smile on his face. He gets out to the crease now. Can he get anything going for his team here? I mean, it's going to take a minor miracle, but you don't want to just give it up too early. You want to keep trying as much as you can and hope the luck fortune's the brave.
Rana with his first ball. He's just happy to play it away, but that's not going to help too much. Every time you don't get 2, well, actually, every time you don't get a boundary, basically, the rate's going to creep up. It's only going to come down on boundaries and wides or no balls. So just keep an eye on it. It's already out to pretty much 17 and over. If they don't get moving soon, you feel like it could be a real kind of drawn out end to this one. As Duzman has the right approach, but can't make contact with this one.
Yeah, it does have that sort of feel about it that unless they get something big, a gigantic over in the next over or 2, this is going to slip away too much. It's already at 17.3 required. So Duzman's still there. We know he can be explosive, but it's not easy on one leg.
Well, full toss, and it's not timed at all. Just below the waist, I think. And so, as Duzman gets one here. Oh, this is probably thigh high. Again, testing the umpire's patience. They've been pretty consistent with those in this game.
And Bucky doesn't like to call them either. He always likes to favour the bowler just a little bit, I think. Every umpire has their own style with it.
This one just dug out for 1. So single's not really helping too much at the moment. Gawker 11. They are just in cruise control mode. Friendship CC can't get anything going. They're stuck in second gear.
Yeah, what can you do here if you're a batting side? You know you need to hit the boundaries, but it's easier said than done. You're versing a team that's bowling pretty well at the moment.
No contact here. Slow ball from Adnan. Clever bowling. That's the end of 4. And the score is 29 for 4. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with you and enjoying the action as always. I'm here with Coy Ruckers, Spanish national team coach currently, and a bit of chat about the Tri-Series again at the end of April.
Yep.
It's coming up pretty quickly. It's about 3 weeks away now, I think, with Norway and Guernsey. Now, tell me what you know about, we talked about Spain a bit, tell me what you know about Norway and Guernsey, and I'm sure you've been doing a little bit of homework on them.
Yeah, we've actually got a little bit of homework about them, but because of Corona, it did make it a bit tricky because most teams haven't played too much. Norway played a series last year versus Germany and France, so we've got some footage on that. And
we covered that, actually.
we got to see the Griffins, who had 4 national players playing for them in the T10 ECL, sorry. So, yeah, we've got a few analytics, but it is a little bit of discovery as well on the tournament. They play the first game, so we'll be sitting there and taking some notes.
Oh, this could be out. That is out. Oh, well, I saw it that way. They may actually, this is so obvious, I think they may have a look at this, because he nicks this onto his body and it pops up for the keeper. Look at this. It's a big edge.
Yeah. He toes it, almost slows down into his belly, and then it's caught by the keeper.
Keeper's short. The keeper knows exactly what's happened. This will be super interesting if they give this.
Yeah.
It's a big deflection down off the bat.
Well, can the limited review system overturn
Well, they
this?
can do anything that they feel is clear and obvious. So if they see that one, you can't really tell.
Oh, I could tell. You actually see the pace of the ball slow down.
It depends. And look, even Tyrone is short. And that's what he would have seen, actually, from side on.
You can see the angle and trajectory of the ball completely change path.
So, yeah, I mean, anything that's clear and obvious. And, yep, it looks like he has got the decision. So, again, when it comes down to it, it is about getting it right. And that was, to me, clear and obvious. Even live, I just picked up that there was a slight change in trajectory. And so that's an unfortunate end. It looks like it might be the last we see of Imtiaz Rana. Well, cops it in the midriff as well. He is the 5th man to fall, and it's 29 for 5.
Yeah, it's just not working out for him. Good catch, good awareness from Rushan Singh. We've mentioned he's keeping quite a bit. Look here, he turns because he's worried about hit, but his eyes are still level.
Good catch.
Yeah, it's a very good catch.
Yeah, and
he knew. He just knew.
Yeah, here's the thing. There's thresholds, right? So pretty much anything can be reviewed, but you have to be certain with something like that. The truth is the replay often, and you see Tyrone Peters was quick to say, look, no, I'm sure that's out. You have to be super sure. So you couldn't do that on Little Nicks, right? Because Little Nicks, you're not going to be sure. But that one, to me, it did pass the test. So Tapa gets a wicket very first ball. And second ball, he fires it out for a wide.
Yeah.
So that's good use of the technology, I think.
It's a pretty handy tool to have, isn't it? Because that was clear and obvious. I'm happy that was overturned. Good decision by the officials involved.
Here's Tapa. Down leg side, this will be a wide. Yeah, I'm not even sure in the end what the on-field decision was, because I think Tyrone Peters, who kind of had a good idea what happened, may have actually kind of conferred with his partner there and said, look, I'm very, very sure. It's not often you can even do that from square leg, but that was just one of those times that because the bat was so far in front of the body and it was such a big deflection, I think that the square leg umpires helped out as well. But in the end, it's the right decision. That's what it's all about. You speak to any umpire, they just want the right decision. They're not really worried about how they come to it. It's a nice looking cut shot, and we'll find the fielder though that sums it up. And when they get one out of the middle of the bat, does get stopped. Corker 11 defending well at the moment. Hello to Maya, who's come back from the dentist. Well, hopefully you're not suffering too many ill effects of the dentist. You can feel everything you need to feel. As this one is cut away once again. Field well placed, just a single, somewhat out there. So yeah, good time to ask us if you've got any questions. And we were just talking about the Norway, Guernsey and Spain series, which will be broadcast on ECN at the end of the month. Of course, we did show that Germany, France and Norway series last year.
Yep.
This one is swung and missed at by Azaduzaman. And,
yeah, how many T20 series have ECN covered? A couple?
There's
3 or 4?
And even going back a couple of years ago, we had the Germany-Austria women's T20 series. We had Germany-France women's T20 series last year as well. This is up in the air. It could be trouble, but it's not reeled in. That was Sripo Mata. That was going back with the flight, but he just gets the fingertips on it. Wicket goes begging, but doesn't cost him too much, just a single.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed that he didn't get there in the end because he made good ground to his right. And, yeah, unfortunately, just couldn't rake it back in. And it's an opportunity missed.
And this time he chops on. So Tupper misses an opportunity, but he gets another chance for a wicket, and he takes it this time as Moten just tries to pull bottom edge onto the stumps. Once again, it is a breakthrough, and it does look like it's going to be Friendship CC that are heading out of the tournament at the 5 over mark. It's 35 for 6.
35 for 6 now, and it's going to be a sad end to say goodbye to Friendship CC. They've been good sports. They can't get these runs now, and there's no point trying to sugarcoat that. They're not going to get there, but they've been good this tournament. They've added some flavour from it. They started really well, but sort of just feel some injuries throughout the tournament, and little niggles just haven't helped their cause. Not
a great looking scorecard. Usman's seen it all from the other end. He's on 11 not out, but he's seen 6 partners come and go. Question, and I like this one from Mandrake, saying, Corey, what have you said to your Spanish national team about foot fielding?
Oh, nothing. The standard's different, so people don't lead
so
with
you
their
don't
foot.
need to tell
It's
them.
not a comment. I mean, look, there'll be one thing that will happen. You see it at national level where you might see like a Jasper Boomer running around fine leg and he chucks the foot out. But in a ring, proper fielders won't ever go with their feet first.
And often, maybe it will be when the ball's almost stopped.
No, and we work on
something if they're running around the boundary or something like that. It's not a ball that's travelling fast.
No, and we work on a lock and load split step movement. Most of our fielders are good quality, and we're big on our fielding and our practices. But the thing is, we haven't been able to get together that much. We had a lot of weather in Desert Springs, unfortunately. So it's a bit of an unknown as well. You're training these guys for little camps here and there, but it'd be nice to get more time with them.
Pretty good ball this from Mohamed Adnan. He's around the wicket now.
I guess Asad Usman's probably thinking, look, if I can hit 30 not out, 40 not out, that'd be nice, and finish his tournament off with
I mean, sometimes, you're just playing for pride. That does seem
that's
that way
what
at the
I
moment.
think so, because if he just goes and they get bowled out for 45, 50, that's not a great feeling. So maybe they think bat through and...
Yeah. I think I'll still attack. If he gets a ball he thinks he can go after. Mohamed Zakir Hussein's out there now, and he's off the mark immediately with a single.
That's good. Good commitment from the captain there, Thapper. That's 120% commitment.
Any other questions? Put them in the chat. I've got Corey here. There's always a wealth of information. And
look at this for energy from the captain setting the standard.
Look at that. He's already had one Superman. There's another Superman effort.
All I'd be saying is please don't get injured before the semi-final.
That's right.
Could be an opportunity maybe for Gawker 11 with the 4 remaining overs to, if they wanted to see someone with the ball that usually wouldn't, or maybe a spinner, I'm not too sure, but they might think about trialling a little few things to get other people into form.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of Imran Khan with the ball. I wonder if they might throw him an over. Going for this, but missing is Zakir Hussain. Oh, here we go.
Tell you what, that could be close. We're going up to the limited review system. This would be an unbelievable stumping. No way. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before. This would be a remarkable stumping if this is out.
Let's have a look. Let's establish what happens here. Plays his shot and goes back. That's an interesting one.
He's gone. I think that's out because if the keeper ran from the very start,
so firstly, is he out? And I think the answer is
yep.
Yep,
gone. Now, I need to know what the keeper was doing from the very start when it hit his gloves, because if he intentionally ran forward straight away, then for me that ball...
for me, it's context. He's running in straight away.
Margin.
Takes it, and then he shapes to throw, and then he's running in straight away. That could go either way.
Yeah. This is one of those ones, but when is the ball dead? That's the question.
The ball's dead when all players treat it as dead, including all the fielders and the batter, right? And does the keeper ever treat the ball as dead? I don't know.
Dead ball.
Yeah, okay. It's probably, given the context of the match, it's good, but also kind of lazy batting. Also, what's relevant to me there is the batter does actually kind of re-establish behind the crease. That to me is kind of relevant as well.
I think
it's different if you play your shot and you're always out. You know, he does re-establish it with the crease. And the keeper's a bit opportunistic. Can't trust these keepers. Trust me. It takes one to know one. It's the end of the over, and the score is 39 for 6.
We see it all in this format of cricket, don't we? I don't think I've seen something like that before.
I mean,
Gee, like if he had underarmed it, okay, but yeah, to run all the way after not short of, yeah, sort of 50-50 one for me.
Yeah, so it is a strange thing to have it at 6 down, but we're going to continue. And it's Maduka Tapa, who is going to bowl over number 7, gets this one past the outside edge. Yeah, I mean, it's something you just have to be conscious of, I suppose, as well as a batter, to make sure you stay behind the line until you're absolutely certain that the keeper's kind of finished with any trickery. Little edge this time, and it will go away to the boundary. So just pace on the ball and takes it past that man in the circle. Tapa goes for 4. Zakir Hussain gets 4. And so Friendship CC, and a few more of those if they're going to bring some respectability to the total.
Yeah, and a little bit of respectability by getting 4 runs there. Still trying their best, aren't they?
That decision we're talking about, the stumping, that is one which I think could have gone either way.
Yeah, that was.
So I can understand if they gave it out. I mean, according to the laws. You can also understand that I think it was a fair enough call that was given not out. And this one is cut away nicely. There's an uppercut. I think it's just inside. I think it's 4, but yeah, nice shot. It's Zakir Hussain. This one is a nice bit of timing.
Yeah, you got every piece of that, and that's going to be just for you. See the puff of dust before the rope.
Yeah, I think it is 4. Yeah, and I think for me, it is just inside. Geez, the camera works great from the guys at Swing Productions. Can't say enough good things about them.
They're enjoying themselves this morning, as always.
And the next one is just played out. Roshan thinks about throwing. He doesn't. And so, yeah, Friendship CC, you know, at least they have made it to the final stages this time. Last time they did finish 7th out of 7, but they didn't have a bad tournament at all. A couple of big upsets in there, but yeah, they do make the quarterfinals this time. But again, that's why I said finishing the top 2, you have a much friendlier draw in the quarterfinals. They run into Gorka, and Gorka look hungry. As this one is lifted up by Azaduzman, and this will be out of the ground. Maximal. That one brings up the 50 for Friendship CC. A nice strike, a little bit short. And the Doos, well, he's fought really hard for Friendship CC, and he gets 6 right here.
Yeah, nice batting, good shot, and yeah, he really needed that boundary there. And that's going to get the scoreboard ticking along in the right direction. With that series as well coming up, are you coming in all seriousness, or you don't know yet just yet?
It hasn't been decided yet. We'll have to work out.
I know it's difficult with the schedules.
Yeah. This is going to be out now. So Azaduzman is going to have to go. And, well, I think there's a bit of byplay between them. I think it's in good fun. Azaduzman has battled hard. He goes 6 and out in the end. Tapa gets the wicket. And he lets the Doos know. But still, it's been brave from Mohammad Azaduzman. A score now 54 for 7.
Oh, well.
Look at that.
I can see them smiling there, so benefit of the doubt. But I'll tell you what, you want to be careful, because if a match referee takes it the wrong way, you can get banned for a semi.
Yeah, well, that's a doozy of it. Well, I'm glad that he took it in good fun. I think it was intended in good fun. And if you're having fun, well, join us, because the second quarterfinal's on the way. Punjab CC, they were second in Group B, taking on Brothers 11 Portugal, third in Group A. You can see that Punjab CC with the 5 wins, Brothers 11 just the 3, but it will be Punjab CC that are winning the toss and batting first in that game. And they look a little bit sore and sorry. Punjab CC, got to say, some of their players with the schedule, of course, early in the season, a little bit less than athletic yesterday. Brothers 11 at Portugal, they've had a week off. Balwin Singh, cross-handed bandit, who will be turning out in that one. And the second quarterfinal on the way, starting in just under half an hour's time as we go to some spin. And so
Waleed Imran. Not seen too much of his left arm offies.
I think it's actually
Vishwakarma,
I think, who's coming on here. So haven't seen too much of him bowling.
It's a proper sling off spin.
Yeah, it is.
Really round arm
at the moment. But let's see if he can grab a little wicket here. He'd be happy with that.
Well, he had a good game with the bat, didn't he? So gets an opportunity with the ball here. I'm sure he'd be loving to try and pick up 1 or 2. Oh, that's a nice looking shot. It's high in the air, but he's gone There is the 1 or 2. I thought at the moment he hit it, he had got it over backward point, but unfortunately, not off bat on it. Holds up in that breeze, which is going left to right on your screens, and there's another wicket. There's deep square leg paying attention. And,
Yeah, it's good to know.
Yeah, big splice off the bat. I thought he had enough on it at first, but it just held up, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. You see, well judged again. They look a pretty professional outfit, don't they, in the field most of the time. Gawker 11. That was Mata that takes the catch. Friendship CC, at the moment, looks like they might be heading for the exits a bit early. It's 55 for 8.
I think more than looks like, Vinny. They just enjoy these last moments in the competition. They've been a nice addition again, haven't they? And I'm sure we'll see them in Portugal down the line for another ECS, and they'll have plenty to work on and reflect on. But they're a good bunch of men, and they've been highly enjoyable this tournament.
Yeah, for sure. A really friendly bunch, to be honest.
They are.
We love seeing them at the ECS. Shamim gets a bit of airtime here at number 10. Andrew's liking Gawker, though. He says he's fancying Gawker to win overall. They look hungry and an in-form unit. Yeah, they certainly haven't put a foot wrong. That first game, they made a couple of basic errors, particularly not bowling their overs in time. And then they knocked off Marlow. We know what a good side Marlow are. Well, defending champions.
If it does run the course, the quarterfinals, and say Swans do beat the Indian Royals, which they are heavily favourite to do, you have an unbelievable semi-final there.
Yeah.
Gawker versus Swans
First
is
up.
a tough one to tip.
Yep.
If Gawker gets Shields for 15 or less, they might have the better side overall.
Goes after this. Actually hits this pretty well. And he's going to get 6. Maximo. There's Marzi. All right. Type in SIX because that one is 6. And make sure you type it right. But that is a big hit. A nice looking shot over mid-off.
Yeah, you don't want to get your vowels wrong there, Vinny. But nice looking shot. 6 runs. Good batting.
Last ball for Vishwakarma this over. Another round armour. I think there's a pad first.
Oh, no, it's in that spot again.
Oh, no. It's going to be out. So it's going to be 9 down now.
The only thing I want to check here is the angle and if it's straightened enough, because look how round arm he is.
Super round arm.
Does it straighten down the line? Yeah, that's good enough for me.
Yeah, it's both pads. I thought maybe it was an inside edge, but it's one leg onto the other. Say both pads. I mean both legs. I don't think it hits a pad. But, yeah, for me, that's good enough. He's a long way back as well. I mean, TP hasn't got too many wrong this tournament. He's in good form himself. And so we're right down to the jack now, as it will be Imtiaz Hussain coming out at 11. 62 for 9 after 8 overs. And how about that? Vishwakarma gets a couple of wickets.
Yeah, I think they might be investing in an inner thigh guard at the end of this series. Vinny, a few of them have copped a clattering this game.
See, Mandrake's predicting a Gawker and a Werris Swans final, but they cannot meet in the final because the draw has them meeting in the semi-finals tomorrow. So it'll only be one of those sides, assuming that Werris get through their match later in the day. That's no foregone conclusion, of course.
Yeah.
So if they're your 2 top teams that you're predicting, then they're going to meet in the semi tomorrow morning. Now what do you do here? 12 to go. You can either play out time or you can go for glory. I'm going to say go for glory.
Oh, look, I think if it was myself, I'd just try and enjoy myself, maybe try playing a nice few shots for the highlights reel. But
yeah, and it's all about the highlight.
Yeah.
Could just be one away. Mata is the bowler here in the 9th.
Yeah, there you go. That's a effort. Oh, nice fielding. Gone.
Oh, wow. This just turns out to be a reverse ramp. And one hand, one bounce fielding and run out. And this is going to be all over. And so they're going to be bowled out for 62 here. Yeah, it wasn't a bad shot in the end. And in the end, I'll say there, Adnan not doing a great job of letting us have a look at the stumps. But it's a simple decision for the umpire.
This is a really good take. So watch this bounce. Bang. He goes one hand and good bounce through. And the keeper, Rushan, we know how alert he is.
Yeah.
He gets these off easily. He's gone by a mile. So a really slick bit of fielding there. And, well, Gawker 11, they've proved why they are championship contenders. Definitely in the top 3 in this tournament. They move to the semi-final where they'll either face the Indian Royals or the Swans or Werris.
Yeah, and yeah, you're right. That was really good fielding, wasn't it, to finish that one off. But Gawker they seemed like they were ready to play. They had their plans. They weren't too bothered with the early wicket of Imran Khan. They put a big score on the board. And really, they almost played the perfect game here.
Yeah.
Didn't miss too many, did they?
We think the same. That was almost a perfect T10 match. They got 4 or 5 batsmen in form, the bowlers are in form, and the fielders are in form.
Now, well, stack up your hats. It was time to go, and they were hunting Friendship CC. And the wickets tumbling early, and they just kept on tumbling during this innings. It was a little bit of a fumble, but they didn't let too many go. Well, then We saw Azaduzman have more troubles with that right leg. And don't worry, there was a hero. As Samad, he was able to get something out of Corey. And then Superman turned up. It's a funny few minutes actually at this point. But this one just got away from the keeper, but not many were getting away from Gorka 11 in this. They were pretty much on target. They tried a bunch of bowling options as well, and all of them were pretty useful. In fact, they used 6 in total. That was one that we, after some discussion, they said, well, hold on, that must be out. And conferring officials decided it was. I think it was a good decision. It was one of the rare ones that went down. Mutta getting a fingertip on that. Moten went down swinging. Tup, he came in, he kept the wickets coming. And in the end, Friendship CC, they were bundled out for just 62.
Yeah, they were bundled out for 62. This was a cheeky little bit of work from the keeper, Rushan Singh, but I think it was a dead ball called in the end. And
Bucks, tell you what, he spent plenty of time on that walkie-talkie during that innings. There's a lot going on. And, yeah, well, in the end, a couple of nice shots from Zakir down the order. He was trying his hardest to make something happen. But it was elementary, dear Watson. Vishwakarma came on. He got banged for one, but he also took a couple. As things were winding down, he knew the target was out of sight, and Gorka probably already one eye on the semi-final. That was another one that missed the pads, but the umpire not missing the decision, and this sums it up, really. It looked like he got away with the shot, but they didn't get away with the run in the end, as Imtiaz had to go for a diamond duck, and so they don't even see out the 9th over in the end in this one. They bowled out for 62. Looking ahead then to Punjab CC versus Brothers 11. In around 20 minutes time, we'll start the second match of the day. Quarterfinal number 2, match 42. Punjab CC winning the toss, electing to bat. Look, they are coming off a pretty tough schedule. They played 8 matches over the last few days. Brothers 11 had a bit of a break, but can they do what Gorka did and find their feet pretty quickly? We know that Aman Manas is a really good player for them. Nunglu listed at the top of the order. Amninda at 4, but the cross-handed batted at 3. Really strong top 4. They'll have to chase, so please join us for that.
Yeah, absolutely, and look forward to that. Bit of a difficult game to call. I think out of all our quarterfinals, that's probably the tightest one. So
yeah, could be.
Yeah, I think so. So let's see how it is. And yeah, sad to say goodbye to Friendship, but let's look at the scorecard here, and no one in that batting line. Asaduzman, let's give him a bit of credit. Yeah. After the injury.
He was gutsy. Super gutsy tournament from him with the bat and the ball. He did everything he could. He top scored with 19. Mohammad Zakir Hussain, nice little cameo for him. 18 off 11. And Chad Alam, he couldn't stick around long enough, could he? Only getting 10. So, yeah, they get bowled out, just 2 balls into the 9th over. And it's a pretty sorry-looking scorecard for Friendship CC. But for Gorka, they were pretty happy. 4 for 15 for Samad. Came up with the Bridie. And the 3 for Dapa. 2 for Vishwakarma. No one really getting the treatment. Sripa Mutta, he came on, only needed 2 balls. He finishes with none for none because the run-out finished this contest. So join us in just about 15 minutes. We will be back with more cricket. Quarterfinals Friday in full swing. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Corey Ruckers. And see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal as we get ready for the second quarterfinal of the day. Who will be the next qualifier for semi-finals tomorrow? We're about to find out. And it's Punjab CC. They finished second in Group B and they're taking on Brothers 11 Portugal in quarterfinal number 2. Let's head out to the middle where Sir Rob Kemming is with two captains for the coin toss.
Heads. Score. This is tails.
So it's Punjab CC that have won the toss and their captain Imran Khan has decided they want to bat first, and well, Punjab CC, they were 5-3 in the group stages. They did secure a second spot, but they are looking a little bit sore and sorry, I would say, based on their performances yesterday. But I think this is a sudden death game, so I think it's going to be the kind of motivation they might need to lift. And of course, they're going to have their hands full with Brothers 11 Portugal. And look, they only won 3 games in their group stage, but we know they have some dangerous players, and particularly I'm looking forward to seeing the cross-handed bandit once again, Balvinder Singh. He will be leading the brothers in this game. So again, 2 teams are arriving here in quarterfinals too, but only one will survive. Let's go over to the commentary box where Corey Ruckers is waiting. And the news from the toss here in match 42, quarterfinal number 2, is that Punjab CC have won the toss and they're going to bat first.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, and welcome everyone around the world to this second T10 match here today. And it's finals time, so we're losing teams. They're all eliminators, and let's have a closer look at this one. Punjab CC versus Brothers 11. Some people in the chat earlier saying they think this is the closer of the quarterfinals, as you say, and elimination final, and I think it is as well. It's tough to call. Punjab CC have a 5-3 record, and Brothers 11 only 3-5, but there's plenty of talent on both teams. Balwinder Singh, the cross-handed bandit, and Aman Amas in that top 3 key players. And for Punjab CC, they're going to be quite heavily reliant on Sarwar once again. And we're looking forward to this one. We're almost ready to go. We are ready to go. Ball 1. Nope, he runs in. Dead ball. We'll start that again. And Manpreet Singh, looks like he's got the ball in hand. So Brothers 11 bowling in this one. Punjab CC, we know they can be very destructive with the bat. They can also implode quite a lot as well. Kazi and Rayo out there. Here we go. Ball 1 of this quarterfinal. Oh, it's not a bad ball. Decent shout as well. It jagged in. And there's a couple of things with it that could have been wrong. Maybe a little inside edge, maybe height, maybe outside the line. Let's have a closer look. Yeah, I think he got a little inside edge onto that. And what a great start that is, though. Brothers 11, that's almost the perfect delivery. Oh, that's interesting. He's getting that sort of like side thing. You look at Kazi there, grab his hamstring. I know that the Punjab team have been a little bit of the walking wounded, and a couple of injuries and a couple of niggles. There's a bit of a war of attrition in this game and this format and tournament play. Well bowled again. Really nice spot. Dot ball. So 3 dot balls to start. Brothers 11, they might have started slightly underdogs, but I think they'll be fancying their chances if they can keep them down to a respectful total. High in the air. Will it be the first opportunity in this match? It is, and he snaffles it. That's a really good catch. We've seen a lot of poor fielding this week and in the outfield, but not that time. Mandeep Singh made really good ground to his right. He takes the catch. It's an early wicket. What a fantastic start this is for Brothers 11. They get the first wicket. Kazi has to go. And yeah, well, I mentioned we've seen a lot of errors in the field. I didn't expect him to get there and catch that, but he was so cool, calm and collected. He takes the catch, and the score now 1-0. Brilliant start if you're a Brothers 11 supporter. And here comes the man that I think is the most important for this Punjab CC team overall, with bat and with the ball. Rana Sarwar. He's a very good player. Got a good technique on him, and he can hit the long ball. So plenty of pressure moments to start this game. Well bowled once again, pushed into the offside. They'll come through for a quick single. And that'll be the first run of the bat in this quarterfinal. So off the mark immediately. So Rayo on strike now, Imran Rayo. He's the captain of this side. He's a very good batsman in his own right. Might be feeling a little bit of pressure after seeing that first wicket go down. Singh delivering a really good first over here. And I'm going to work them back nice and quickly. Vinny Sandhu, what a great start for Brothers 11.
Yeah, it certainly is. Early wicket's important. Here's Manpreet. He's been a reliable performer. And this is a nice looking shot though. Sets the task with the field. He's not going to get that. It's just pure timing from Imran Khan. I've been waiting for him to click. And he's up here at number 3, batting a slot higher than we saw him most of the week. I wouldn't say he's in tip-top shape with the slight soreness that he's been experiencing, but still, that one raced to the boundary. Nice shot.
Beautiful batting. Beautiful batting. Vinny just gets it in the right spot. And the score, 5 for 1 after 1. Yeah, so obviously he's promoted himself right at the top of the order. He came out to open. Sawa just came and joined him. So they're tinkering a bit.
Yeah, they are, but I don't mind that. And yeah, they do have that kind of a batting lineup. We saw what happens when it works for them. They all have that attacking approach. And we've also seen them implode. And, well, here's Amninder. He's gone for the Karate Kid headband here in the quarterfinals.
Well, they're the colours of the other... who is his enemy in Karate Kid?
Cobra Kai.
He looks like more Cobra Kai.
Well, let's have a look what he delivers. A little bit short, whacked away. But, well, he's fielded this somehow. Sawa hits this real hard. They say, get your body behind it, Corey. And, he does.
That is a falcon and a half.
Is it? Or was it hand?
Oh, we'd have
It went so fast I couldn't actually tell.
Yeah, surely that hasn't hit him in the head, otherwise he'd be in strife.
Slip in position, this time a little bit short again. Sawa gets this behind square. Well, a couple of good stops so far, whether it's by luck or design, but yeah, important that the fielding is good, and at the moment, Brothers are stopping everything.
Well, the stops have been good and the catch has been good, so they've saved a few runs immediately, but yeah, what a good start by the fielding unit out there.
So, can they get a second wicket? This is a big pairing for Punjab CC. Once again, a little bit short. Well, this one, I don't think this is getting stopped. I'm wrong, because I thought that was a little bit more behind square, but once again, that's Mohammad Jan that time. Just thought off the bat that could go the journey. Didn't quite have the height to get over the line. Mohammad Jan does well, anticipates that. I think that's what makes the stop.
It's 3 bits of good fielding, Vinny, in this over.
Here's Amninder. This will be down the ground, and well, this time no one's anywhere near this. It's just a good shot. And, I told you, Punjab CC, they were looking a bit sore and sorry yesterday, but in this crunch match, you got to bring your A game. Rana Sawa, he whacks that down the ground for 4. And yeah, Amninder had that kind of look like, well, what am I meant to do about that? It wasn't the worst delivery, just a really good shot.
Yeah, really good shot and good batting overall. He gets that one away for 4.
People seem to think that one earlier wasn't a true falcon. It just hit the hands in front of the...
Okay. Yeah, it was really quick. I couldn't tell, but because he didn't go down hurt.
We were sure it was head height. So that's what bothered us.
This was the one.
There you go.
Oh,
is there anything they can't do, Spring Productions? You got that one spot on. Yeah, it would have been lights out, I think, otherwise. Amninder with the ball. This one on a good length, so it's played away. Yeah, these are the two, I think, really good barometers of how Punjab CC's innings are going to go. As we see, Kaiser Ilyas into the side for them. But, I mean, they bat low. They've got someone like Muzamil Abbas typically coming in around number 7. He can really give it a smash. This time, he dances towards it, and this will be 4 more. So Sawa gets another boundary. So Amninder's over goes for 10 in the end. There's 2 overs down. It's 15 for 1. Nice shot through the offside.
Yeah, nice shot. Good batting. And he gets that through the offside beautifully. And yeah, it's impressive stuff.
So you can see so far we have 1 quarterfinal in the bank, and we saw Gawker 11 winning the first one. And here we are in quarterfinal number 2. Of course, one of these 2 teams will make it through to finals day tomorrow. They'll play the winner of Marlow and Wild Panthers. That's in the second semi-final tomorrow. So plenty of action here on quarterfinals Friday as we continue. And it looks to me like Manpreet's going to be brought back for his second over immediately. Yeah, something about these 2, when they get going, they just look so destructive. Look a class above. Certainly wickets you want to get early. Manpreet's been the go-to, especially in the power play. Let's see if he can remove these dangerous hitters. Now, it's going to be up and away, and this is over the infield, over the outfield. Maximo Rao steps across and lifts this one over leg side for 6.
Yeah, what a good cricket shot that is. Full straight, and he just whipped it beautifully over mid-on. And, yeah, you got to put them away, and that's exactly what he did. And you called it, Vinny. These two, you feel these two are the barometer for the side. They will want one of these two still there by the 7th or 8th over, that is for sure.
If they are, and they'll be in good shape. Once more, this time goes offside and won't quite make it for 6, but he will get 4. It's good power play batting. We are in the 3rd. That's Rao, who is going all guns blazing.
Yeah, what a shot. Good batting, and lofted that one over the offside for 4. So 6 and 4 to start this over. Dangerous, dangerous player. Almost striking at 400 now.
It's so hard to bowl to them because I just don't see where you can put it. Maybe block hole delivery. Seems like any length, they've got it covered. They're quick to go back and to pull, and they're very good on the drive as well. Maybe that's a good length there. Just able to wangle it away on the offside. The Karate Kid doing the fielding.
No, let's call him the other one.
Cobra Kai.
Yeah, Cobra Kai. Because it's the Cobra Kai colours were black.
He's pulled it out for the quarterfinals as well, I'm interesting. All right, so now we get a chance to bowl at Sawa, who tries to pull, but he doesn't quite get this. Should be caught. It's dropped. And that's disappointing, as Mundy couldn't get around. Well, he did get around. He just couldn't get the hands in a good position. A chance goes begging. Sawa dropped on 10.
That's a huge moment. Let's remember this. Might have to jot that one down. He makes a meal of it. That is a huge moment in this game. We know how dangerous Sawa is. And in a quarterfinal, he knows it as well. And he'll be very disappointed.
The next one shoots through. So, I mean, Manpreet's been pretty good here. It's a good comeback as well after getting the treatment first ball of the over. But, you know, like I said, very little margin of error against these two hitters. They got all the shots and then some. And now this one a little bit short, and it's a standing pull. It's just good bat speed, good hands from Rao. He looks in the mood, doesn't he? He moves to 20 in quick time. And with that, 22 off 7. The captain is throwing down the challenge. That's the end of the power play, and it's 33 for 1.
He's got those wrists, doesn't he, that when he makes contact with the ball, they just snap perfectly at the right time. So he gets a lot of distance on his hits. And, well, he's there. I dare say Punjab CC will be feeling pretty confident as a team.
5, 10 and 18, the power play overs. They did have that 1 wicket in the first over, but looking dangerous. And that over from Manpreet Singh was bookended with 6s off the bat of Imran Rao. So we'll head into over number 4. This might be an opportunity just to change the pace, perhaps. Brothers live in Portugal. And the thing is, I don't think they have any genuine spinner, but they do have some kind of different pace options. One of them is here, Mohammad Shan, who had a pretty good series so far in Group A, of course. Brothers live in Portugal, I should say. End up 3 and 5, so didn't quite get the results they wanted, but had some good performers. Shan's got that kind of slingy look. So they've got mostly what you call medium pace or slow medium pace, but a slightly different look is what you'll get off Mohammad Shan.
Not the quickest of men running for the ball, but efficient enough with the ball. That slingy sort of action can be difficult to line up. This is the matchup right now. Rayo's 22 off 7. He's got that big bat in hand, and he's thinking one thing.
Yeah, agree. Still slip in place. Good block hole delivery from Shan. He's a pretty good death bowler, so I think that's probably a good place to bowl at the moment as a default. And one thing I should have mentioned as well is that these are 2 new teams to the European Cricket Series. So we will have at least 1 new side that will be in the semi-finals tomorrow, because both these teams are on debut and they've excelled in the T10 format. And speaking of excelling, this one is high, but doesn't have the journey. It will. Maximo 6 to run Sawa. Remember, they put him down on 10. This one made a beautiful sound when it hit the bat of Sawa, and he takes 6 off Mohammad Shan.
Yeah, long levers, and he gets enough elevation on that, and yeah, you can see the fielder there. Thought for a split second he might have a chance, but sailed right over him. They dropped him on 10. He's now on 18.
This is not a good delivery, but he gets away with it. It's a slower ball. He gets out of jail a bit there. It'll be a leg by. Got to say hello to Andy, who's in the chat. Part of our Blue crew. Looking forward to seeing you again soon. And he's, of course, watching from Spain. So hello to you. He's having a 2-hour delay at the airport. So ECS it is, he says. Yeah, you can definitely get in a game here. Quarterfinal number 2, currently in progress.
Hello, Andy. Hope you enjoy.
Well, this could be trouble. This is higher than it is long, and it will be taken. So this is a big wicket at this time of the game, and it's Gagandeep Singh that will take the catch. Imran Khan, he was looking very, very dangerous, but in the end, he's not able to go on with it as he only faces 9 balls in quarterfinal 2. He makes 23 though. He was in a rush, but he's going to have to go. And that's the second wicket down. 42 for 2.
Yeah, Gagandeep Singh we mentioned earlier in Group A. Now, he was one of the better fielders for Brother 11, so you can see him having a deep mid-off. He's one of the hot spot fielders, we like to call it. And, yeah, really smart catch from him and a big wicket. But this brings man to the crease. You were telling me yesterday, really impressed you overall.
Yeah, overall, with the ball, the bat, and in the field. Had a great side-on run-out where he hit the stumps, just only had one to aim at. And whereas some of the Punjab CC fielders looked a bit lethargic yesterday, he didn't. He was bristling with energy. He's coming out here at number 4. And it also creates a left-hand, right-hand combination. So we know that can sometimes cause some issues. Mashan's going to go around the wicket to him. You've got to be careful not to lose it down the leg side. This one's angled in nicely. And it will just be a single to finish the 4th over. The score is 43 for 2. So Parveen will retain the strike. Let's have a look at where we're going around Europe, and we'll be back in your neck of the woods. You'll be home next week, Corey, because we're in Capella for a 1-week series. And Rico will be rejoining me for Bulgaria and Romania, both 1-week series as well. We go to Sweden. We have two-week series there. First in the south in Malmo, and then in the nation's capital, Stockholm, where we will see Albi Zalmi, who made it all the way to the championship week. And we know that they won the hearts of a lot of the cricket fans on the European Cricket Network. But there's plenty of good cricket in Sweden. And don't forget, Sweden, their national team is coached by John T. Rhodes, former South African superstar. And so it'd be great. Maybe we can get the Jonty, going to call him that, into the chat. And I know he's very, very busy developing cricket in Sweden, which is great for them. Obviously brings a bit of profile to Swedish cricket as well. So looking forward to that. And here's Aman Manas, who we're likely to see opening the batting later on. Right now, he's going to bowl the 5th over.
Yeah, Aman Manas getting ready to come in now. This game evenly poised after that last wicket.
Yeah, it's pretty good bowling from Manas first up to Parveen, who just pushes out and gets 1. So yeah, Ranasawa had a bit of a life, didn't he? And you mentioned, if one of Imran Rao or Sawa is still there around the 7th over, so they've lost Rao. So maybe that just kind of ramps up the responsibility on Rana. He just looks like a huge unit at the crease, doesn't he? Oh, he looks so powerful.
He's a gigantic man, Vinny. When he hits it, it stays hit.
A little bit short, and this is what he does so well, because he just turns on this and gets 4, and there's no real extravagant swing of the bat there. It's just well executed. The footwork's good. He gets across, he gets back, gives himself time to play this shot. You see, and then just times it. You see the fielder had no hope, 4 runs.
Yeah, there's always a gap there, sort of on the left of 45 and on the right of deep square. The ball goes there quite a lot. It's always tracking in that direction. And let's not forget, dropped on 10, now on 22.
You see, when he's in form, if they move that fielder back behind square, he's probably good enough to hit that in front of square. I think he's just got a good awareness of where the fielder is and how to time his swing to get it where he wants it. Good placement. Now it does go in front, and this is kind of flat batted down to long on. Eventually it's fielded down there by Mandip. He was the man that missed the opportunity to get rid of Sawa back when he was on 10. Already, you see Sawa's moved up to 23. Let's see if Parveen can get going. He's been batted at number 4 here. He's got a bit of a license as well, I think, because they do have a long batting lineup. And he takes it, and he ends up running down and wafting at this one. They did try Muzamil Abbas at the top of the order yesterday, but didn't really work out for them. He's normally the number 7. I thought maybe somewhere in the middle might be right for him, but probably not the time to experiment now. You're in a sudden death fixture. So just worked away. Parveen happy to take 1 here.
That brings the 50 up, Vinny.
Yeah, 50 at the halfway point. We talked about the run rates and the fact that about 110 is par, I think, under these conditions. And so, yeah, at the moment going tick over 10s, but
plenty of wickets in hand.
That's the thing. I think they've got a good base. They can really be hyper-aggressive. And that's exactly what Sawa does here. And this one's gone a long way.
Whoa.
Well, that one That one might endanger some livestock in the farm next door because that one is out of here. Big hit, Maximo Rana cashing in on a life. And that's the halfway point. It's 56 for 2.
Yeah, what a shot that is, Vinny. He got that right out the middle of the bat, and that went into the farm across the road. Brilliant batting, nice shot.
Yeah, that was absolutely bang. So Manas wasn't about over up till then. Only 7 off the first 5. And the last one goes for half a dozen. And so at the halfway point, it's 56 for 2.
Yep, 56 for 2. Sawa still there, 19 off 13 now. And he's all power with a little bit of finesse as well. He's a very talented player. And while he's there, Punjab CC will be feeling pretty comfortable about themselves. 8 wickets in hand now. They're on 56 with 5 overs to go. I think they'll be hoping for at least 70 off these 5 overs if they can. Maybe get up to 125.
I think they're pretty capable of doing that as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why I think now is the time to be brave. It's one thing if you're in wicket trouble early or, you have to maybe then play a bit more conservatively, but I think they're in a great position here to really try and bat brothers out of the game and ramp up the pressure on the men in blue. As we go to over number 6, and here's Onkar Singh, another slow medium option.
Shot hard down the ground. Should only be 1, and is only 1. But yeah, Sawa, I mean, you don't want to harp on it too much, but catches win matches. The old saying, and if he goes on here.
At Onkar Singh's pace, he doesn't have really too much margin at all here. I think if he gets short...
Yeah, he can't get short. Can't get too full.
Can't get too full. Maybe Yorker, but then if you get a full toss, probably go as well. Good luck. And he does the perfect delivery as Rana has to go this time. Well, Onkar, we said didn't have too much margin for error. He decides to get straight. This one maybe just comes in a little bit to Ranasawa, who didn't want to have a look at Onkar. He wanted him, but he doesn't make any contact. Big moment in the match as Ranasawa is going to have to go for 29 of 14, and it's 57 for 3.
Well, if we have another close look at that, Vinny, that actually cuts in a little bit, and it stays a tad low. So good bowling, but he gets this ball. His fingers roll on the ball. Watch this, and goes. It just goes enough to cause the error. And well done to him, because it's brave bowling. And we said he didn't have too much margin for error, and he didn't.
I was kind of thankful I wasn't in his shoes trying to bowl at Ranasawa, but that shows you the kind of competitor he is. And I have liked Onkar Singh with the ball during this series. I think you know what you're going to get from him. He's not the quickest, but he is accurate. And he showed right there that he had what it took to get rid of the dangerous Sawa. Remember, Mohammed comes to the crease, and this one is driven just past the bowler for 1. Yeah, really good delivery. And the thing about movement, we've seen some big banana bending, swinging balls and everything, but in the end, you only have to move it, remember, kind of half a bat width.
Yep.
And that's kind of how much that one came back. I think it's more off the pitch than anything, but it beat the bat of Sawa on the inside. And so, yeah, both Rao and Sawa now back in the pavilion, but headache's not over for brothers just yet. This is hit well by Parveen. And this one will be a boundary. So it just shows you the threats. They're still there. And this is a really nicely executed extra cover drive from Parveen. So you're not hitting across it, just hitting the correct shot. Good shot selection and good execution. 4 more runs to Punjab CC.
Yeah, Parveen's a more traditional player, and he'll look to play cricket shots. And that's a gorgeous shot through the offside for 4. So good batting from him.
I think he brings some nice variety in their batting order as well.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
being a left-hander, also his approach, I think he's not afraid to kind of play more traditional shots, but still hits the ball pretty hard. And he goes straight this time. And once again, this one's going to be adios pelota. Well, that's a big hit from Parveen, who puts the front Duke down the wicket and says, have some of this.
Well, look at his non-striker, Umar. You know you've hit it well when your non-striker just starts walking down, doesn't turn his head.
Doesn't even turn to look. You're exactly right. That one was big, wasn't it? That was 6 on any ground.
Yeah, you could hear the noise off the bat from outside the tents. And gorgeous batting.
Honkar's shaking his head, and you can understand why. He's done a good job, but he's going the journey at the moment. As this one will just cost him 1. A bit of everything in that over. Ends up costing Onkar 13. Does pick up the wicket of Ranasawa, though. It's Parveen that will retain the strike. At the end of 6, it's 69 for 3.
Yeah, this Punjab team, what they do have, Vinny, is players that suit this sort of T10 format. They're a bit gun-ho, sort of like a Drew or sort of like a Belgium. They're just power hitters, and so even if they're losing wickets at wrong times, that won't stop them. They're going to come out and try to whack it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You see, it wasn't a disastrous over in the end. Your brothers are very capable, I think, as well, of chasing something down. in the 130s or even 140s, just because Punjab CC in the field, they weren't particularly good yesterday. They looked a bit tired. I know that someone like Parveen brings a lot of energy to them, but a bit like Friendship CC, I think they're a bit banged up after playing the schedule in Group B and playing 8 games over the last few days. Let's see, though, how many they have to chase, as Parveen will face up in over number 7. And it will be Diraj Minas who will be the bowler. It's short, doesn't get this. It's top edge, but he's going to get away with it. So a bit of a sheepish reaction from Parveen. Only hit one down the other end of the ground for a 6. This one, nowhere near the middle of the bat, but still rolling towards Punjab CC as they get 4.
I've not seen that before. It's like he wanted to apologise for not hitting it in the right area that it went, but...
It's a bit like in tennis when you get like a let cord and,
Yeah,
and it just drops in and you're like, I like that in cricket. Do you think we should bring that in? I quite like
So
that.
if there's an edge, sorry guys.
Yeah, edge of 4 and I reckon, all about sportsmanship. I'm surprised we actually don't do that in cricket.
He's looking at that square leg region, just saw him glance over his shoulder there.
And he's knocked over. So how about that? No apologies required from Diraj Minas, who gets this full, he gets it straight. And maybe you're right, because Parveen does kind of hit across this. Maybe he was targeting his own on the leg side, but Punjab CC, they have a take no prisoners approach. And at the moment, Brothers, a couple of good deliveries, removing the middle order. So nice cameo from Parveen, but he's got to go 19 off 10. He will contribute in quarterfinal 2, and it's 73 for 4.
He 100% premeditated square leg region. Watch the bat face close because he looked over his shoulder 2 times before the bowler came in, and his bat was completely closed. And this is why it's important not to premeditate in your mind too much and play it on merit still.
Yeah. Especially with these boundaries, you can hit 6s anywhere, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to think you have to hit everything to that leg side. We saw that. Now, this should be interesting because Muslim Al-Abbas, for me, I think he is the most all-out attacking batter they've got. He's coming in a slot higher than we saw him normally in the group matches. And yeah, Aslan Ahmed batting down the order here.
See the keeper just giving him the shimmy. Oh, there goes someone running across the screen.
Yep. Well, see, Aslan Ahmed, he normally has been opening for them, and he hasn't batted yet. So they've kind of dropped him down into the bottom 5 and put everyone else up a slot. There you go. From Muzzy, who is going to get this one. And pretty good handling of the Tortuga bounce by Mohammad Shah. He's fielded well so far in this innings.
Yeah,
Be a single.
Yeah, he has. As you can see, right just before it gets to him here, this bobble up, bang.
Bang.
And well watched.
Got to stay flexible. I think it's a slightly different technique for fielding on an outfield with a few bobbles. I think you don't want to overcommit to where you think the ball's going to go because there's a bounce that could kind of change what happens. As this one is lifted up and it will fall safely. Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of a technique that, how do I describe it? Staying flexible, staying in a position where you could go up or down. Depending on the last bounce. For me, it's all about reading the last bounce. So I even don't think the long barrier going down early with it is that useful because it could bounce sideways or up and it could be caught by surprise. This is off the inside half of the bat. It's going to be another bit of work. And Sean, well, I just was talking about it, that he's been fielding well. I talk about putting the kibosh on someone. This is one he really should stop. It's nowhere near the middle of the bat. Sean does well to get there, but just can't hold on. Maybe a slight Tortuga takes it away from him, but still, that's one that he will have hoped to have stopped. And it cost him 4 here.
Yeah, that was right on cue, wasn't it? You give someone credit and then unfortunately makes a small error, but cost his team 4. These two showing plenty of intent still.
Again, he goes down just before that last bounce, which took a bit of an unexpected turn. Last ball, the 7th over, where he goes leg side again. This time it should be caught, and it is. And that's Cobra Kai style from Amninder Singh. He gives it the double teapot. I'm sure he was just getting a little bit of assistance from off the field. But Amninder will take the catch. It ends the 7th over. And so, no good for Muslim Al-Abbas in quarterfinal 3. He departs for just 5, and now it's 79 for 5.
Yeah, there's plenty of Cobra Kai about him, and he's pretty happy with his work there, isn't even he? Big smile on his face, turning to his friends in the dugout. Good catch.
Yeah, very zen at the moment. Let's have a look at where we're on quarterfinals day so far. Gorka, they're the first team through to semi-finals tomorrow. Punjab CC and Brothers 11 Portugal going head-to-head. And then, yeah, it should be a really interesting match. I'm already seeing some of the Wild Panthers popping their head in. They'll be in quarterfinal 3. They got a tough one against Marlow, but you said there might be one upset somewhere along the line. And this match right now, Punjab CC Brothers, is, to me, it's pretty even, I think, depending on how you view it. And then Warash, last game of the day against Indian Royals. Good keeper coming up the stumps here. Nanglu's a pretty good keeper as well. Here's Amninda, who's back after bowling the second. He's bowling the eighth, and first one is going to disappear over square leg. That's out of here. Maximo Umar Mohammed, his turn. And he gets 6. Just drop kicks this away. Slight little shuffle across to make it a bit easier. Opens up that leg side and he cashes in.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. And we're just saying this about Punjab CC. It doesn't matter when they lose wickets. They just keep attacking. They're a proper T10 unit. I don't know what they put in the water in Punjab CC, but they got some big units in there.
They sure are. Yes, Kaiser Ilias is at the other end watching. This time, he's just happy to play it out to point. That won't cost him a run, even though there's a slight misfield in the circle. So now we'll get to have our first look at Kaiser Ilias.
Look at Malik in the background there. You see that, Vinny? Looks like he's about to go get on the Harley Davidson and go for a ride. Do you see the black gloves? Look at him there.
Yeah, he does look all right, doesn't he? He's a pretty cool customer as well. Geez, we've got some cool umpires here.
They've been sensational the last 2 weeks, Vin.
Yeah. So first look at Ilias for the series. First thing he sees is a wide, and that's pretty alert running from Umar Mohammed. Well, they might get more, but I think that's...
They should
do. Now they will. I wasn't sure if they were trying to manipulate the strike. Well, hold on. Look how many people are backing this up. There's about 6. Eventually, they get the program. So how many? That'll be 3 wides. And, yeah, this is the tough one. Up to the stumps. He does get across, but probably stands up a bit early there. Nanglu. And then...
That's a wild throw.
Nobody home. And then this. Looked like they weren't going to take it. Gangadeep is a pretty good fielder. He couldn't locate it. Well, he might have to locate this. This is in the air, but it's going to stay in the infield, and it's going to be caught. Well, that's un, dos, tres. It goes hand to nose to hand, and Diraj Minas will take it. He's all smiles. Well, he's lucky to still have his teeth after that, but he does take the catch, so Ilias is going to have to go. He ends up going first legal delivery for a duck. Punjab CC loses 6th wicket. It's 89 for 6.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter how you catch it. He just gave it a bit of a sniff on the way up. And, yeah, you see the big smile on his face, more relief than anything. And Brothers 11, to their credit, they keep taking wickets, and they're doing their best to stop this Punjab CC, this dangerous batting lineup. And, yeah, good spot by Mandrake in the chat. Big improvement in the fielding today overall. It's improved quite a lot, and you expect that. Knockout cricket, finals cricket, everyone should be switched on and a little bit more alert.
Next one, slightly mistimed, and Amninda's going to be after it. Will be a single. This is still on 120 pace, but yeah, those wickets are of a concern now, aren't they? And they lose 2 more wickets now. It's really hard to keep going all guns blazing into the last couple of overs.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're going to miss slightly slow ball. Might have been a leg cutter there from Amninda Singh.
Yeah, that's a good ball. I was just having to think about it. Yeah, you see he just shows us there. And he's rolling that out the back of his hand, sort of like the Jimmy Faulkner slow ball. It's a good one if you've got it in the repertoire.
It sure is. Not easy to get that one accurate as well. That's the nature of the delivery. There it is again. Yeah, it just doesn't give the batter any pace to work with. And they're queuing up for this one. This will be the end of the over. So Umar Mohammed, well, he's going to come back for 2. Wow, this could be out, you know.
It's a great throw, Vinny, if it is.
Oh, and he's looks like he's clutching the back of his leg. Well, I thought they'd be happy with 1. He decided to take it on because I thought he wanted to strike. But then when it turned around, he's going to be gone here. Yep, really good keeping as well by Nanglu. So at this stage, it wasn't really a good option. What about the throw, though? It goes the long way, all the way to the keeper. And so Umar Mohammed, he's going to have to go. He's going to go for 10 off 6.
There's the big limited review system sign as well, Vinny. But look at him laboured running. He just thought, oh, that's 4. Oops, I might go for 2.
Slight fumble, and he was called through. And yeah, I mean, and got to love the umpires. And he was very quick to give it. As a good L, a good follow through from the umpire as well. Having a very good series. Ready to get on his Harley. But unfortunately, it's Umar Mohammed that's got to get on his bike. And now it's 91 for 7.
That was a bit of Candy Crush there. He was pretty exuberant with that, the old Malik, the Harley Davidson. And big wicket. Umar goes. And credit to Brothers 11. They're keeping their heads in this game. 91 for 7 now with 12 balls left. And it's not easy for the lower order to hit the boundaries, obviously, as much as the top order. So maybe a slight opportunity for Brothers 11 to get a really good over in here and not chase too many. Oh, edged away, looking for the spin. Well fielded, well caught.
Yeah, I mean, they keep going again, and yeah, I mean, just seeing where this one flew away to, but the 9th starts how the 8th ends, and so it's just all going wrong for Punjab CC at the moment. With that one now, it's 91 for 8.
Yeah, they're holding their chances as well, Vin, so they're showing that they've got more than capability to be out here, and well, credit to them. And we said if they get one really good, they could potentially bowl them out here, and instead of chasing that 120 to 125, if they can keep them down to maybe even 100, they would be licking their lips.
So 9th over now, and all happens in the 9th as we say, and yeah, CC, they'll be hoping they can get their tail to wag here, get them above the 100 mark, because they're running out of batters, they're running out of deliveries as well, just 11 left. Hello to everyone in the chat, just popping myself back in. And I know that there's always good discussions going on in there.
No, it's all.
Minas got 3 for 10 here. Was that you refusing a coffee?
Yeah, sorry, my
Doesn't sound like
apologies.
you at all. All right, here's Diraj. He's got 3. He could be heading for a Bridie. There's still 4 balls to go. To be honest, sometimes I can tell when something's got a ring to it. Bridie works.
Well,
Just telling you,
I'll
it
let you
works.
run it for now.
Yeah, let me run it for now. Because in Forfa in Scotland.
What a comeback
that's their
from Brothers
delicacy.
11 though.
Oh, they've been amazing here. And we've seen Punjab CC. This can happen. This is outside the off stump, called to wide. So yeah, just hoping their tail can wag. Can they get something going here? Bill Nasir is out there at number 10. Little edge. How about that for some placement? And has a crack. Oh, this is really close as well, you know.
Well, that's good because the keeper, Nanglu's got ridiculously fast hands.
Super good at getting on the stumps. My instinct is he's just home, but I'm not sure. Something's telling me there's something to this. Look. Oh,
Gone.
Just out. Look at that. The stumps are gone. Next frame there. He's just out. You can still see the line. So this is going to be out. Amazing. I just had an instinct that, even though it looked in live, that it might have just been out. And Nanglu, well, quickest hands in the West. And he's going to run out Syed Ali Naki here. And that's going to be 9 down. So, oh, wow. That's a really, really good bit of keeping to get that down. And so he gets the message. He's got to go. Game of millimetres, isn't it? And now, Punjab CC down to their last wicket is 93 for 9.
Yeah, unbelievable work. How's the fielding position?
Oh,
As the finest third man of third man, but yeah, brilliant work
yeah,
by
the
the
edge
keeper.
went straight to the slip on the bounce, didn't it? And Naki, frustrating for him. It was a real sand explosion, wasn't it?
They're at risk of being bowled out here. I told you there might be one boil over today, and this would be it. If Brothers
Think
11,
so?
yeah, well, this is the lower ranked team's
Yeah,
Brothers
true.
11. I just think that I said one lower ranked team I think will pull it off.
I mean,
And a 3 versus 2 is your best odds to have it. But if they get bowled out here for 90 odd, Vinny, and they're in strife.
still got to get them though.
Yeah, they've got a good top order though.
Yeah, that's true.
Really like
really good top 4.
Yeah, Manas, the opener. I really like him.
That was Manas that does the fielding there as well. Runs out Naki without facing a ball. So last chance saloon. And they're still going to have a go. So this one is swung and missed at. So if you thought they're just going to go and take 8 or 9 off the last couple of overs, I don't think they will. That's not the way they bat. We saw this happen actually in the ECC a couple of times. I think particularly it was Punjab Lions Cyprus that were able to put together a good 10th wicket partnership, which included a few sixes. Which isn't the theory, but sometimes you just got to throw the theory out the window and gamble for a few more extra runs, especially if that is your game. If you do fancy yourself hitting boundaries, then I don't think you want to be too conservative either. I know you don't want to throw it away, but I mean, they're all handy ones. Last ball of the over coming up now. To 93 for 9 now. A wicket fell on 92 in fact. Last ball of the over. This is cut away. Well, this will test the fielder.
Yeah, good work. Brilliant. Love it.
That was textbook, wasn't it? And so it does keep it to 1. So it will be the end of the over. Nasir, he's off the mark. He'll retain the strike. The two Bilals out there, Nasir and Naseem. As we get to the start of the last over, and Punjab CC, they are 94 for 9.
Well, yeah, we look at that top 3 coming up afterwards, and you've got the cross-handed Bandit, who's going to be thereabouts.
Yep.
You've got Manas, who we think's got a great technique, and you've got Nanglu.
Got Nanglu.
So if one,
that's not even mentioning Amninder Singh, Cobra Kai.
So if you get one of those top 3 to click, chasing less than 100 or around about 100, boil over's on.
Yeah, I think so. So here we go. It's a pretty good bowler to bowl the last over as well. It's Mohammad Shan. His first one is going nowhere. Go back because you can't afford to run out at this stage because it'll be curtains for this innings.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think these batsmen are thinking about just knocking the ones, though. They're still thinking about trying to clear the pickets. Yeah, I've been very impressed with Brothers 11. I mean, they dropped that one early catch off Rana Sawa, but overall, their fielding's been pretty good this game. They've forced a couple of run-outs as well.
Every ball could be the last at this stage. And this one will just be 1. That's the sort of one that if you have wickets in hand, you're pushing for 2 there.
Yep.
But you just can't afford to do it at this stage, hey?
No, you can't, because if there's a run-out, obviously, that brings to the end of the innings, and that's what good bowling does up. Oh, we got another cross-handed Bandit.
Well.
Didn't notice that. That's a more loose cross-handed Bandit.
Yeah.
Well, this is how I would expect someone with cross hands to bat.
Well, he's batting pretty low here, Bilal Naseem, I should say.
Yeah, so very, very different indeed. Our second cross-handed Bandit in the game, but this one's a number 11.
In the game, it's true. I think he's going to be stumped here.
Yeah, so that's the... Oh, there's the samurai sword out.
I just wanted to check, I think maybe to make sure Nanglu's not in front of the stumps here, because I think for sure he's out. And so Naseem wanders down the pitch. Do that at your own peril. See here.
He's barely holding the bat.
There's no problem there. He's going to be gone. So smart work. Nanglu had a pretty good
I'm pretty sure
10 overs.
Harley Davidson Malik just enjoys the big L. The limited review system strikes again.
He made the Zorro type L, but then he was already walking because I think he knew that was gone. So Punjab Lions won't see out the 10 overs in the end. They're bowled out for 95. 2 balls left on the table. 96 will be the target for Brothers 11 Portugal. And they are the lower ranked side, but they're in a really good position to make the semi-finals. Remember that whoever wins this game will play either Marlow or Wild Panthers in the semi-finals tomorrow. But I think for Brothers 11 Portugal, the job's half done.
Yeah, absolutely. Really impressive from Brothers 11 Portugal. Really impressed by their keeper, Nanglu. And overall, they're ahead in this game. Better of the two sides, especially after Punjab CC had that good start. And good work by the team. They stuck together and they've kept them under 100.
Yeah, they certainly have. As we have a look at the highlights, this quarterfinal number 2. And Punjab CC, we know that they have to be handled with care because they're explosive in their batting lineup. The wickets fell, and then a bit of a partnership, and this was the key, wasn't it? Rao and Sawa, they looked to take the game away, and that was almost lights out for the fielder, Mohammad Shah, but he was doing some good things on the boundary. A bit of the good, bad, and the ugly in the fielding, but ultimately, it was a really good second half from Brothers 11 Portugal as they kept removing the dangerous hitters. At this stage, it looked like Punjab CC were on for a really big score.
Yeah, absolutely. This is when Imran, Rayo and Sawa, they were going to town on the medium-pace bowlers, and that was the missed opportunity near the top end of this innings. They hit some pretty big blows and some big sixes, and yeah, it was really impressive batting. But Gagandeep Singh, he took this catch, and this sort of slowed the momentum, and the Brothers 11 started to come back into this game. Rana Sawa hit one absolutely monster 6 into the paddock, but when he was dismissed right here from Onkar Singh, this game flipped on its head. That was the beginning of plenty of wickets and some really good run-outs. Parveen hit one more bomb down the ground over mid-off as he was trying to re-establish the dominance that Punjab CC were hoping. But unfortunately, he got castled as well, and Brothers 11 weren't giving up in this contest. There was a little bit of misfielding out there, seemed just bobbling up past his hands. It's not always the easiest outfield to field on. And you can see the Cobra Kai, he was pretty happy with that catch, wasn't he? This game played in good spirits by everyone involved. This was a cheeky couple of extra runs, overthrows, and well, you got to take every run while you can as they got 3 wides on it. And good nose catch here, a little hand to nose to hand, and a big smile on his face as he knew he got away with it. This was a great run out all the way, the long throw to the keeper Nanglu, and you see how quick his hands are. Quickest hands in the West, bang, doesn't mess around. And well, there's Malik there with the limited review system signal. Absolutely love that. This was another run out. This was marginal as well, but quick hands again from Nanglu. Other keepers that aren't as quick as that would definitely not be out. And then he got another one for his trouble, stumping right at the end, and that's going to make Mohammed Shan happy because the wicket goes in. The cross-handed bandit, the number 11 cross-handed bandit. And there's Malik again. Well, hope he plays Candy Crush because he looks like he's got good form there. That took us to the end of the first innings, and to be bowled out in a quarter-final, I think Punjab CC will be very disappointed because they're all out for 95 and not batting their allotted 10 overs. Well, let's take a quick look at the batting scorecard, and there was only 2 men that really, 3 men that got themselves in. 23 off 9 for Imran Rana Sawa, 29 off 14, and Parveen Singh 19 off 10. Only the 5 extras and everybody else scoring 5 or less. Nobody else could get going or even hit a couple of boundaries at the back end of their innings. And well, they'll be pretty disappointed to have not batted their overs and got to the 100 mark at least. The bowling figures, these are much more pretty. They bowled as a group, but Diraj Minas right at the bottom, 3 for 13. Well done to him, going at 6.5. And Mohammed Shan, as we mentioned, 2 for 10, so good work. Everyone else sort of tripping with a wicket here and there. The economy rates, were okay, and they were able to keep a lid on it. But the wickets tally, there was 2 run-outs on top of that, which means they bowled out for 95. So this game, pretty tense at the moment, pretty even, I think. They're probably Punjab CC are 10 runs under par. Brothers 11, they're very reliant on that top 3. Join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back everybody for this T10 match. We're at the halfway stage between Punjab CC and Brothers 11. Punjab CC surprisingly bowled out for just 95. So Brothers 11 have a good chance of the boil over, a little bit of an upset and getting themselves into a semi-final. And well, that would be a little bit of a fairy tale story for them. They definitely went into this game seated below and not the favourite. So it can happen in sport and it could be on here. And it's going to be up to that top three, especially, to get off to a half-decent start in this power play. And some good cricket in the middle overs to get them over line. But I'm pretty sure Punjab CC, they'll still be backing in their bowlers to cause enough inroads into this batting lineup and not go out in this tournament a little bit earlier than they would have expected. And good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode. Hope you're all doing well out there. And everybody on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. You can see the fielders getting out there into the middle, so only a couple moments away from this run chase. Breeze has picked up a little bit out here and still good weather, good conditions for cricket. We had a couple of wild weather days last week. You see a bit of an inquiry at the moment with the umpire. Not too sure what that's about. Yeah, I'm not too sure what that's about. There's definitely an inquiry going on and the umpire saying, look, let's get on with it. As the clock's about to start ticking and you've got 40 minutes to get your overs in. Don't want to see any penalty runs happen in an elimination quarterfinal. So in 40 odd minutes, we'll be saying goodbye to one of these two teams. I wonder who it's going to be. Tell us who you think in the chat. So there's the man of the hour, Nanglu. He was very good with the gloves. He helped work 2 run-outs and a really quick stumping. He's opening the innings and he's going to be joined by Aman Manas. Manas is the guy I was thinking about that will be more the key for me. He's a very, very good player. Let's not take anything away from Nanglu either. Umar Muhammad with the new ball. Here we go. Ball 1 in the run chase. Well, it's a bad ball to start. Good keeping, though, from Ranasawa. He saves 5 wides, definitely. It's a big wide to start. It can happen. And he sprays that one well down the leg side. So that's whipped away, and that's a beautiful shot over the leg side. That's going to go for 4 runs. There's Karina. She's going to go do the fielding. And thank you very much for picking that ball up for us. But nice shot by Nanglu as he hits it past our Spring Productions crew member out there in 4 runs.
Yeah, Karina was closest to picking this one up. Yeah, should be a very interesting chase. I mean, easier said than done. Chasing 96 in a knockout game. You know how it can all go wrong. Kind of saw that for Punjab CC in the first half of this game. But Nanglu, that was a really good bit of timing from him first up. Confidence builder. Here's Umar Muhammad. A little bit short, but he top edges this. It's hanging in the air a long time. The fielder's going to converge. They're not going to get there. It probably wasn't the worst everything from Hassan Ahmed, who had come round to his left. He also would have heard footsteps coming the other way. I think it just falls in a pocket of space in the end, Corey. Bit of luck, little luck for the batter. First one was out of the middle, but the second one wasn't. And so, yeah, a half chance. Not really a half chance in the end, but a bit of luck, I suppose you would say, for Brothers.
You're absolutely right, Vinny. That is just a little bit of luck they need. And this brings on Manas to strike. And for me, Manas is super, super important. I think he's got a good technique. He's a good player. He scores at a good rate. If Brothers 11 go close, I think he needs to bat through.
Yeah, that's true. Strong top 4. That's what I always come back to with Brothers 11 Portugal.
So he bats real deep in his crease, and anything short he usually gets.
Yeah. He was facing up for the first time. He's just happy to work this one away and get off the mark. Again, there's no cause for alarm here.
Well, there's Ricky Ponting at backward point, remember?
They may be able to get an overthrow in the end. They decide to be a bit cautious and just be the one. Yeah, so who can step up for Punjab CC? I told you, I thought they looked a bit lethargic in the field yesterday. Okay, it wasn't as much on the line, that's for sure. But it's like, this 10 overs will determine whether they stay or whether they go. So they've got to bring their A game in the field. This one swings a long way, swings too far, in fact. So it's good signs, in a way, for Umar Muhammad, but not able to control this one, as it will be bowled again.
Well, they'll be thinking, can we just get through this top 4, take 3 wickets and bring the middle to lower order out, and then maybe get a few dot balls. This might have a tingle feel. This could be very tight.
So? Yes, Umar. This one is lifted up over the offside. Will get over the infield. I think it'll probably win the race to the boundary. It does. So Nanglu, he timed the absolute cover off the first ball he faced, but a couple of miss hits, but still this one, because there's no one back, sweeping the offside. Still is the power play, don't forget. So does run away, gets a friendly bounce, and gets all the way for 4.
I remember on the first few days of this competition, Vinny, you were saying that there's certain areas that are vortexes in the outfield.
Yeah.
It feels like the whole outfield's a vortex. Sometimes that wasn't timed at all, and that still flew for 4.
It was mostly depending on which way the wind was going as well, which made it even faster, and the ball, even in the air, would fly further. This one's down.
Yeah, it just like some shots, I mean, are just getting over the infield and it just races away. I've never seen an outfield like it, but this couldn't have been a better start so far for Brothers 11 when you're chasing a somewhat mediocre total, already 13 off 4.
This one sneaks inside, I think. So 13 off this over already. I mean, 10 and over, sensible kind of pace to go.
Just about,
at least as a baseline.
Yeah, it's just about not losing wickets. Don't lose many wickets. Keep going at that 10. Stay ahead of the rate. I think this partnership's, man. Nanglu's an aggressor. Manas is more technical, and well, there you go.
This one, is there a little edge on this? Was there a little bottom edge? Oh, I don't think so. In the end, not according to the umpire. He says no. End of the over. This is going to be 13 for no loss. Maybe just a swing. Made it look like there was a bit of a deflection, but there wasn't.
No, I don't think so. I think that was the right decision, and well, they're conferring if they want to use their 1 review, but we don't have run review in this, so that's a dot ball, 13 for none.
How about this? The dancing of Karina. She is loving life here on quarterfinal Friday.
Well, Spring Productions crew, good to see a big smile on their face. They're enjoying themselves this morning, aren't they?
Of course they are. Where would you rather be in the world? The weather's decent, although a little bit of cloud cover's come in the last few minutes. I noticed that in the halftime break.
I think we got through all that wild weather in the first week, though, didn't we? Since then, it has improved somewhat out here in Portugal. Ali Naki, he's got the new ball as well. Out to the opening juice. He's bowling to Manas. Both feet behind the crease. Manas loves a pull shot.
Oh, out.
Yep.
See you later. And Bucks doesn't even go walkabout this time. It was full. He's crashing into middle of the leg. Has to be. Hits him so full. And because he is so far deep in his crease, it's not too long for that to travel before it crashes into the stumps. Immediate success for Naki. 13 for 1.
Absolutely plumb. Absolutely plumb. Good decision from Bucky, the umpire, and he stood still, Vinny. Well done, Bucks.
Well, Shay's more than one way to skin a cat. And how about that from Naki? His accuracy has come during the tournament. He was a little bit loose early, particularly with the length. That's a good ball first up, though. I think took on deep in his crease. If you can hit him on the pads in front of the pegs, it's going to be trouble with a capital T. So it's going to be Amninder Singh that's coming in at number 3. So thought we might have seen the cross-handed bandit. But one thing they have done is they've shuffled that top 4. They seem to be comfortable batting in any order. Does add some flexibility to the lineup as well. And so we do have Amninder, Cobra Kai, as we were calling him in the first half of this game. He's coming out in the first drop position.
Yeah, Cobra Kai now. He comes out. What a great start by Arvinaki. Gets a really full, really straight first up. Manas, he was a big wicket in the context of this match, I thought. He's gone for not many, so well, I think we'll have a few more twists and tails as this game goes on.
3 of the top 4 in the first half. I think that's, for me, is one of the indicators for Punjab CC. Pretty well bowled by Naki. Pushes away for 1. I think that's important as well, just ticking the score over. You get 2 or 3 of those off good balls and over. You can go after the bad ball when it comes. Nanglu, he's a power play machine. I think he loves to hit boundaries. He plays a really elegant cover drive. Let's see how he handles Said Ali Naki here.
Well, Ali Naki's a good bowler because he's a stump-to-stump bowler, so this will be a good contest.
He goes short. Was there a little bottom edge on this, maybe? It's pretty tough for the keeper. Naki's too impressed, but that was an awkward one for the keeper to handle.
Awkward
bounce.
Awkward one for Nanglu as well. I don't think he expected a short ball at all.
No, I would have been shaping up thinking to cover drive based on what I'd seen the first couple of balls. A little bit of bat on that. Takes it down in front of the keeper. Yeah, I think that's part of bowling, isn't it? Is trying to give the batter something they don't expect. good over this so far. Only conceded 2 off it halfway through. The big wicket of Manas as well. There is the pitched up delivery, and he goes after it, and he goes pretty well. The mid-off was up, and it'll be 4. See that one really gaining. There's Mars again. He loves the close-ups, and he saw that one pretty well. It was right in front of the scorer's tent. Just a little bit of a push, isn't it? And Amninda knew that there was space behind that mid-off fielder, and he gets 4.
Look at the ball. Bang. See you later. She just flies on this outfield. Unbelievably quick.
You don't want to be behind that on the first bounce, do you?
No.
Yeah, you're right. It's one of the faster outfields we've had for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Top, probably the fastest I've seen.
Just watch Bulgaria, though, in a couple of weeks. That is, imagine a freeway. That's or a motorway. Nucky. Oh, that's a really good seed.
That's a snorter, Vinny. That's beating any right-handed batsman in the world of cricket.
You just got to be happy you don't nick it, right?
It's almost impossible. It's actually done too much. Decks away, angles in, and then doop. Oh, yeah.
It's a really good piece of bowling. Sometimes I miss being behind the stumps, actually, when I see deliveries like that, because you just have the best view of those.
That's perfect. That's a 10 out of 10 ball.
If you nick that one, you're in good form. No luck for Nucky. Could have used that one. Last ball of his over coming up. And maybe slightly slower ball this time, but they turn down the run. Pretty good over from Syed Ali Nucky. He only concedes 6. Does pick up a big wicket as well with his first delivery of quarterfinal 3 after 2 overs. It is 19 for 1.
Yeah, see, with the little extras and buys and things like that will creep into this game, the rate won't scare them. It'll be the wickets in hand, so they just have to be patient. This is what's coming later today, Mallow versus Wild Panthers, and you see the Panthers have elected to bat first, so Azra Andani out there straight away.
Good toss to win, I think.
Yeah, runs on the board. If they can get, against Marlow, if they get anything in 3 digits, and they get a wicket or 2 of Shazad early or Sulfika early,
especially Marlow coming off the week's
upset.
Marlow coming off the week's break as well.
I think it's more of a disadvantage having a week's break because you don't know if you're in any flow, and then you've got to play an eliminator straight up. I'd rather go and play it in Group B.
Yeah, this one is Parveen who comes on, gets a little bit leg stump. Nanglu works it away. He's played this shot well so far. Cuatro carreras as he just turns this one round the corner.
Yeah, nice shot, Vinny, and turns it on the corner. 4 runs and good batting.
For me, it depends on how your team is feeling. So I think a team like Punjab, a team like Friendship, it's a disadvantage being Group B because they're banged up and they look tired. Let's be honest. Friendship earlier in the day, Punjab CC, they're trying to bring some energy here. So I think there's a positive and a negative. If your team's in good shape physically, then for sure I think Group B is an advantage. But sometimes, we saw, for example, in Belgium in the ECC, they had a player like Aziz Mohammed who was able to recover from an injury in the time off. Here's Parveen.
Shot.
Yeah,
that's a better shot.
Yeah, well, it is, because I think they moved the fielder a bit squarer, so he just waits a bit later. He's playing the leg glance so well. Bowl at the pads at your peril against Nanglu. He's having a really good game. I think he created a couple of dismissals with the gloves, and now it's the boundaries he's picked up in the power play, which are putting Brothers 11 Portugal in a really good position in quarterfinal number 2.
He's just got good hand-eye, and that's all you need when you're playing a leg glance. He's not trying to hit that. He's just putting his bat on it and letting it fly. So, good batting. He's 18 off 8 and hasn't played a shot in Angie yet.
Exactly right. He's just kind of taking what's given to him at the moment. Minimum risk, maximum return. This one is
well played.
Yeah, and that's decision-making, isn't it? It's decision-making under pressure, decision-making when you don't have long to make a decision. You know, that's a ball that if he gets a bit carried away, maybe he tries to bang that down the ground for 6, which maybe gets away with, but maybe doesn't. So at the moment, we don't need to take any unnecessary risks, brothers. Now he goes walkabout. This hits him in line, but I don't think that's going to hit the stumps.
Yeah, so that's the one that's probably not necessary. They're ahead of the rate at the moment. They're doing everything they need to do. That was a bit of a loose stroke from Nanglu.
Yeah, so Parveen, he's always trying. I've really liked his attitude for Punjab CC.
Good player.
No matter what he does. He's very skillful as well. Always handy to have that left-hander as a bit of variety in your attack. This one's worked away nicely. Which gives you an indication Nanglu's seeing him pretty well as he takes this one away on the leg side for 1.
Yeah, just another single. So brings Singh on to strike now. And I think he's going to be quite aggressive if he gets the chance. We saw that shot last over. Lofting it over mid-off. He's got the ability to go powerful. And wouldn't be surprised if he tries to cash in on the last ball of the power play.
Yeah, let's see what his approach is here. again, I mean, pretty much at the rate at the moment. They haven't really jumped ahead. Started at 9.6 and now it's 9.5. So it shows you the needle hasn't moved too much, but they do have 9 wickets in hand and plenty of batting to come. Bat over from Parveen in the end.
Oh, no.
That's an amazing set of misfields. I mean, the fact that 2 players can misfield that, I find quite mind-boggling. But in the end, they probably should have got a single anyway, but they turned it down. You see that Nanglu said no thanks. So probably that's the result that should have been in the first place, but still pretty messy stuff. It's the end of the 3rd over, and now it's 29 for 1.
Yeah, 29 for 1, and we look at the power play comparison, and yeah, it's still the 1 wicket apiece each, and well, Punjab CC, they were off to a flyer in their power play, but look at all those wickets in the middle overs, meaning they were bowled out and didn't get the chance to get to 100 total. I still think for my Brothers 11 will be pretty happy with that start. This is where it gets obviously more difficult, more men on the boundary, and you got to stick with that rate. But 9s will never feel out of control.
Yeah. I think that 1 boundary and over. I think you get the 1 boundary and over, you stay on task for the most part. You get the odd wide, you get the odd 2. It's a bit more hard, a bit more difficult, I should say, to score boundaries with 5 outfielders. And yeah, just lack of dot balls, just keep that sense of momentum in the innings as well, I think is important. Yeah, you don't want to be too conservative with these kind of totals. I think that's important as well, because in the end, you know, if you do lose wicket at 2, then suddenly it can put you in a bit of a tight spot with new batters at the crease.
Yeah, absolutely right, Vinny. Abbas, he's coming in now. Nanglu, 19. He's the key. He might try to take this on. Shot.
Oh, this is hit so well, and it's going to be 4. I mean, that just absolutely rocketed off the bat of Nanglu. Pardeep seeing them really well. He's played this shot fantastically as well, and he doesn't bother running for that. Just ambles a couple of steps down the pitch. There were 2 men back, square of the wicket, but that one went right between them. Good timing, good placement, and 4 runs.
Yeah, really, really good player off his legs, isn't he? You can just tell there's something about him. While he's there, Brothers 11, they'll be feeling the happier of the 2 sides. They're going to have to dismiss him soon. He scores at such a rate that if he bats another 12 balls and gets to 46, he'll take this game away.
He's facing up again to Abbas. Oh, this one, was there any bat on this?
I think there might have been a slight inside edge. And because he shuffles across, yeah, not signalled a leg bite, that's what saved him.
Yeah. No, I think this is out otherwise. I think it hits him in front of middle and off. It's just from live, well, even in front of middle, maybe height, but no, I think that's out if there's no inside edge, but he does get a little bit of bat on it. No, it wasn't going over. So the bat saving the batter on that occasion. And Ninda takes over now. And this one is a little edge and it's gone. So this one goes the other way from Muzammal. It was a thin outside edge from Amninda, who's got to go into Cobra Kai. And Abbas does get the wicket in the end. Hasn't been the worst over. Muzammal getting that one to go the other way. Loves a wicket. And Buckstoneman confirms what everyone out there heard. And so nice catch behind the stumps by Abdul Qazi, as it will be the 2nd wicket to fall. 2 of the top 4 gone now in the 4th over. It is 35 for 2.
Yep, big wicket, and it brings a big man to the crease. Well, this is the partnership, isn't it, Vinny? That's Balwinder Singh coming out there, the cross-handed bandit, and we know how good he is with his hands the opposite way around. He plays some phenomenal shots, and the captain of this side, bit of pressure on him. Can he deliver and take Brothers 11 into the semi-final?
I did say Abdul Qazi behind the stumps, but on a closer examination, that is Rana Sawa that has kept the gloves. So Sawa behind the stumps takes the catch. So this will bring the cross-handed bandit to the crease. And this is quite amazing. If you haven't seen it, maybe you've just joined us in the second half of the tournament. You look here at the way he faces up.
So the thing with Balwinder, though, he hits it to all parts. Now, I've seen this man with his hands the wrong way play check drives over cover, flicks off his leg, pull shots, cut shots. He's the full package, and yeah, he beggars belief.
Yeah, and he's just the 2nd player we've seen in this game batting with his hands that way around. But yeah, you're right. He's particularly strong if you give him width outside the off stump. He gets some sort of unnatural bat speed through the ball. He's not facing up now because this is Nunglu, more traditional grip. Oh, that's another good delivery. It just may have left Nunglu a little bit, and that will be the end of the over. At the end of 4, it's 36 for 2, and it gives us a chance to welcome you to the broadcast, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Always so fantastic to have your company. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Corey Rutgers, and we are looking forward to the conclusion of this tournament in Portugal. Well, it's good because last week we were here just for the 1 week. We saw 7 teams. We've seen more teams this time, 10 teams in 2 weeks, more matches, more action. And I just think every time we come to Portugal, the standard has moved forward a little bit. I think that's a really good sign.
Yeah, it is a good sign. It's nice to see new teams as well. So that tells me that the cricket's growing here. And when there's new teams, new players, new things to watch, and it's exciting.
Yeah, it certainly is. And of course, Marlow, they have always won the trophies when we've come here. But I just think it'll be a lot more difficult for them this time. Although we will get to see the defending champions next up in quarterfinal number 3 against Wild Panthers. And I felt like royalty when I was walking out to the middle with Najam Shazad and Azza and Dani. I mean, 2 really good players. We'll see go head-to-head in quarterfinal number 3. As new over starts, the stop is made on the boundary. They're crucial now, those boundary stops, aren't they, for Punjab CC, because that's going to take all the wind out of their sails. At the moment, they are slightly behind the rate, not by much. Brothers 11 Portugal, but you know, those balls that are going to the boundary, you don't want to turn 1s into 4s if you're a Punjab CC fielder at the moment. So a lot of extra pressure. Kazi's coming, Nucky coming back for his second over.
Well, this is the partnership. The whole game you sort of feels on one of these two. No disrespect to the middle and lower order, but Nanglu and Balwinder are the 2 key batsmen in this lineup, and both in the top 4 for a reason. And if they're going to go on and win this game, I'd expect one of them to be there right at the end.
Yeah, at the moment Nanglu seemed pretty comfortable. See some more of the cross-handed bandit now.
Well, he's the 6 hitter, isn't he? He
Yeah.
hits a lot of big balls, but Ali Nucky's bowled a pretty good spell here.
Yeah, he's been excellent. He's just conceded 1 boundary, has the 1 wicket of Aman Manas. And at the moment, it's
Playing within themselves.
yeah, that's what I'd say at the moment. I think they feel that unless they get in a lot of wicket pressure, they're not going to fall short of this target. I think it's about being selective. I think it's about not being conservative. If you do get a bad ball, then you're going to whack it, you're going to look for the boundary, but you don't necessarily have to go looking for trouble. You don't have to be hyper-aggressive, I suppose, with this target of 96.
If this was a group stage game, no way they're batting like this. It's a final, so they're a little bit more responsible.
Pressure runs on the board.
Oh, it's a no ball. Oh, and that's the miss. That's a free 5, Vinny, with a free hit to come.
Yeah.
That's a huge moment.
Oversteps here. Ali Nucky has had problems with no balls. Let's see if we can pick it up here. Well, called no ball by the umpire. He's in the best spot to make the decision. And then this one, yeah, really should have been stopped, but it goes for 4. So that's 5 bonus runs. We talked about, leaking runs. You don't want to do it at this stage with a fairly mediocre target. And so it's to be a free hit coming up. Another chance for Nunglu to go after it.
Yeah, big moment in the game. 4 runs, no ball. And, well, he's got to be careful here. He doesn't want this free hit to go the journey as well.
Yeah, well, where's he looking here? He's eyeing off the offside. I think he might go across and try and whip it to leg. See if I'm right. No, it goes the other way. So I think he was looking for the offside then. It was pretty good bowling to follow him.
Oh, not 2 there.
Yeah, just, well, maybe there is.
Yep, now you go.
That's really good secondary backing up by Nanglu.
Oh, gee, well, does someone want to pick the ball up, Vinny?
How many people are around this ball? And, yeah, I mean, Nanglu, he was eyeing off the offside. So he ends up hitting it to deep wicket. Then have a look at this. We're backing up. Well, there's one. And there's a bit of a Bermuda Triangle situation. And the original toucher of the ball isn't even there in the end.
Oh, there's another fumble. And then, hold on, let me help,
Anybody
boys.
need help?
Whoa! A little ton of ball there.
He wasn't going to find it in there. Nanglu back on strike.
Never say never, Vinny, as that's pushed into the offside just for a single.
I guess it's good to see them attacking that, but it was a pretty spicy throw.
Well, you just said they can't afford to make little mistakes, and the ball before went for a 4, missed by mid-off, then the overthrow. So there's 5 runs that shouldn't have happened.
6 runs if you include the overthrow. So,
yeah, true. Sorry.
Yeah, it's important, but still, the rate required is pretty much bang on where it started. So
Yep.
I mean, something's got to give in this game. Last ball for Nucky coming up. He's conceded 17.
Shot.
Yeah, Balwinder will test the outfielder again. And he is going to miss
my.
it. Well, this really hurts you. Now, this is a captain killer, really. Kaiser Ilias into the side. This one was rolling at a snail's pace. He finds a way to miss it, and that's an unearned boundary to finish the over. Brings up the 50 as well. Brothers 11 Portugal. That puts them slightly ahead now at 51 for 2 after 5.
Probably should have tried to stop it with his feet. Well, to be honest, maybe I go reverse. They don't miss it with their feet. When they go with their hands, they miss it.
Except when they do. But, that's just, you can get that situation. I mean, look, I've not outfielded too much, but I have missed some. One in particular I remember was an absolute goober. It was just rolling towards me slower than that and went through my legs for 4. You can sometimes just think there's no way that I could miss this, is there? And that little bit of doubt can overtake you. But I need a really good over now to follow up in the 6th. But, ouchies. I mean, I'll count 10 runs in that over that Brothers 11 shouldn't have had.
Yep.
And 51 after 5 and 41 after 5 are very different looking scores at this stage.
Here we go, Nanglu going deep in the crease here against Muzzy. But yeah, that's a great call. 10 runs were just given away. And in such a pressurised game, you can't be doing that.
And not just that, there was the extra delivery. I didn't even factor that in for the no ball. All right, here's Muslim Al-Abbas. They need a good over. Punjab CC gets the first one up in the block hole. And Nanglu will get to the other end. Cross-hander Bandits just been a little bit subdued so far, but yeah, I think this strategy of keeping wickets in hand, as long as you're scoring at the rate required, it's not a bad one. Minimum of risk. Slightly overcast conditions now. Didn't have any rain in the forecast, but looking a bit threatening overhead. Hopefully that stays away. You can probably hear the wind picking up in the effects mics. Short and goes for it. And it will fall safely. That really could have gone anywhere. It was uncontrolled from the cross-hander Bandit. He will get through for a single.
I thought when he first hit that, they'd gone straight to cover, but a little bit straighter than I thought. Yeah, they're holding on Punjab.
Nanglu's the key here.
They're both.
Cross-hander Bandit is key, but he's not quite in yet, and I feel that he's not quite settled. Nanglu for me, you get him. You can jump ahead in the match.
Yeah.
Goes for it,
Yeah.
but it'll just be 1.
Yeah, he's trying to hit it hard, but yeah, they need a wicket. If they get a wicket right now, it's back to 50-50 for me.
I think so, yeah. I think also for me, it depends who the wicket is. And Nanglu may be running out a bit of a puff as well in the second half of the innings, something to watch for. Muslim Al-Abbas. I've liked his tournament, to be honest. I think he's always competing. He offers a lot in this form of the game. Yeah, see, a bit of a loose shot. Sawa gets down, makes the block. He's a makeshift wicket keeper. At least he makes sure this one doesn't get past him. He will get a bye, though.
Yeah, that's tough. It just bounces right in front of him. He takes one on the thigh, and they scamper through for a bye. 2 left in this over. You can see Malik, the Harley-Davidson rider, just suggesting.
Hello to everyone in the chat as well, including Vinny Fangirl.
Hello.
Who's still contributing. I do like that. Thank you, Vinny Fangirl. It's nice to have a few new chatters.
Always.
And so Graham Holmes as well. I think he's Nanglu best keeper batter combo in the tournament so far.
Oh, that's a big call.
It's touch and go here. The umpire thinks that this grabs a little bit of the line as it goes past. And yeah, maybe a touch, the very left.
0.1% of the ball was touching the line, so it's a good call.
But that's the way they do it. And I think having that line there, unless there's some unnatural movement by the batter, is the way to do it. Goes after this, but doesn't quite get it. And he's gone.
Game on.
Umar Mohammed will take the catch. You can just tell from Nanglu's reaction, it wasn't quite out of the screws. So Muslim Al-Abbas, once again, he is the man that delivers for Punjab CC. He was an off-cutter. And catches win matches. And this one is taken. We've seen some indifferent fielding. We've seen some runs leaked. But this one is taken. It's a big player back in the pavilion. Nanglu out for 33. And it's 56 for 3.
That's a big, big wicket in the context of this game. I think it's back to 50-50 now because that's Nanglu gone. He was the set batsman. It's never easy to come out in an elimination final and get going straight away. Harsh Kumar, he's walked out to the wicket. He's had a little bit of a promotion, it looks like. And, well, what a game this is turning out to be in the second quarterfinal of the day.
So here we go. There's, you see Harsh Kumar. He'll just have one ball to contend with from Muslim Al-Abbas. He's been good. Only conceded 7 in his first over. He's only conceded 5 in this one. Has picked up a couple of wickets along the way. Important wickets. So Kumar will push and run and will retain the strike. At the end of 6 overs, it is 57 for 3. And look, Corey, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about runs on the board, pressure. I think that if Brothers 11 are batting first, they're not thinking of any particular target in mind. They're batting with kind of a carefree attitude. They are just playing the balls that come to them. This, at the moment, when there's a choice, when there's a kind of fork in the road, when the ball's coming down, they're taking the more conservative choice most of the time. And they find themselves, again, right on the pace, but still some work to do.
Oh, you know what the key is here, Vinny? It's actually the 5th bowler. Whoever comes in and has the responsibility of bowling 2 of the last 4, well, that's a lot of pressure. And this is why sometimes you don't have many options there. So I dare say this will be the 5th bowler now coming in.
Take that 10 runs off. They leaked in that 5th over, and it looks very different, doesn't it? If you need 49 off 4 overs versus 39. This one's just clipped away off the pads. It could be another catch, and it is. So Ash Kumar's going to have to go. Just second ball. And it's that man, Parveen, that takes the catch. He's been so good in the field during this series. He was in the right spot at the right time. It's actually timed pretty well, but he didn't really go through with the shot. So 2 wickets in 3 balls. Brothers 11 lose a 4th now, and it's 57 for 4.
Yeah, good catch by Parveen. It is the 5th bowler, Kesa Ilyas. He comes in and gets a wicket first ball. To be honest, it wasn't the worst shot. He did middle it, but he didn't go for, he wasn't looking to hit it for 6. He wasn't looking to hit it along the ground, sort of in between the two. So he loses his wicket. This game's starting to turn just a little bit. And Punjab CC, they ain't going to give it up without a fight.
So new batter comes to the crease, and it's going to be Singh. Yeah, a bit of pressure. Now, Balwinder is the man. I said, look, he has looked comfortable enough so far, but he hasn't really taken a risk yet. You know, often it's whether, when you first take that risk, whether you get away with it or not. Depends what kind of a day you're going to have out there in the middle. Gaggandeep's just got to concentrate on getting to the other end until he gets set. And look who it is, Kaiser Ilyas. He just comes up with a wicket very first ball.
Oh, 5th bowler hoodoo. Oh, that's very close. Don't tell me Balwinder's run himself out. Vinny, don't tell me he's run himself out.
I think he's fine here.
I don't know.
But he doesn't really run through the crease, does he?
Honestly, if he's run himself out here, this could be the match changer.
This could be a real clanger. He's acting cool. Well, let's see if he is cool. Just in, I think.
You sure?
I think he's just in. So let's go back and see. Is he in before the...
Well, apparently
No,
so.
There he is. He's in, apparently. So I don't think they even went to the LRS there.
Maybe you and I were just going to the LRS. That was
It
closer.
was closer. It 100% was closer than you think there. I think he was in. I didn't get a great look at that.
Here we go.
Just in.
Just
See,
in.
that's the spot.
Yep.
Yeah, Bucks has no problems there. Gets it right. We were interested. He goes
Whoa.
after this. Ilyas pitches up, and this is cross-handed bandit time. He has bided his time so far, and this one is out of the ground. And that one is absolutely pounded out of the ground, and that's what the cross-handed bandit can do. And everyone just had to sit back and admire that. 6 runs.
The fact that he can get so much power and hit it through the V like that straight with his hands the wrong way around is honestly mind-boggling. I just don't get it.
Classical off drive. And now he wants more. And this one will be 4 more. This time doesn't really get the elevation. Well, it's a bit spicy for Marzi to handle as well. But Barman to go 6 and 4. And he said, enough's enough. It's time for me to go after the bowling. And at the moment, he's batting Brothers 11 Portugal into a pretty good position.
Well, it's smart batting because this is the 5th bowler. This man has to bowl 2 overs at the back end.
And he hasn't
unless
bowled
they've
in
got
the
a 6.
series.
Exactly.
Hasn't bowled in the series yet either, Ilyas.
So it's intelligent batting taking him on. He bided his time, now he's cashing in. Now look at that grip. If he's got a bit of cricket sense, he might try work a 1 here. Oh,
Right.
there we go.
Well, that's how you work a 1. He misses it. Keeper fumbles. And
Run.
Now,
Oh.
yeah, and now they're going to get a 2. Any advances? All right, we're just going to stay with the 2
Oh, watch
there.
this. Misfield. Oh.
You feel like anything's possible. Punjab CC have held a couple of catches when it's counted, but yeah, they have leaked a couple. Okay, maybe it's a bit harsh on the keeper on Asawa there. They had to deal with the second bounce. So it will be Balwinder back on strike now. Last ball of the over. He is likely to just get 1 here. That's good fielding.
Paveen's good. He's got an absolute cannon as well. Oh, no.
Oh, probably one you don't need to take either, because Balwinder will retain the strike. 7 overs down. Game on here. It's 72 for 4 with 24 required off the last 3 of quarterfinal number 2. Coming up next. It's the second half of the day, starting with Marlow, the defending champions and European Cricket League representatives of Portugal. They are top seeds in Group A. They're taking on the team that finished 4th in Group B. It's Wild Panthers, but they are led by Azhar Andani. They've got Arslan Naseem at the top of the order, and Diksha Patel has been excellent at number 3 as well. So they will be batting first. They'll get that opportunity after winning the toss. Wild Panthers, they're 3 and 5, but you just feel like they're a bit better team than that, and I think they're going to challenge Marlow. Marlow will want to make quick work of the Panthers and secure a semi-final spot against the winner of this game. So it's all coming your way. About 35 minutes right here on ECN. Here's Parveen, big over.
Oh.
Could be trouble here. Could be trouble. And he's holed out. Balvinda did not wait to have a look at Parveen, and he tries to go over the top, but he just mistimes it. Imran Rao, he's had an interesting time in the field as well over the last couple of days, but this is one that matters, and maybe it's a catch that keeps Punjab CC in the hunt. As the cross-handed bandit's got to go for 19, and the score is 72 for 5. Corey, this game right now is right in the balance.
Always nice to get a hug from someone that gets you out, but good sportsmanship. But that, I don't know if he had to take Parveen on.
No, I don't think he did, considering, and also it wasn't the kind of ball that was really easy to drive down the ground. It wasn't that full. Now, Balvinda, who is acting captain in this game, because Sanjeev is 12th man, their club captain, as he's just going to offer some parting words to the incoming batter, which is Mohammad Shan, who can give it a real whack himself. But yeah, 24 off 17. I just feel like this one could go right down to the wire, Corey.
Yeah, it does have that feeling. I reckon Punjab CC have brought this back to a 50-50 now with that wicket. 5
wickets down
Yep.
to the lower order. Still almost 3 overs to go.
Because you will get some dot balls to lower order. They're not going to get bat on ball and everything, but will they get the bye run through? I think it's a 50-50 game right now.
Yeah. Don't disagree with that. Huge over, though. I called it. From Parveen. It just continues to impress whatever he does. And he gets this one past Shan. He can't deal with the angle across him there. Well, maybe are we heading for a golden ball quarterfinal? I mean, it's on here. And look who won the last golden ball, 29. It was Brothers 11 Portugal back on the 31st of March. That was against the Indian Royals. Could the Brothers 11 do it again on the golden ball? Well, had some close games.
Shan's the old baseball foot goose thing that we spoke about.
He's got the leg kick.
Watch his front leg.
Here it comes. This time, he's just going to work it away for one.
It's a proper roll.
That is a baseball thing, and it's a timing mechanism. But I haven't really seen it in cricket, not consistently. Because what it does...
Look at it go. Ready?
Yep.
Watch this front leg. Little shimmy out. Little bring it back. Bang.
Because what that does, it makes your footwork predictable. So it's hard to then have a secondary foot movement. So it doesn't matter. It's just the panda style. Do the same thing every ball. Hope for the best. And this next one gets across the batter. So Parveen's delivering once again for Punjab CC. And he's brought them right back into this game. And yeah, I mean,
they're ahead at the moment.
You think so?
Yeah, just because of the lower order not being able to handle pace. It's going to be the 5th bowler that's going to be the interesting over for me.
Yeah, and Ilias came back.
If they don't go to him or someone, that's the over. This over, I'm not too sure they'll get much more off.
And they'll get something here.
Oh.
Yeah. Punjab CC are the kind of team that make you real nervous every time the ball comes to them. But that's what makes it exciting as well, Corey.
Yeah, in a way, you don't know if the most regulation of fielding will be missed. So you never know.
Oh, this is on a knife's edge. And this is the kind of action you'll only get here on the European Cricket Network. Quarterfinals Friday. Parveen, last ball of this game for him. There's the leg kick, but he skews it up in the air. It's sliced away, and it's dropped. Well, it wasn't an easy one. They think about 2. They think against it. And so Shan survives. It wasn't an easy catch. He did get hands to it, though, so I think it's got to go down as a chance. It's the end of the 8th over, and it is 75 for 5. That means 21 will be required off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, it definitely goes down as a chance, and more importantly, it's an extra run for Brothers 11, and it gets Shan back on strike. I mean, the leg kick's different, but we have seen him bomb some 6s in this tournament. So
that's why I think it's important to bowl cleverly to him. You don't want to give him something in the slot. So that was a really good over from Parveen, only allowing 3 singles. One of them really could have been a wicket. So yeah, I think with Shan, because he's pretty predictable with his footwork, you need to put the ball where he doesn't want it. And that to me is probably full and wide.
Well, interesting here. So they're going to Umar now. So they want to keep runs in the bank so that the 5th bowler has more to defend.
I think that makes sense, and I'll tell you why in a second. but you're the coach. Here's over number 9. And this one is in the slot. And it's worked away, but it's worked away straight to the fielder and it's gone. So Umar Mohammed does come back. He bowled the first over. He bowls the 9th. And it will be Bilal Naseem that takes the catch. Well, he's the other cross-handed bandit, but he takes this one in a more orthodox fashion. So Shan just not able to get the timing right with this stroke. And so Punjab CC, well, they're probably well ahead now in this game. As Brothers 11 lose a 6 wickets, 75 for 6.
Yeah, well, Vinny, that was an interesting ball because that was there to go.
Yeah.
That was really there to go for a boundary, and he just got it off the top edge. And they're behind now. I think this is Punjab CC's to lose. Lower order batsman. He's still got 20 odd to defend.
So let me tell you my thinking, and you can tell me whether you agree or disagree, because of course you are a professional coach. But when you've got, say, first bowler and fifth bowler to come, I think you bowl the first bowler in the 9th. As we see this one, it's a little bit short. And how far is it going? It's going far enough. Maximo. New batter, no problem. Mandeep Singh, he loads up. Again, it's a similar kind of delivery. It's going to be out of the ground. And this game is changing so fast, it'll make your head spin. That makes it 15 off 10. And what a shot to play first ball.
What an amazing shot first ball. Completely flips the game. Back to 50-50 now. I mean, if he gets another out the screws, it's going to be 9 off 9. So
eventually I'll go back and I'll say, the reason is I think that at least you guarantee that he's going to bowl the whole over. Let's say you have the fifth bowler bowl and he goes for plenty, then you're asking a lot of the first bowler, and maybe he doesn't even get through the over if they chase the target down. Say if they had a magical 9th. This one is tried to horn away. Well, will they take it on here? They think about it, but they decide not to. So it may be fair enough. Could have gone either way. Well, yeah, I mean, is that the theory there? Or
I think you're more leaning towards going to your spearhead and leaving someone else the more. But it depends on how much you believe in your fifth bowler as well.
Because I know that the flip side of that is that fifth bowler has to bowl under the pressure of the last over, right? As this one is worked away to the leg side. It's into the gap and it's going to be 4.
Wow.
So, yeah, this one was just perfectly placed. And, oh, there's Barry. And he's looking like a bit of a spy there. I don't know what he's looking at there.
America's Most Wanted.
He's undercover. But I tell you what, it was a good bit of placement. So how about this? Deep Singh coming up with another boundary. 10 off 8. And now this one is pretty high, though. And I think this will be an opportunity. Parveen, he's running to the right. He's running to the left. And he takes the catch. And he thinks about putting it through the turf. And he says, no, I'm just going to roll it back in. Because that's an important catch. Gaggandeep Singh, he goes 4 and out. And that time he doesn't get the placement or the timing. Brothers 11 lose a 7th wicket now. And the score is 86 for 7. And that makes it 10 off 7.
It's a brilliant catch under pressure, because if this goes for 6 or he misses this and it rolls for 4, it's almost game over. So he went the fake spike as well.
Yeah, fake spike. I know the match referee is not a huge fan of the spikes. So Marvin, obviously, how does his rational brain take over there? 86
Golden
for
ball's
7.
right on now, Vinny. There is a huge chance of a golden ball here.
Yeah, hard to disagree with that. How's the fifth bowler feeling, though? And will it be Kaiser Ilias or will it be someone else? I mean, we'll have to see. This one turns into a low full toss.
2.
Should be cleaned up. Is it worth going for here?
Yep.
Yeah, on the fumble, Parveen. And it could still be out. Will it still be out? So how about this? So actually, that is the set batter. Well, I call him the set batter. He has been there longer. It's Mandeep Singh, who has hit a 6. He's run out going for a second. Now, despite the fumble, I think it's just really slow to turn here.
Well, look, he's not even backing up. He runs a little bit wide. How slow is this man?
He gets stuck on the treadmill.
He is slow.
The thing is, Parveen, you mentioned he does have a rocket arm, and that was a perfect throw. So maybe that swings the game again, because now it's 87 for 8. I don't even know what's going on in this one, but I can tell you something. They'll need 8 runs off the last over or 7 to tie. They're doing it with just 2 wickets in hand, and there'll be a new batter on strike. And, well,
facing the fifth bowler.
Yeah, if you think that you are having a nervous day, well, spare a thought, because this man, Manpreet Singh, is in mainly for his bowling. He must have his insides turning inside out at the moment, as he's going to try and win the game for Brothers and keep them in the tournament.
Well, both teams fighting for their life here. One of them will go home after this over, and potentially a golden ball on top of it.
Good take by the bowler as well. Umar Mohammed, I think. That's a pressure.
Kaiser Ilias must be feeling the pressure as well, because he doesn't want to bowl a couple of wides here or anything like that.
It's his first game in the series. So he's coming in saying, well, how did I end up here? He scored a golden duck in the first half. He let one go through his legs during the innings for 4, but he could still be the hero if he can defend 7 runs here in the last, 8 runs in fact. A dead ball called. Something's going on here. And what is it? Have I missed something? Maybe a 1 short? Let me just go to my notes. But yeah, I mean, this is, I've got 87, which means they need 9 off 6.
Well, it was definitely called dead ball before. I think some of the fielders weren't in positions yet.
Fair enough.
Fair enough, yeah, because they didn't have they weren't facing the wicket. Good decision by the umpire. Dead ball was called early enough. Game on. 9 off 6.
It's 9 to win, 8 to tie off the last over. Quarterfinal number 2. That's good. Bat on ball. That's a good start. And now, I think, especially lower order, I don't think the percentages are to go for the big hit. I think the percentages are with this kind of a target to get bat on ball and score, and then maybe come back on a 2 on a missed field. But then also, if you do get one you can hit, then you go after it. But you don't go looking for the big shot.
They're lower order for a reason.
All right. We hit that one well. This one, it's pretty close. I think it's just going down. He almost falls over as he runs.
Oh, he misses out completely. That should have gone.
They do score, though. I mean, that's one I kind of agreed with it live. We'll take a second look.
Oh, yeah, it's going down for me.
Comes in a little bit, yeah. I think that's missing a lot. It's pretty close. I mean, if it's given, it's probably umpire's call. That one going the way of Brothers, who survive to 7 off 4. Well, they can tie the game now with a Maximo. Is that what they're thinking? Or are they just thinking to hang in the game? Well bowled. It was full. And it was pretty straight. Ilias in the hot seat. That's a good ball. And that's one they couldn't get any bat on.
Yeah, very good delivery. And bowling that to the tail enders, lower orders, almost perfect. 7 off 3.
Fadin Mahmood in the chat saying full toss miss. Smile emoji, broken heart emoji. I don't know if he knows what to make of it either. All right, 7 off 3. They got to do something here, brothers. They get something to hit, but he doesn't really get it, and he hits it straight down the throat of the fine leg. And how about this? Punjab CC on the verge of defending a double-digit total. And this one, again, it was there to hit, wasn't it? He turns on it, but doesn't get the timing, Manpreet Singh. And when it's mattered, Punjab CC have held their catches as Brothers 11 Portugal. They're down to their very last batter. They need 7 off 2. And, well, incredible scenes here as they lose a 9th wicket. It's 89 for 9. And what about Bilal Naseem? His catching. And Ilias, certainly, he's held his nerve in the last over.
Absolutely. Well, Vinny, this is a number 11's dream. You got nothing to lose to hit the winning runs and hit a 6 and try and do it. A 6 and a 1. Can he do it? The number 11, never thought he'd be in a position like this. He's got a chance.
Can't get out. Here we go. 7 off 2. And he gets 1. That may be a good decision. But having said that, Onkar Singh hasn't faced a ball yet.
So that takes out the golden ball. You're not going to get 5. You've got 6 to win.
I mean, unless there's a wide.
No, it's not going to happen. So 6 to win it to get your team through. Can we get a 6 off the last?
Yeah. Well,
6 off the last.
If the ball stays in the field, hold on to it. Yeah, so he needs to clear the boundaries here. This would be a dream. Onkar Singh has not faced a ball. In fact,
no, it's Minas.
Faced 1.
It's Minas.
Sorry, you're right. So it is Minas is facing up. He's
faced 2.
He's not a bad
swing
player.
as hard as you can.
So Onkar Singh did get the 1. So here we go. Last ball of the game. 6 to win for Brothers. Oh, it's pretty well bowled. And Ilias, are we thrilled about this? Well, they might try and keep running. They'll let it go for 4.
Yeah.
They don't care anymore because this will be a 4 to finish, but it's not enough. And somehow they're going to hold on by a single run. The final score in quarterfinal number 2 is Punjab CC 95, Brothers 94. A single run splits these two teams, and it's unbelievable. But Brothers 11 Portugal, they're out of the tournament. And Punjab CC, somehow they've held on.
Well, they've held on. Well done to them. They held the catches at the right time. You got to feel a bit for Brothers 11. They almost pulled off a miraculous victory, and they'll be disappointed to be going home.
That was really what ECN's all about. Punjab CC, they're all smiles now. They probably feel they could run a marathon. They're running on adrenaline at the moment. Good job by the umpires there as well. I think there were some key calls. I think they got them right when it came down to it. So credit to them, but credit to Punjab CC as they will make it through to the semi-finals tomorrow. And they will take on the winner of the next game. So, well, it was time for some action. And Karina, she was ready. Maybe she sensed a close contest. As this one, well, doesn't get too much closer. Just 1 run splitting these two teams in quarterfinal number 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was pretty good bowling at the top from Punjab CC, and there was some lovely deliveries from Naki. That one just kissing the turf and going away. They had the fumbles a little bit throughout the innings, and they gave Brothers a little bit more hope from these fumbles. But what they did do well was they picked up wickets at the right time. Naglu was the key, though, at the top, and he got off to a bit of a flyer until there was a dismissal with his partner there, Harmandeep Singh. Gone, Muzzy, well bowled.
I've got to tell you something. I just went and looked at the bat versus ball wall for that game, and the prediction the computer said was 96 to 93 to Punjab. It turned out to be 95 to 94
So it's
to
wrong.
Punjab. So the computer must have had a sense there might be a close contest. But yeah, it's about holding their catches. I know they missed a few, but they also caught a couple when it really mattered, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. They did that. And, well, overall, Punjab CC were just the better of the two sides. Their standards lifted the later it got down in the game. And Balwinder Singh was the last big hope. And he hit this monstrous 6 over mid-off, and then he hit another 4. And you sort of thought, if he does that one more time, it's going. But this was the big wicket when he was caught by Imran.
Yeah, Imran, he holds on, and Parveen holds on to Balwinder. Well, despite the pressure, this game was played in really good spirits. One thing I noticed is that 4 times in the innings, the Brothers lost a wicket off the first ball of an over. So not really having a look at a bowler and throwing some wickets away there. And again, they batted a little bit conservatively early as well, trying to keep wickets in hand, but it was to no avail. Ultimately, they would lose 9 of them. As Parveen, we'll get to see him again. He's been a superstar, I think, for Punjab. As the rest of them tired, he just seems to be getting better and better. And even though he fumbles that, he jumps on it straight away and throws a bullet, 1 bounce to the bowler. So, I mean, even that one's crucial as well. And then, how about Bilal Naseem? At the end of the day, he's been put back there. They probably didn't know how many would go there, but he did catch everything that came his way. And Punjab CC, they're through to semi-finals. And they'll play the winner of this next match, quarterfinal number 3. That'll be in the second match tomorrow, Marlow versus Wild Panthers. And it's Wild Panthers that will be batting first. To me, it's a little bit of a battle of the captains as well. Azharan Dani will be opening up, but then Najam Shahzad will have the right to reply. And Shahzad, we'd like to see him bowling early on. And so I think we'll see some captain-on-captain action here when we return in around about 15 minutes' time for the second half of the day. QFF delivering, as Keanu is saying in the chat, as we look at this scorecard. Well, chasing 96, where did it all go wrong for Brothers 11 Portugal?
By not having one top order batsman batting deep. They all got out at the wrong time. So if you don't have anyone in the top 5 there in the 9th or 10th over, it's not up to the tail enders to hit the winning runs.
Yeah, well, all 11 players score in the innings. Nobody was able to really go on with it. Just 2 reaching double figures. Naglu with 33. Balwinder Singh cross-handed batted with 19, but got out at a crucial time. 95-94 the final. And with the ball, really, it was a team effort with the ball, wasn't it? Because all 5 bowlers took wickets. So Umar Muhammad with 2, same with Abbas and Ilyas with 2, singles to Naki and Parveen Singh. But for me, Ilyas, he really held his nerve in that last over. They needed 8, and he only conceded 7. And a really good game of cricket to finish the second quarterfinal. If that doesn't get you energised about quarterfinals Friday, then nothing will.
Yeah, no, it was brilliant, Vinny. I'm looking forward to the other 2 matches that are coming today.
Yeah, it should be great. Well, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in around 15 minutes to take you through to the quarterfinal number 3, and it's the defending champions and ECL representatives of Portugal. It's Marlow coming up next, and it's the Panthers batting first. Join us then, Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Hope you're having a great day. Hopefully you can be our QFF this afternoon as we continue the action in Portugal. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal, and we're halfway through quarterfinals Friday. We already have 2 of our qualifiers sorted for finals day tomorrow, but now it's time for quarterfinal number 3. And it's Marlow, the defending champions and ECL representatives of Portugal. They are here. They topped Group A and they're taking on Wild Panthers, who were 4th in Group B. But we know the Panthers, they're a dangerous unit. Let's go over to Sir Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, who's with the 2 captains for the coin toss for quarterfinal number 3.
Tails score. It is tails, yeah.
So it is Wild Panthers. Their captain Azar Andani has won the toss and he's elected to bat first. I do like that in a knockout match to get the runs on the board, maybe put some extra pressure on Marlow in the second half of this game. And the captain himself, Azar Andani, we had the best individual score of the week. 118 is what he scored during that Group B, and it was a really, really good innings. You know, he's the kind of player that can bat you out of the game no matter who you are. But Marlow, well, they have a pretty good captain themselves. Najam Shahzad, he's a triple threat with the bat, ball, and in the field. He was in really good batting form in Group A. He was consistent, but can he do it when it counts? So I think it'll be a cracking game here. I know it's 1 versus 4, but I just feel like that this contest is a little bit closer than it appears. So let's get over to the commentary box. Corey Ruckers is there. The news from the toss. It's the men in purple, the Wild Panthers. They'll be out there batting first after winning the toss here in quarterfinal number 3.
Everyone around the world, more T10 action coming your way. And well, looking forward to this one, because it's starting to get to the pointy end of this match, of this tournament, thanks. And well, it's a tough one to call who's going to end up winning the championship and going on and being the champions. We've got Marlow this time versus the Wild Panthers. And Marlow, well, they're one of the hot favourites, a really talented team. Najam Shahzad right at the top there, and Syed Masum in sort of that middle to lower order, really effective players. And for the Panthers, we know how dangerous Azar Andani can be. And we know Aslan Naseem, his opening partner, can also be very, very dangerous with the bat. So looking forward to this one, and welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India, and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. Hope you're doing well out there, and I hope you're ready for more T10 action. A few grey clouds have come over the top, and well, it's a bit of a cooler day today, but there isn't any threat of rain. So thankfully, we should be able to get the full match underway. Just wondering where all the players and umpires are. Looks like a ghost town on your screen there. Don't see anybody. Well, I hope everyone's still at the ground. I'm still here. Where's my co-commentator? Maybe I'm on my own at the moment. Let's just hope we see someone on the camera screen in any moment now. Oh, there they come. All right. Oof. Thankfully, for a brief moment, I thought the zombie apocalypse had hit and I was sort of stranded. And it looks like we're almost ready to get underway, probably a minute or 2 away. And yeah, we've had a pretty pleasant morning so far. We had a really good game just before, with Punjab CC progressing by just 1 run. So they go through to the semi-final now, and they'll be feeling pretty happy about that. You can see Zulfikar Shah there looking at the wicket. Yep, that's a mat, not turf. It's always helpful to know. And there's Buck, the umpire. He'll be looking forward to it. But yeah, looking forward to seeing how Azar Andani goes in this one. Such a good player. And if he wants to upset Marlow and his team, he probably has to go on and make a pretty substantial score here, you would imagine. So we're almost underway. Players just one guard. It looks like, okay, interesting. Maybe a difference with the ball here. It's going to be Amir Zaeb. He's going to start. I don't really see him use the new ball too often. And hello, all our viewers in the chat who are also saying hello. So he's going to start. Right arm sling-ish, and he gets a little bit of a way swing. Azar Andani, he's on strike. Ready for the first ball, match 3, the 3rd quarterfinal elimination match. Here we go. Well, there you go. With that slinging action, it's going to swing a lot, and that's a big one to start. So the scoring opens for the Panthers, and if the Panthers can score in that 110 area around there, I think they've got a red-hot chance of maybe forcing a little bit of an upset in this game. They're going to need that, though, and this man on your screen, he's the key. It's left alone as well. This time they'll think about running through for a bye, but no run. And Azar Andani, well, he was run out yesterday in the first Friendship CC game. I'm sure he doesn't want to throw his wicket away in that style again. If he can face 30 to 40 balls, He's the man that can go on and hit 100. Well, that's well bowled and really well played. It's easy for a batsman to sometimes play that one across the line, but nice full straight bat. Good bowling from Zayab. You can see with that arm action getting a lot of away swing. Oh, he's got him. Well, he's got Andani for a duck, and that could be almost curtain straight away for the Panthers. It works for Zayab, a big away swinger. He falls, and there's the first big wicket, a feather edge, well caught by the keeper. Yeah, it's a loose shot. It was half-hearted at best, and he goes for a duck. Bit of a hit-miss tournament with him with the bat, and you can see how pumped up Mallow are because that is a huge, huge wicket, and the score's 1 for 1. And look, the captain would be disappointed with that. And that was wide. It was swinging. They need to hit that a little bit squarer. Instead, went reaching for the ball, gets a feather edge, and he's dismissed. What a perfect start for Marlowe. So, new man coming to the crease is Ronak Patel. Interesting to see him come out. He's been more in the middle to lower order. He'll be looking to get on with it straight away. The ball is swinging, but that's expected. Interesting looking technique there. Feet are very closed off and very close together. You don't see that every day. Toe ends, big chance, no. Lands in a gigantic gap and goes for 4. Gets a little bit of luck there. That wasn't anywhere near the middle of the bat. He's put him right up the order here. Look at this technique. Very different. 4 runs and just a little bit of luck. Zayab could have had 2 in 2 there. He goes straight into the gap and very, very lucky indeed. So a little bit of hard luck for Mallow. At least he's come out with the right intent as Ronak Patel, and he gets a 4 off his very first delivery. Oh, that's another edge gone. Well, he edges the first one, goes for 4, edges this one, well caught. Zayab has 2, more away swing. What a start this is for Mallow. They're the team to beat, and it's 5 for 2. Sensational stuff from Zayab, and Sam Ali, good hands, the gloveman. It's a regulation catch, but you still got to take them. And yeah, interesting technique. Bat was completely closed off. Head position horrendously wrong. Feet too close together. I could write you a whole page about what's wrong there. Anyway, last ball of the over, and it's 5 for 2. Well, Panthers, if they're going to get into this game, someone's going to have to step up with the bat. It's a good opportunity for somebody to write their name in lights and potentially get their team up to a decent total. What a perfect start this is for Mallow. Zayab, we haven't seen him too much with the new ball, but definitely in this tournament, he's come through with the goods in the quarterfinal. We know how good of a player he can be. Slip in place now. Good aggressive captaincy. Oh, he's edged it too slip. Oh, just falls short of first slip, and that'll go away for 4. So 4 edges in the over. 2 of them went to the keeper, and 2 went for 4. It's good captaincy to get the slip in. He's just fishing for that, really reaching. Falls short of him, though. Scoots along the ground, goes for 4, brings an end to a pretty eventful first over. It's 9 for 2 after 1, and well, the Panthers, they've got everything against them at the moment, versus a team that was just at the ECL and has won the previous few European cricket series here in Portugal. They're going to have to do something pretty special to get themselves back in the game, firstly, and then secondly, win the game. So Naseem now, he's been a bystander at the non-strikers end and been watching all that as he's going to face up to Shazad now. Najam Shazad, he's had a good tournament with bat and ball so far. He'll be looking to continue this dominance that Marlowe just have over the cricket fraternity here in Portugal at the moment. If he can go 3 and 4, bang, bang, well, they could have 1 foot into that semi-final straight away. He's going to start with a wide as well. So quite a few wides that have just been sneaking in the last few days. But he's a good bowler. He'll be looking to get it full straight early, get that ball to move and see if he can pick up a couple more wickets for his side here. That's a much better. Oh, it's high in the air. Is that going to be caught? Oh, he might have shelled it. He's just out of my eye there. Let's have a look. He got that one to bounce up high. It really decked away late. Look at this, hit him real high up on the bat. Just takes off, bang, high on the bat. And he does get there. It's an absolute sitter in the end. I was a bit obscured by the cube. I don't know how he's dropped that. Zulfikar Shah, it's an absolute shocker. It should be 3 for 10. Thickish inside edge this time. Lands into a pocket of space. They might think about 2. Yeah, good running that. They get back for a second. So Naseem and Patel, 12 for 2. Lost 2 big players early. Going to have to put together a bit of a partnership here. If they can get themselves maybe towards 90 to 95, maybe that can be defendable. They're going to need something in that region though. That's wide outside of line. That's going to be 5 wides. Well, besides the 2 wickets, they've still gotten themselves to 17 runs off 8 balls because of the extras. That's a big wide and nothing to keep him to there. It's a bit of a half volley in front of him and he wasn't overly committed to it. So that dropped catch, it's a bit of an opportunity missed and now 5 wides. That'll give the Panthers a little bit of confidence. Just not getting his line and length right just yet. Once again, big wide down the leg side and fumbled again by the keeper. This time they won't get the extra run. So 18 runs on the board so far and about 9 wides in there. Bit of licorice all sorts at the moment. Couple of edges and keeping, but yeah, just not controlling the new ball. It is swinging a lot. That's a better ball, angling in, hits him high on the pad. There's a slight appeal, but probably going down leg and too much bounce on that one as well. So Shazad, national captain, and he's got a lot of experience at the top of the order and a lot of experience bowling in pressure situations. He'll be a little bit disappointed that he hasn't been able to control this new ball just yet. He did create the 1 chance though. That's better bowling. Good line, good length, dot ball. Yeah, he can be a powerful bowler that hits the deck hard, and when he gets it right in there, most batsmen do struggle to score off him. Good bowling, well played. Just the dot ball this time. There's Toby Marriott in the background trying to sneak on the field at backward point there. Probably pretty eager to get out there. Loves his cricket. Nice. Interesting start to this one. 18 for 2. Last ball of the second. Feels like it's been an eternity since this game started. All those extras. Oh, that's a big appeal. I reckon that's out. It is out. Well, the licorice all sorts continues. 18 for 3 after 2. This time it's LBW. And, well, it must be hard to line up as a batsman sometimes. I reckon there's been 8 or 9 wides, and there's also been some Jaffa deliveries. This one just comes in with the arm, decks in a tad. Point of contact could just be outside off stump or touching in line with off, but I can understand why the umpire's given that out. That's cannoned into his front pad, and big appeal, looked out, given out, and I can understand that one. And the score now is 18 for 3. Yeah, it's one of those ones, was a bit of the ball hitting him in line with the off stump. 50-50. but I can understand why the umpire would give that out. Yeah, they're probably at the point of contact. There's a slither of that ball touching the stump, and it gives me a good opportunity to welcome back Vinny Sandu. Vinny, how are you?
Yeah, good. And I think it's a good decision. I think it's one that could have gone either way. I think it's umpire's call. I think if you really broke that down, even with the replay, we're not absolutely sure. Remember, just a little bit of the ball needs to hit in line with the stump. So 18 for 3. Terrible start for Wild Panthers. Hello to everyone once again, and it's great to have you with us, as usual, here on the European Cricket Network. Quarterfinal Friday. First one of the year, and we're loving it so far. I mean, Zaib, well, why don't you give another over? And Shazad will do just that. He was very good in the first. Getting a fair bit of shape. And so, yeah, maybe that's a bit of a secret weapon move that wasn't expected by the Wild Panthers. And this is unexpected as well. So I don't know what happened here. Just maybe just a little bug or something like that. You see here, that can really distract you as a batter. So I don't think that was anything against the bowler. You see there, trying to waft something out the way. I don't think he made contact with that. Does make contact with this, and so next one will just be played back. Again, very, very warm welcome to all of our live chatters as well. I'll try and poke my head back in there. Of course, quite a busy day, as you can imagine, at this point in the tournament. And Zaib has been pretty accurate. I think now he's got the movement under control. Oh, this is a risky one. Actually steps out of the way. You've got to be careful doing this. And technically, you can do this. You see, he sees the throw coming in. He's in, and then he gets out of the way. I suppose the ball was past the stumps by the time he does that. Next one, played off stump, and it will run away for 4. So we know how fast this outfield is. This one fairly races away off the bat of Patel. So it was taken from the off-stump line, but Diksha Patel, he's one guy that he does like to get a wriggle on. So Zaib hit to the boundary. Yeah, Joe, what you're saying is absolutely right. He had made his ground already. He stepped out to avoid the ball, so should be fine. Against the risk that I'm not normally taking if I'm a batter, because that's going to be in the umpire's opinion. I've seen them say before that, no, well, we don't think that's why you left your crease. But Joe, you are absolutely spot on. Hello to Joe, one of our ECL umpires watching from the Czech Republic, where we will be soon enough. I think we plan to be there just after the Swedish series complete. It's good to have you in the chat, Joe. Stick around a while. And now they're going to get an overthrow. It's a rare bit of loose fielding from Marlowe. Patel combination, get an extra one. But right now, it is the Wild Panthers on the ropes. And if you do have any questions or comments, please put them in chat. Corey's just popped out for a spot of lunch, which is well deserved. Thanks to everyone for looking after us, to Emma, to Bruno, everyone at the ground, making us feel so welcome. This one's just pushed away. Now, thinking about a second. It's good to see them looking for those, though. I think when you're on the ropes, I think you need to push for every run possible. And so, it does take us to the end of the over as well, and it's 24 for 3 at the end of the power play. So now we'll head into the 4th over. Middle overs now. Power play is over. Pretty consistent stuff in the power play. And, yeah, I mean, can they find a partnership from somewhere? Well, Panthers, big blows. They lost early. And Dani going without scoring. They're seam for just 2. Ranik Patel into the side, but no good at number 3. He did score a boundary, but was out soon after. Now they're going to go for Asad Mahmood. He just bowls these left arm slow mediums, really, but seems to be a pretty effective bowler. Abhishek is asking me, Vinny, tell me why your friend, I think he's talking about Corey, why my friend said that PSL is better than IPL. Well, I'm not going to open that can of worms again. This is down the ground. It's going to be over the top, and it is a Maximo. Here comes the counter-attack. As Dick says, well, it's on me to try and get us to a decent score. Like I said, a try not to judge a game too early. And there's still plenty of time for the Wild Panthers to put something on the board here. So they just need someone to fire. That was a nice shot by Patel. Straight through the line of the ball. Maximo on the screen. Next one a little bit wider. Clever bowler, Asad Mahmood. You can ask Corey yourself when he gets back, but he said the IPL is a very, very good competition. He said that some of the players that found it a bit more difficult just due to the conditions, I think. So that's just something he heard. Of course, Corey has done some elite coaching. Currently the national team coach of Spain. But what I'll say is, the fact that we get to talk about and have these opinions is really healthy. This one is driven away, and it's just outside the reach of the infield. It's going to be 4 more to Dix Patel. He'll move to 19 off 9. Sad Mahmood challenging him to go after it, to play away from his body. See, it wasn't that far away from the fielder, but it does get to the boundary. Shazad, he's a man you don't want to hit the ball too close to, because he's an outstanding fielder. We've seen it. We've also seen it when he was leading Portugal back in the ECC. That was all the way back in September and October. Slight misfield, but won't cost him any here. Yeah, so also we saw Marlowe recently at the European Cricket League, didn't we? Where they were unfortunate to just miss out on finals day in their group, Group E, but Group E was really strong. We called it the group of excitement. And they just narrowly went down in the second eliminator. But certainly were good after a slow start. I think they were bundled out by 33 by Pakai Care in their first match, but certainly recovered to have a decent week. Marlowe, even though they didn't quite crack that top 4. Let's have a look at where we're at today. Gawker 11, they're through to semi-finals tomorrow. So Punjab CC, what a game that was. Quarterfinal number 2. Just 1 run separating those 2 teams. And Brothers 11 Portugal, it's hard to believe that they're going, but they are out of the tournament. And Marlowe, certainly a very good start against Wild Panthers, but like I said, there is time. And 38 for 3 after 4, not a bad run rate at all. Can they keep this partnership going? Werush, well, they are the real challengers. A lot of people are thinking they were top of Group B. They're taking on Indian Royals. So we get to see them back. They were 4th in Group A. They've got probably what a lot of people were thinking was maybe the biggest mismatch of the day, but we just know that anything's possible on quarterfinals Friday. So make sure you stay with us as we're just into the second half now. If you do have any questions, now's a great time to put them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Always appreciate that interaction. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket on ECN is that you can interact with us live on air. As Anand Gondal comes into the attack, and when they can have a pop at this, I think this would have been out if he hit. It was a long throw. Had to try and hit from downtown. But yeah, he wasn't able to do it. See, slight hesitation. I think that's what would have cost Path Patel his wicket. Because if this hits, he's a goner. Gondal, pretty good bowler. I think he bowled well at ACL as well. Of course, the ACL, if you just joined us, it's the Champions League of European Cricket. And the champion club of 29 different countries takes part, as well as the defending champions. It generally is played early in our European cricket season, so through February and March over a number of weeks. And we will see the next ACL, I think, early in 2023. So Pakai Care have already qualified for that tournament. They're the only ones so far. And Spain will have 2 representatives on account of winning that tournament. Really exciting, wasn't it? Abhishek, thank you for not asking any follow-up questions regarding IPL and PSL, but you're asking me who my favourite cricket is from India. Well, I've got a few. I'll try and throw one at you that is a bit unexpected. But give me a second. I know I've got all the ones I admire at the moment. Rohit Sharma, big fan of him. I was a big fan of Dhoni, of course, and Pant is pretty exciting to watch. I'm glad they've stuck with him for a little while. He's changing the way the game's played. But I've got to say, growing up, probably Kapil Dev was really impressive. I remember him coming to Australia back here, and I think it was 1991, 92. I was just fairly young back then, but I loved the way he was able to adapt his bowling to Australian conditions. I remember he gave Alan Border a real torrid time back then. This one's cut away, and it'll just be one. Thanks for your question, Abhishek. I enjoy it. So, last ball in the first half coming up from Gondal. And, he's been really tight, hasn't he? He's a guy that has shown he can do it at a higher level as well. But very well in the ECL. He's also a pretty good death bowler if you do get him in the second half. Last ball the over coming up and just sneaks past the bat, and Dinesh Patel can't catch up with that. He's got over half the run so far for Wild Panthers. They're trying to come back into this game at the halfway point. It's 41 for 3. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And rejoining me in the commentary box, Corey Rutgers and Corey. It was somewhat of a recovery from Wild Panthers, but still a long way to go if they're going to get some sort of competitive score on the board in this quarterfinal.
Decent recovery, but a long way to go, isn't it? They're going to need to, you'd think, get to 3 figures against this dangerous Marlow side, but hey, it's a long way to come back, and yeah, good luck to them. They need a bit more help.
Yeah, they certainly do. And so head into the second half of the innings and see if they can up the ante. Wild Panthers looking great in the purple uniforms. This one's worked away behind square. Field's well placed there. Loses his bat path, Patel. That's just something, the fielding for Marlow. I think that's one reason that they're right up there in Portugal and normally top of the tree, because they just don't miss those ground balls to the outfield the way that some of the other teams have in this tournament.
Yeah, they seem like they're very understanding of their roles as well, Vinny. They know when they're bowling, when they're meant to be used, what they're meant to do. That's a slow ball bouncer. Might be a bit high, that one.
Yeah, maybe that's the one for the over. Just over the shoulder. Have a look at it here. On the walk. I think that is a good call. This is Syed Meissen. Another very, very good bowler. Remember last time we were here in September in the ECS, it was Gondal and Meissen that pretty much shut down the innings. They'd bowl 7, 8, 9 and 10, but bowling a bit earlier. Meissen tries the slower ball here, but it just loses it left. It's going to be a wide.
Yeah, no, they just, they all, because they've played so much cricket together, they really understand when they're needed to be used in their fielding positions and their bowling strategies, and they just seem like a team that just gets it, and they're a very good T10 unit.
Oh no, doesn't know what he's doing here. Boyce pulls out of the shot. You see here, he kind of shapes to cut and then changes his mind and almost tries to take his bat out of the way of this. We'll see how short it was as well. I don't know if it's above the shoulder. It's close though. And if it was above the shoulder, it would have been a no ball. But I think it's probably fractionally below. Tough call though. I mean, he's outside his crease there, so it's still going up. And they do judge that at the point it passes the crease. But
oh, really?
Yeah, I believe so. Well, this is going to be run out. And how about this? And Parth Patel's run himself out here. They do come back for a slightly dicey too. And it's a good throw. The keeper hardly had to move. Saim Ali, have a look at this. Has Dinesh Patel a lot quicker than Parth. And the evidence is there. And so Saim Ali finishes the job. And just not what you want when you're trying to mount a bit of a comeback. While Panthers, they lose a wicket to a run out. And now it is 45 for 4. And
yeah,
the parting shots from Parth as he walks off the field.
Yeah, it was an odd second run, Vinny. It was never on. And yeah, I'm not too sure what the communication was there. He doesn't look too pleased. But there was never a 2 there. He was out by a long, long way.
Yeah, he was. It's good fielding, though, to execute that. Still has to be a good throw to get him there, and it was. So we see the fielding from Marlow. If you want an example of why fielding is so important, just have a look at this Marlow side, the way they stop runs and create wickets. So I'll give you, I was promising another Indian cricketer, that's one of my favourites, going back in the day, Kiran Moray, their keeper in the early 90s. I was always admiring keepers, and I thought he was really good. Had to deal with spin and pace, of course, in Australia as well, Australian conditions. And I thought he was good. And his up to the stumps work inspired me a lot. That's kind of pre-Dhoni, which is obviously another Indian cricketer I always loved watching. This one jumps up. See that Myson's got a bit about him, doesn't he? And at this level, he's a handful for the batters. This one just jumps up, and I think it takes the batter on the gloves.
Yeah, he's testing that line of shoulder height, isn't he? And just pushing the boundaries, but getting it right.
Yeah. It's a risk, isn't it? Because, I mean, if that takes off a bit more than he thinks, it'll be a no ball. But Myson, he's shut the gate here in the 6th. He's only conceded 4. This one been a bit wide, so he's sprayed a couple in this overside. And then Irfan asking me who's my favourite cricketer from Bangladesh. I think I told you. The one that I always admired watching Bangladesh kind of come of age was Mushfiqur Rahim.
Yeah, nice. I liked Rafiq, the left arm off
Yeah.
him.
Shakib Al Hassan, obviously, has done a lot. But sometimes I like to go for slightly different choices. This one is deflected away, but it's away from the keeper. Will just be 1. End of the over. And Wild Panthers don't get too many off that one. It's 47 for 4. And well, after that, Corey, we haven't had a boundary for 14 balls as Gondal and Mysom have come and kept things really tight through these middle overs.
Yeah, it's never easy when you lose wickets early and then in the middle overs you need to try explode, but you're up against a good attack that are bowling good deliveries. You can see 5 bowlers used and they've all been helpful and handy, and those 2 early wickets to Amir Zaid really blew this game wide open early.
Yeah, and we know that we were building up the contest, weren't we, between Azhar Andani and Marlowe. Andani, so disappointed to go for a duck. He'll be pretty concerned at the moment. He might not get another chance to bat in this series as Gondal comes back. Following on his last over where there were only 3 singles off it. He's back and he's bowling the 7th.
Yep, he's come back and looking to take the 5th and 6th wicket for his team here. He's got good seam, good positioning with his wrist. He's a good bowler overall. And he'll be looking to take a couple more wickets if he can.
Edged and it's gone. It was taking off and Saim Ali, well, I think he's pretty happy. I have a feeling this might have stuck in the webbing. And so it was really too off from Gondal. Saim Ali, I know this feeling as a keeper. This does not hit him in the middle of the hands, but he's relieved. Doesn't have too much time to dwell on it. You see, it just takes off and it lodges in the webbing between the thumb and the forefinger. So Saim Ali is thrilled with that result. Gondal gets some reward for keeping things really tight. Yeah, it's Dhaval Patel that takes the catch. That offers the catch, I should say. Saim Ali holds on. And so it's going to be 47 for 5. Another wicket, and that's all about keeping things tight. The last 2 overs, we haven't seen any boundaries at all. Now Gondal cashes in with the pole.
Yep, and good catch by Saim Ali. You're right, he's taken 3 good catches in this innings. Don't think I've seen a keeper take 3 in a T10 innings. What was the most a keeper would have taken?
It's a good question. I think I've seen 4.
Yep.
I know the most catches we've had in a T10 is actually from a long on-fielder. Just a pretty good ball from Gondal first up.
Well, that would make sense.
Yeah, so it was 5 by Madupa Fernando. And I think he actually had a 6th that just grazed his fingertips. So, I mean, that would have been an amazing one. But, yeah, I think 3 stumpings is the record. I'm still waiting for the time we get 4 stumpings in an innings. I'm sure it'll happen at some point. Gondal, making sure not a lot's happening on the scoreboard at the moment for the Wild Panthers.
Yeah, good bowling from Gondal. We said he'd be searching for the 5th wicket for the team. He'd be looking for the 6th now. He deserved that first one.
This is in the air. It's going nowhere. Well, they can raffle this one. In the end, Gondal wins the race. And it'll all be fine. Now, Shazad was the man coming in. But Gondal, he was the one that stood to get the wicket. So he says, I'll take it. And really, it is a team catch in the end. I think that Shazad gets a piece of this. But Gondal does hold on. 2 in the over. Disaster now for the Panthers. They're 47 for 6.
Yeah, good catch, Vinny, in the end, because there was a little bit of confusion, but good to see them smiling afterwards and, well, a little bit of a hug there to say, oops, sorry, Skip.
It's always a very different reaction when they're caught to how those go down. But, yeah, Wild Panthers are in lots and lots of trouble here. 47 for 6. Yeah, I know Maya was asking me, Mushfiqur Rahim, if I could put his name in the chat so you can see how it's spelled. She wants to learn a bit about him. I'm glad we got such a variety of viewers. Some are fairly new to the game and some have been watching for a long time. And so, yeah, if you do have any questions like that, just look him up. He's a really good keeper batter.
Oh.
There's this one, a little bit of a French cut. Assad knew that was coming. He was standing right there, so he gets one. And the other question from Steve in the chat, saying, hey Vinny, do you prefer a specialist keeper or a keeper batter in Test cricket? I think in Test cricket, you pick your best keeper. I know it's a bit old school, and a lot of keepers are very good batters anyway now, but I just think they should save your runs. And your top 6, it's their job to get the runs. If you can have a keeper that can do it as well, that's great. But I actually think what people don't realise is how many runs a very good keeper can save you. Well, this is not a bad shot at all. And don't forget that he's here as Dix goes large. Well, that's 6 on any ground, Corey. Maximo to finish the 7th over. And finally, the 50 has come up for the Wild Panthers. They finished the over at 54 for 6.
Yeah, he really is the one and last only hope you feel for this Panthers batting lineup. While he's there trying to bat himself through and get some boundaries, it's up to him. And, well, there's a little bit of cricket social media for you if you want to follow us on European Cricket Network.
Great time to follow European Cricket on social media as well, because we've got Toby Marriott here. He is the social media Jedi, and he's creating all kinds of content. We're doing some stories. We're doing some behind the scenes as well. So follow us on at European Cricket social media, at European Cricket Network on TikTok as well now. Of course, you got me at Mr. Maximo, and you got Corey's details there. See Rutgers _28 on Instagram, and you can send us messages as well. And apologies, I get back to as many as I can every day. It is not easy, and I suppose it's a good thing I'm getting more than I'm able to reply to. I could spend all night getting back to the people that message me from all around the world. So it's great that you're taking an interest, and thanks very much for your support of European cricket. Abhishek asking about stump mics. I mean, the thing is, stump mics is something we do have from time to time. It also depends on the conditions, and also it's pretty windy at the moment, but ECL, we're turned right up. We were hearing it. Sometimes we'd hear the player huddles if they were around the stump mic. Okay. Do you remember that? We had the Jersey side gathered around the stump mic, and we were hearing the strategy after a wicket, which was pretty much, come on, let's keep going and take another wicket, which is groundbreaking. I
can remember hearing David Mullet talking to us up in the comments. That was pretty funny.
That was pretty funny. Didn't have a mic'd up player. Kind of did. Short, and Mitchell Patel misses out on this one.
I don't know what I was looking at, Vinny. I put my finger up in the commentary box. I thought that touched the glove.
Yeah, do you think so? I mean, obviously, they're a lot closer to the action than we are. I think he just swings through it.
Sure, the ball.
Well, sometimes that happens, though, where you get away with one as a batter. Have you ever had that happen to you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
We get a ledge, and you just assume you're going to be gone. But either no one's heard it. I'm talking about when there's like no appeal at all. Have you ever had that happen to you? There's absolutely no appeal at all, and you get away with it. So that's when you know it might be your day. Or the robot's come up with something in the chat. Well, this is another one that I suppose the viewers can have an opinion on if you've seen it. Big swing and a miss. This isn't really the play at the moment from Mitchell, because Dix Patel has to face more deliveries, I think, if they're going to put something in the 80 to 90 region here.
Yeah, I think that's what he's just saying to him. You don't have to go for the crazy big shots. If you can get me back on strike, that's good enough for the team. Well, that's hit hard into mid-wicket. Probably could go for 4. Yeah, it will. Well, maybe he went up to him and said, just keep on swinging, because if it goes in the gap, well, that'll be 4 runs. A nice shot in the end, and he gets it to the left of Zaib out there at mid-wicket.
Yeah, nice shot. Placement is important. Mitchell, I mentioned that maybe he should just try and get Dix Patel on strike, but this one was a bit short, and he plays the shot well. Now he might as well have a swing at this, or you don't really want to lose a 7-wicket, though, with 2 overs to go. Yeah, we'll swing at this. It hits it down the ground. Got to push here. And it will be stopped. Oh, it's very slow to get going on the second, but the throw's wide. Oh, this is close.
Yeah, because he runs so wide, it's sort of a lunge with his bat.
I don't know if I'm seeing things. I feel that bat might be in the air here from Dix Patel.
I don't know. He ran very wide, though. Very, very wide. This will be closer than what people think.
It's not smart. Just look at the...
Look how wide he's going. Go. No, I think he...
You think so? Watch this. Oh, he just gets in. He actually bounces. Oof.
It's poor running, though.
Oh, he's just in. Wow, that's close. Because I actually thought maybe that bounce was before the line. If it was, it's probably going to be out. As it is, he does survive, but yeah, certainly not the most direct route. At the end of 8 overs, it's 61 for 6.
Who's running the poll today? What's going on here?
The robot.
What have I just seen?
Let me see, what have we got here? It's, I won't read it out, but if you're in the live chat, it's a little Easter egg for you. Have you voted in it, though?
I just saw it.
Don't forget, Chuggalnaya Media won a poll. Who's better, ECN or Chuggalnaya Media? So I don't think you can say this. It's always reliable. But thanks to everyone in there. See that Vinny Fangirl's back in the chat as well.
You're getting a lot of credit today, aren't you, Vinny?
Getting probably too much credit. I think it's a team effort, Corey, when it comes down to it. It's a long 2 weeks. We've got to work together, don't we, over the 48 matches here in Portugal. Of course, we'll do another 24 together next week in the Netherlands.
We just don't stop, do we?
Never. Good length. Here's Shazad for his second over. Has picked up a wicket. He bowled back in the second over.
Yeah, surprising to see him come around the wicket to start. You see a bit blustery out there. But yeah, he bowled pretty good over the wicket at the start of this game. I think I would have preferred if he stayed there, but up to him. He's the skipper.
All right. This is where they need to make something happen. But you're basically facing the national team captain. Not super easy, but Dix will try. And he gets a bit on this. He whips it off his pads, but straight down to Amir Zaib. So it'll just be one. And so, yeah, I mean, well, Panthers, can they get to something like 80? I mean, it's seeming a long way away. But we know that Marlow have struggled at times. In the first game of the tournament, they were in a lot of trouble chasing. They're helped by 10 penalty runs. As this one is worked away, this might be the boundary they need, and it is. It's kind of pushed more than anything from Mithil Patel. But he makes the most of that angle, you see. He goes with the angle and he goes square on the offside, gets it through the infield, and there's no one sweeping at deep point. So does get 4 and a valuable 4 runs for the Panthers.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. When you're coming around the wicket, you've got to have the right field set, and unfortunately they don't. Good shot, though. I mean, look, considering where they were at the start, I think they'll be a lot happier now. And if they can have a good last 8 balls, let's say best case scenario, they get to 85 maybe, 17 off those 8. I think that's a decent enough recovery.
Back over the wicket now. And this one having a bit more luck for Shazad as it beats the inside edge of the bat of Mithil Patel.
Yep, much better from him. He should know to stay over the wicket. He's got enough cricket experience and a good comeback ball from him. So Patel, they don't want to single off this ball because they want to leave Diksha Patel on strike for the next over. So this is a bit of a free swing. See if you can get a 4 or a 6.
Yeah, now you can't afford to go right. It's just one over left after this. And, well, Diksha Patel doesn't want to go.
Yeah, so
I think it's the right decision. What do you think?
Yep, I like that. I mean, you're sacrificing 1 run, but you're just backing in that Diksha Patel will be able to go bigger in the next over.
The question is it worth more than 1 run? It's almost like you went to a shop or went to a free market where you said, look, I'm going to pay 1 run so that I can be on strike. I think it's a good trade.
Yep.
I think that he will be on strike now, and you don't want to get too crazy in it last over, refusing runs, because then you feel obligated to catch them up. And Mithil Patel's been batting okay as well. He's 12 off 11, but let's see if they can get a dozen and maybe get up to 80 off the last over. Got to say that Vinny Fangirl, the more I'm hearing from her, the more I'm liking it. She said that in the ECS T10, it's really important to have a good wicketkeeper. Pick your best wicketkeeper because they can save you at least 10 runs every time in the field. Well, I'm starting to think that we've got a lot in common because that's probably exactly what I think.
Yeah, I'm wondering who's running that account.
This is short. Dix is after him, and it will be taken. So that's not a fielder you want to hit too many balls towards. That's Najam Shazad. He's a deep backward square. That's where he's gone after bowling is over. Asad Mahmood comes out, and he takes a wicket with the first ball of the 10th. End of a pretty handy innings. In the end, it will be Dix Patel. That will have to go, and he goes for 30 of 20. He's been the shining light of this innings. Wild Panthers are 68 for 7.
Yes, 68 for 7, and unfortunately, they took the risk of not taking the extra one, and he was dismissed the next ball. That can happen. That's cricket.
Vinny Fangirl, if you keep making good comments like that, then I think we're going to get on just fine. And where are you watching from, Vinny? What are you doing?
Just break that in
Don't
half,
break
mate.
my heart. Okay. Anyway, hope you're having a great day here. We're enjoying Quarterfinals Friday here on the European Cricket Network. Mahmood will be in.
That's a nice shot down the ground. They should maybe think about 2. Not on, though. Just the 1. Yeah, unfortunately for the Panthers, losing Andani early really has hurt them. Ever since that, they've been trying to fight back and get themselves back in the game.
Yeah, they're trying. We talked about the dozen off last over. Well, they might go 2 here. Oh, Zyb's going to airmail it over the keeper. And, well, they'll get a 3rd here. So, Bardwaj will come back for 3. I think it makes sense to take everyone on off and out. Zyb just didn't know his own power there and launched it over Saim Ali.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a wild throw. And they get the extra run, so that's helpful. Every run counts at this back end.
Yeah, for sure. So they may just have a slight technical issue here, which is a bit annoying, especially when it's this late in the innings. But it's, I think that we will see that there'll be just perhaps a short delay. Something gets sorted in the scoring, which I think is important. Keep those questions coming. At the moment, I have enjoyed all the opinions that are going on. And hello to Kitty as well, who's joining us from Virginia in the USA. I think I mentioned to Phil as well and to Sam Nick as well.
Yeah, so it's
Here's a good one. Where do you want your biggest hitter to bat? In the power play, the middle overs, or the death overs? That's an interesting one. That's a poll in the chat. Do you have an opinion on that?
in T10 or?
In T10. I'm assuming this is about T10.
I think that, that's a good question. Where do you want your biggest hitter? Do you mean like just a pure power
Just
hitter,
says,
not batsmanship?
where do you
or-
want your biggest hitter to bat? You've got a big hitter. I'm an out-and-out hitter. Where are you batting me? Are you risking me in the power play, or do you take that gamble?
I'm going to go, because you want someone that can do it outside the power play when the fielding's down, because you'll have other players that are more technical that will get the bat on the ball more when it's swinging.
Yeah.
So probably 3 or 4. If I would have someone floating, as soon as the power play's ended, they would go in.
Well, we've kind of seen this a couple of times in this tournament. For example, Greenshields. I think he's the biggest hitter in Werash.
Yeah.
As we go back to live action. So we are back on. Well, this time he's appealing to someone, and no one thinks it's out.
Why is he appealing to the square leg umpire? He can't do much.
He's saying, I think it's like when you ask your mum and they say no, so you ask your dad. So I don't think there's any bet on that. I think I saw daylight. For me, you're going to hate my answer because I'm going to say it depends. Depends who you're playing. Depends the quality of the attack you're playing as well. So, for example, if you're playing Paco Care with Mohamed Cameron, I think you do need someone with a bit more technical nous out there to handle it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it also depends at how good the player is at clearing the outfielders as well, taking on outfielders, because that's what we have to do in the middle. Well, this one is sliced and it's miles in the air, and Gondal, he's not going to quite get there. That was so high, they're going to get 2, even though that ball never leaves the infield. And I think this will be the end of the road. As at the end of 10, I believe it will be 75 for 7. We'll confirm that for you in a second. And this went miles. Gondal, I thought he maybe could have made a play on that ball. They were going to get 2 either way, so maybe you can save a couple of runs if you can take the catch. And he's a pretty good fielder. He's the kind of fielder that you could pull off a catch like that. But in the end, the Wild Panthers, they are going to find their way to, I believe it's 75. And so Marlowe will have a fairly easy chase here. Well, let's have a look. It was the second half of the day, and the men in purple, and they were out there, Wild Panthers, loving their kits. Didn't get to see the captain for too long. And Darnie nicked off for a duck. And that was a sign of trouble for the Panthers. They lost early wickets and found themselves in some trouble against the defending champions.
Yeah, they were in a lot of trouble. They opened the bowling with Zaib, who bowled some really good away swing. They put the slip in as they were getting extra aggressive. And this was the only dropped chance that I can really remember in that power play. Zulfikar Shah misreading that one. But those 2 wickets in that first over really put the Panthers right behind the 8 ball from the start. This was the 3rd wicket to fall. This was the captain bowling, Najim Shazad, getting that one to angle in with the arm and gets it to slide back in. Hits him right halfway up on off stump and was given out by the umpire. It was up to Diksha Patel. He had to go on and try and get his team up to a competitive total. He played some all right shots in between, but here he lost his partner, Parth Patel. Bit of sloppy running in the end and not really striding out quick enough. And you can see Tyrone Pears with the slow windmill giving it out. This just avoided the keeper aside. Mysam came into the attack and Gondal there was rewarded for some good work, and I was pretty impressed with Sam Ali, the keeper, overall. This was Gondal and the captain, Ajim Shahzad, with a big smile on their face after a minor collision. Thankfully, no one was hurt. But Dish Patel, he was still going along his glory ways, trying to get his team back into this contest. He batted pretty well. He was the only man to really put up a fight. He ended up making 30, and he saved his team from maybe being a bit red-faced. This was one for the limited review system, almost outrun out. He ran really wide there, but was very lucky to have just got in on one of his last strides. This was a nice shot through the offside to go for 4. And they kept trying the best, the Panthers, to see if they can get some momentum in this innings, but they just kept losing wickets at the wrong time. And credit to Marlow, though. They were the better of the two teams in this first half. Really consistent with the ball, really consistent overall, and they did what was required to restrict the Wild Panthers to 75 for 7. So, really good effort there from Marlow. They are the reigning champions, and they're showing why. And we do have the scorecards with you. So Dish Patel 30 off 20, lone hand, and Mitu Patel right down at the bottom, 17 off 13. 12 extras helped as well. And unfortunately for everybody else, they just couldn't get in and they couldn't put a decent score on the board. So they only in the end make 75, which you feel is 25 under par. They've got a lot of work to do with the ball. Let's have a quick look now at Mallow. And Mallow, the reigning champions, they were at the ECL. They are a good bowling unit. And look at that. Everyone, I think, will be pretty happy with their day so far. Pick of the bowlers for me, Adnan Gondal, 2 for 10, only going at 5 economy. And Amir Zayev, 2 wickets in that very first over. Picking up Azhar Andani was huge, and he did the job for his team. And he's put them in complete control in this quarterfinal elimination fixture. So, the Wild Panthers, they have it all to do with the ball. It's going to be an uphill task. Join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello everybody, welcome back here to Cartac Show Portugal. We're here at the halfway stage between the Wild Panthers and Mallow. And well, Wild Panthers, their backs are against the wall at the moment. There's a lot of pressure on them to stay in this competition because unfortunately for them, they only made 75. And well, if you're a Mallow supporter, and I'm sure there's plenty of people out there that are, you're feeling pretty comfortable at this stage because they're a very long batting lineup and they're not chasing too many runs. So they've got every opportunity here and a good chance to continue on and do some good work here. Get themselves into yet another semi-final. Zulfikar Shah, he's walked out there, the left-hander. He's at the non-striker's end. And the captain, Najim Shazad, he's on strike. Rahul Bardwaj, he's got the new ball. He's been pretty good this tournament with the new ball. He's going to have to be even better in this game. He needs to pick up 2 wickets, you feel, straight away. If they are to get his team in this match. So the field's set, the umpire's ready, everyone's ready. Here we go. First ball in the run chase. Oh, what a gorgeous looking shot that is. Just the 1 run there. And oh, he absolutely hit that out the middle of the bat. And that's Syed Muslim. I got my name mixed up there. I thought Najam Shazad was a guarantee to walk out and open. Obviously a little bit of a change in the lineup. He's probably going to come out at maybe number 3 or number 4. But what a great shot that was by Muslim to get off the mark. Just the 1 run to the deep extra cover. Zulfikar Shah on strike now. Probably hasn't had the tournament that he would have liked with the bat. I remember last year he hit the ball to all parts. This year he's struggled just a little bit. Slight dip in form, but still a very, very dangerous player. Good left-handed batsman and extremely strong off his legs, like most left-handers are. So that's flicked off his hip and that's gone for a single there. Another 1 run. So both batsmen off the mark, and that's always a nice feeling as an opener. Wild Panthers, well, they'll be disappointed with the bat, but they got to keep their head up. I mean, miracles do happen, and this would be a minor miracle. If they can just get these too early and create a little bit of pressure on that middle order, you never know. Wideish ball outside off stump, and on another day that could have been edged through to the keeper or slip, but this time it's called a wide. That's well bowled again. So Bardwaj, he started all right here. I think that one was cross seam, just wants to try and control the swing. Syed Muslim on strike, he just blocks that respectfully into the offside. I mean, I guess when you only have to go at 7.5, you don't have to go hell for leather. You can just wait till you get a bad ball and try and put that away. Just like that. He gets the width this time, puts it away, 4 runs. That's the first boundary in this run chase, and that's exactly what I mean. When you're only chasing a low total, you just have to wait for the bad ball and make sure you execute your skills, put it away, and you'll get to the runs pretty simply. 4 runs and good opportunity. Welcome back to the commentary box. Vinny Sandhu. Vinny, do the Panthers have any chance here? What can they do?
It's looking tough, isn't it? I mean, they've sent Mysam up to open, which surprised me slightly. I thought maybe they'd go with Shazad. That would be the obvious one. But Mysam is someone that they're trying to bat higher and higher. And Mysam is a bit of a finalist, a finalist specialist, I should say. In the semi-finals, he cracked a real good 49 off 19 against Gorka last year. And that was important. So maybe they think it's a good opportunity to get him going. He adds another dimension to their batting when he's going well. But I suppose that they're sport for choice, aren't they? I could probably name 5 or 6 guys that could open the batting for Marlow and do a very, very good job. Zaib as well. Obviously, we talked about Najam Shazad. Saim Ali's opened for them before. Even someone like an Amir Ikram can work it around. This one does sneak past the outside edge. And this will be the end of the first over. So not a bad one from Bardwaj, all things considered. It's 7 for no loss. But I suppose the issue here is that the target is 75. So they're going to have to do that plenty more times. They're going to have to take wickets along the way. And they're going to have to do it pretty quickly, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. And you just feel if they don't take any early wickets, this game might meander out for them, especially with that new ball. Try and get it at swing as much as possible. Maybe a few extra catches in the ring and try and make something happen.
So that poll we saw, where would you want your biggest hitter to bat? The crowd have spoken. They've said 75% say in the power play, 16% in the middle overs, and 8% in the death overs. But I'll give you another one. I'd like them to bat all the overs. That's the thing. If you can get them to bat through the innings. And you've seen a couple of times where, particularly that Punjab CC innings where they had 2 hitters in. They had him in early in Imran Rao and Ranasawa, but they just kind of couldn't bat all the way. But it's the nature of the game, I guess. Here's Zulfikar Shah, the left-hander, who'll be facing up to Parth Patel. Gets this completely wrong. Have noticed this right-hand, left-hand combination has been a real thorn in some of the bowlers' sides, especially with this wind coming and going and a bit of movement around. We've seen a lot of wides created, I think, by the left-hand, right-hand combo.
Yeah, that does play a pretty big effect in this format, and almost all the formats. A lefty-righty combination, bowlers need to adjust really quickly, and if they don't, yeah, they can spray it leg side-ish. Like that.
Yep, there it was again. Lightning strikes twice to start the second. Can't afford too many of those as well when you're defending 74. We have seen these kind of scores defended, but not super often, and certainly you wouldn't expect it against a team with the batting riches of Marlow. Got to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat, including Luke, of course, and to Michael Dowd, who's appeared in the chat. Nice to see you. Shrub on as well. It's a bit closer, but I think it's still he's hitting outside leg stump.
Well,
so.
yeah, he's getting it to shape into the left-hander, but that was missing a leg pretty comfortably for me. Good decision from the umpire.
Yeah, umpires haven't missed too much at all in this series. It's been really good. This one, yeah, you see that movement, hits him outside leg, and you can actually see the leg stump between his legs, so it's a pretty good indication it was missing. And Andrew Belchidler, who unfortunately he's got the virus at the moment. He says it's in the mouse hold, but he actually meant household. So that's even worse if it's in your mouse hold. Stay out of there. This time drive, but they still will get a single. That's good running there. And so, yeah, to everyone else, thank you for your contributions in the chat. Keep them going. And this is one guy that you will love in the chat. He's going under the name Hamstar at the moment, but his name is Kemsey. And Kemsey and you have the same sense of humour. Let me just say that. Kemsey will be about outrageous. He'll probably get blocked. He normally doesn't last too long, but it's normally pretty exciting. So give Kemsey a bit of rope. As we see this one aimed on the leg side.
Where's Kemsey from?
Kemsey, I think he's from the UK.
Okay.
I haven't seen him for a while. Actually, this is the first time he's popped up this year. But even I remember Kemsey all the way back to late 2020.
Yep.
And, you know, he likes to push the envelope, but I think most of the time what he says is in good humour. Occasionally he'll overstep the line, but don't we all sometimes? So
Yeah, I'd like to
rings
flirt
true,
with it.
doesn't it? Yeah. Hello to you, Kemsey. Give us some fodder in the chat, please. This is driven. It's in the air, but it's going to be in the gap as well. So it should just be one at the moment. Marlow, there's no sense of panic in their batting. They're just trying to score, pick up the run. I think they know if they don't get into wicket trouble, they should get this target fairly easily.
Yeah, you would imagine so, Vinny. They keep those wickets in hand. They'll probably meander themselves to this total. Wickets are the key for the Panthers to try and slow the scoring rate even further and just to put a few nerves in that dressing room.
Yeah. You don't want to bat too conservatively. It's kind of what we saw in the last game. But that was 20 more that were required. 20 more that Punjab CC could defend. So Helix is there as well in the chat, and everyone else. I think I mentioned Kitty, who's watching from the USA, to Sam Nick as well, Neville Russ. Yeah, plenty of excitement. I mean, Marlow, they'll be big favourites to progress, and then the last game of the day coming up after this quarterfinal 4 between the hosts Awarash and Indian Royals, who are back. Once again, Parth, just this one getting away from him. That's a little bit loose. And then also, this isn't helping their over rate either, is it? Having to bowl all these extra deliveries.
No, unfortunately, these wides down the leg side don't help anybody involved. And It doesn't help if you're defending a low score. He's just got to get that line on 4th, 5th stump, outside off stump, and then try bring it in late. Just can't adjust yet. Well, there we go. That is the 4th, 5th stump. Ball came back just a tad. Much better line, and that's a dot ball.
Yeah, good stop on the second bounce. This is the way to do it, actually. Sunil Patel behind the stumps just gets down low. Even if that escapes his gloves, I feel like he's blocking that ball. That's good keeping. So, see, Path can get out of this over. Now, this one is hit straight, and well, that's one way to do it. Can't say it would have been my plan A, but Mitchell does make the stop. It's the end of the over. Gets a pat on the back for his trouble. And it's the end of 2. It's 15 for no loss.
Not sure why. He's gone full karate mode.
He's gone.
There was not even a thought of going with hands.
It was Kung Fu style. And we've seen the Panda already in this series. And now we see the Kung Fu as we see where we're at on quarterfinals Friday. We know that Gorka 11 have already progressed, and Punjab CC just by a single run in quarterfinal 2. And now Marlow, they've got to be favourites, and we're actually pretty strong favourites as well in the last game of the day, but we know anything can happen. This is quarterfinal Friday, and Corey, you did say that you smell an upset at some point along the way. Punjab CC versus Brothers, to me, that was a pretty even game going in. It doesn't look like we're getting one here, but maybe there's a twist. Bharadwaj coming back to bowl the third. This is edge. It's going to be away from the keeper, and it's going to run away for 4. Well, didn't really seem well balanced to have a dive at that one, Sunil Patel. You see here, doesn't get any spring. See that little step to his right with the right foot? Just means that he can't have a dive at it. I'm not sure if he would have gotten near it anyway, but that's 4 more to the total. Nothing going right at the moment for the Wild Panthers.
Yeah, nothing going right. This is probably one of the only few times I would say that a slip fieldsman's probably just, because you have to get 10 wickets to win. You're not going to be able to stop them from getting to the run. So catching positions, maybe a tight cover, just a little few men around the bat with your boundary riders as well, just to try and have the right mix, the right combination.
This time it's cut through the offside. It's going to be 4 more. This one's closer to the middle of the bat. So Zulfi goes 4 and 4. He wants some more. That one was pretty close to Mitchell. This time he went with the hands. Didn't really work either. So maybe the Kung Fu style would have been more effective. Doubt it. But Marlow, they're cruising at the moment in this chase.
Yeah, they're absolutely cruising. Back-to-back 4s really takes the edge off. And Zulfikar Shah, we know he's a good player, but that's gorgeous cricket. Nice and wide of him, and just leans on that cut shot, puts it in the gap. Good batting.
Bharadwaj needs a wicket. Won't get one here. Zulfi pushes, runs, and they go straight away. So I think that's why they get home here. I'm sure that if Marlow do win, they'll be sticking around to watch this last game, because be aware they may see at some point tomorrow. They're the hot favourites from Group B. A chance to get a look at them close up, although they do know each other pretty well. Bharadwaj running out of chances to impact this power play. He's got 3 balls to come. Mysam going to run a ball 7 at the moment. And he's happy just to push and run. So they will just get a single here. Yeah, no sense of panic, even though they've sent Mysam, who I would say is, I'd say pitch hitter. I mean, he's there for his aggression, but also he's showing he's got a bit more range, and he knows he doesn't have to go absolutely everything. He's taking a little bit of time to get into his innings here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just smart cricket, isn't it, Vinny? They don't have to do anything unjust or crazy. Just bat and wait for the bad ball.
So this is just defended back. So Zulfi being pretty selective. Abhishek asking, will we have the bowling speed meter at some point? I mean, occasionally we have had that. Again, you know, we're kind of on a kind of shoestring on the European Cricket Network at the moment, so we bring it as much as we can. That's certainly something that's pretty interesting when we have had it. I'm pretty good at estimating, so you can just ask me as well, because I've seen plenty of it. As this will be the end of the power play. Marlow, 25 for no loss. What else we got in the chat? Woken Nightmare saying there's been some unusual fielding this week. I won't disagree with that at all. And
Well, Steve Cook, he must be new. He's saying, why is the bowling just from one end in this format? Yeah, it's two reasons, basically. Partly it's to save time. Obviously, we've got a schedule. We have to stay on schedule because we'll run out of sunlight, especially this time of the year. So it saves time, saves the fielders changing positions all the time. And the other reason is with the cameras. We want to bring you the best possible coverage with the resources that we've got. So having the bowling from one end allows us to capture that end really well. So we don't have to split our resources. So thanks for your question, Steve. Hope you're enjoying the European Cricket Network. If you are new, in fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put my daily call out for lurkers. If you're lurking, I'm asking you to go into the live chat, ECN, European Cricket Network. Let us know where you're watching from and just say hello. I know it's difficult for some people to get into the chat. It requires a bit of multitasking sometimes. And some people are lurking while working. Hashtag lurking while working. I know that. But what a great time to say hello. Let's see who the first lurker in the chat is.
Yeah, you always find a couple, don't you, Vinny?
Normally find a couple in the woodwork. It's good. Because I know that a lot of people are watching, but we don't hear from them in the live chat because it just doesn't really... It's not really possible for some people. Here's Path. He's getting a second over. He's got the right-hander. Ooh. That one hurts, I think.
Yeah, that's a tough call there from Bucky the Sheriff.
That was just my reaction after this. I think it's a harsh call, to say the least. LRS?
Yes, can the limited review system overturn that?
LRS can do anything, but I don't think they typically intervene on wides. Ouch. Anyway, this one won't be a wide. And it'll be just away from the fielder. So, salt into the wound as Mysom goes down the ground. Not a bad drive on the up. He gets it straight enough to get away from the fielder. So 4 more to Marlowe.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. Comes down the wicket and turns it into a half volley for himself. And they're in complete control here at the moment, Vinny. Just can't see the Panthers. How are they going to get themselves back in this game?
Here we go. Amy is watching. I think she's watching from the east coast of Australia as well. Nice to see you in the chat, Amy. Full toss. Thigh high. Worked away. And we'll just get one here. Any other lurkers? Amy, I know that you're a big fan of European cricket. And how are you going learning the game? I know you're pretty new to cricket. If you do have any questions about the rules or what's going on or some of the kind of cricket vocabulary we use, then we would love you to ask because there's no silly questions.
Oh, there is silly questions.
Not too many. It's a safe zone. Right now, I don't think Wild Panthers are feeling too safe in this quarterfinal. And, yeah, I was wondering whether you'd bowl Path Patel straight away. I know he's getting some good movement, but with the left hand, right hand still there, he struggled with that in his first over, didn't he? So that's concerning. I suppose it only did go for 8, but there were plenty of extras in there. 4 wides and a leg by, and 3 singles. This one, I think it won't be a single. It's going to be launched, and this one is going to go all the way Maximo. And this is the left-hander, Zulfikar Shah. He just picks this one up, and he was a little bit concerned, I think, off the bat, but it did have what it took to get over the rope. 6 runs.
Yeah, nice batting, and I said how good he can be on the leg side. So a great shot there, and we're trying to get some encouragement from Rahul Bhardwaj, his opening bowling compatriot. Maybe giving him a little bit of advice, but what can you say? It's the batting group that's let them down.
Amy in the chat saying she learnt quite a lot in the Spanish tournament. Of course, that was the European Cricket League recently, over 6 weeks. We had the best clubs in Europe going head-to-head. Ultimately, it was a Spanish champion, Pac Ikea from Badalona, just outside Barcelona. Knocked over, and Path Patel finally gets one right, and looked like a country and western song from Zulfikar Shah as he kicks the dirt, but he's got to go. And this time Patel does get it right. Path gets his first wicket, and well, maybe keeps the slim hopes alive for the Wild Panthers. The first one goes down, and it's Zulfikar who has to go for 17, and it's 38 for 1.
Yeah, well, I don't know what Rahul Bhardwaj said to him, but it seemed to work a treat. Disturbs the timber, and look at Zulfikar Shah here. He is so upset with himself. That's a great reaction.
I think it's a good sign when you're upset. When you get out, it shows how much he cares. Even at this stage, he wanted to be the one to see them home, but does leave them in pretty good shape. In fact, they're over halfway to the target now at 38 for 1. Say hello to Peter. Peter Handley in the chat saying, "G'day all. Still lurking, still working." Nice to have you in the chat. You just need the one message. You don't have to stick around. I just like that. And Tarek Zandu in the chat saying that he is in the chat now and saying hope everyone is well. So nice to have the lurkers come out and say hi. So Maya had a question. What are the umpires' positions called? That's a good question. Look, normally you either talk about the bowler's end umpire or the standing umpire. Yeah. So that's Bucks there. You can see in your shot. He's at the. We would either say that the standing umpire is probably what they use. It's kind of umpire chat, or you might refer to them as the bowler's end umpire as well, because that is the end that they're at. And then you normally have the square leg umpire. There we go, because square leg is that position. And sometimes the square leg umpire will be the other side, depending. Sometimes things like the sun or things like that. But there is a side on umpire as well. And that's normally the square leg umpire. That's normally how you refer to them. And so the square leg umpire, particularly, they're useful in contributing to decisions with obviously line decisions, run outs at that end. As this one gets through, Varghese, that's not ideal, but I think it will still just be the single. It's the end of the over. That's 4 overs down, and the score now is 39 for 1, and hopefully you are well. It's Finny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. It's a great time for you to give us your questions in the chat. I mean, a lot of people have questions, and cricket, I mean, we forget sometimes. We try and simplify it a lot, but it is a little bit complicated, I think, when you're first picking it up. So we want to make it really accessible. Something that we do on European Cricket Network probably a lot more than other cricket shows would do, other cricket would do. But you know, it's great whenever we do get new viewers in, and they do find this is the format they find quite easy to pick up.
Well, yeah, maybe because it's so short, so you can get right into the game, and you've got entertainment while you're learning the rules, because it is action-packed.
Yeah, it really is. And I think what makes cricket super exciting to new people as well is when you get close finishes, and the fact that with 4 or 5 matches, even sometimes even up to 7 matches a day on ECN, the fact that there are so many finishes means it's more likely that we'll have more close finishes. So, yeah, thank you for your thoughts on that. Yeah, so the standing umpire or the bowler's end umpire is used typically for things like court decisions, little nicks behind.
Oh,
yeah, that's whacked. And Shazad, we know that he is a real good performer. And he goes smash here. Doesn't hang around too long. It's short, it's wide. That one's out of here. Maximo Najam is keen to finish this game in a hurry, I think.
how strong is he, Vinny? Because that's not an easy ball to get there that far, and he absolutely wallops that. Great batting. Yeah, look, it's been nice having the Wild Panthers here, but unless something crazy happens, surely they can't.
Epic collapse. Oh, you have some more of this. This is hit hard. It's hit pretty flat, and the result is the same. Maximo, 6 more to Shazad, who's launched the last 2. And Marlowe on the bench. They're not looking particularly nervous. I think they're already planning their schedules around being in the tournament tomorrow.
Yeah, crash bang wallop. He's absolutely laced that as well. Back-to-back sixes. And, well, Mallow, they're just an efficient side, and they're taking it away. They're going to definitely be in that semi-final.
This one is nicked, and it would have been a wide. Instead, he's going to have to go. So Shazad finds a way to nick this. We almost needed the Q extender to reach it, but he will go 6-6 and out. And Diksha Patel will be the man that takes his wicket. Now, this is when you're really kicking yourself as a batter. There's no real foot movement. He wafts at it. And then he is annoyed. Another one. Put him in the angry column with Zulfikar Shah. And, well, how about that for a little bit of the dancing from Diksha Patel? He said, well, we may not be around very long, so I'm going to bust out the moves. And what he has removed the opposition skipper, and it's 52 for 2.
Yeah, a little bit of jiggy jig from Diksha Patel there, and got a bit of time for that. And, well, if the umpire wasn't going to give it, I think you could tell from the reaction of the Mallow batsmen, because they were absolutely devastated.
No doubt about it. I think you're always excited to take a wicket, but then I think all of these things combining to make Diksha Patel particularly excited. The fact that it was a ball that was barely on the pitch, the fact that he gets such a big batter, so he just burst out into a spontaneous kind of dance. So, yeah, might ask you, do they change position? Yeah, at the end of every over, the umpires will change position. So, normally in a 2-end match, they kind of just go sideways because every over, it's a different end that's being bowled from. Here, they'll just kind of basically do a straight swap of positions. So you see this over, and when we first started talking about this, it was Buck Stoneman at the bowler's end. Now he's at square leg, and now Tyrone Peters has gone to the standing position. As Dix gets one at the new batter. It's Ikram who's out there. Yeah, well, Steve Cook enjoyed it. He says, Dicku for Strictly Come Dancing. Hello to Steve, who has just popped into the chat as well. Got a few lurkers coming out. It's good. Oh, this is launched, and it is going. It's going, and it is going to be 6. Mitchell Patel, that is so unlucky because he pulls it down, and he just comes down holding onto the ball, and he steps over the line. So this was always touch and go off the bat. You see here, the momentum. He looks down at his foot, and he prays that he's the right side of the line, but he's not. Maximal 6 to Ikram to start him off.
Yeah, good effort from the man out there, but definitely 6 runs. Good with the technology. That's a wide. And, well, this game, 16 runs to go. The Panthers, look, they had their moments in this tournament. It'll be sad to say goodbye to them. I think the Yazra and Dani 100 and then getting up to 193 in a game. And they've had lots of energy in the field, but just have been lacking a little bit with the batting.
Last ball of this over. Oh, no.
It's in the wrist. That's why you keep your gloves on, Vinny.
Yeah, let's see where it gets him. And then Mysam is a key bowler for them as well. This is not what they needed. They won't get a run off this. Hits him in the forearm or maybe the elbow, just judging by where he's rubbing there. Yeah, and there's not much you can do about this. See, he tries to kind of jump out the way, but he's kind of suspended in midair. Can't do anything about it. All he can do is turn and get ready for impact. So Mysam and gets the apology. I mean, he does turn around, makes it slightly better, but the arm cops it. So, unusual dot to finish the 5th over.
Oh, the magic spray, Vinny. Well, this always brings you back. As soon as he puts this on, he'll be 150%. I guarantee it.
Well, maybe he's got the 110 on his back because he'll be 110% better after this. So he'll probably be whacking them all out of the ground now. So, Mysam. And he's got a bit of the protection there as well. So maybe that would have helped. But certainly, that's a nasty one to get. Another reason I think it makes sense to wear a helmet, even if you're not facing up. And hello to Girish Singh from Coimbra Knights, who is saying good afternoon. I think he might have been lurking as well. Maiden Waters in the chat as well. A Magic Spray, it is. We don't have Magic Spray Mary. I think we should get her on the tour. She was pretty popular.
She was very popular. But look, he's fine. I'm not shocked either.
5 overs in here. Azarandani is going to come on. He's had a pretty good series with the ball. And that's really alert running from Ikram as he comes in and turns that 1 wide into 2 wides. What else we got in the chat? Paul Jones asking, hey Vinny, any of the ECN games played on turf pitches? Typically not. One of the reasons is because of the volume of cricket that we play. I think the pitch gets pretty worn pretty quickly. So that is one reason. This one will be a wide, I think. The other reason is that not many European cricket nations have turf pitches. I mean, I know Spain has 2 or 3. I know Khartoum does have turf facilities, but for example, in the ECL, we played 144 matches in 6 weeks. And it also means, okay, you might say, well, then prepare more pitches. Zandani comes in, just adjusts well to Ikram, who is advancing. Bowls a bit shorter, and so he swings and misses. Yeah, so the other thing is you don't really have time or daylight to prepare another pitch because the cricket's going on all the time. So I like the artificial surface, actually. There's different artificial surfaces around Europe. They all have slightly different properties. There's that leg cutter that Andani's been bowling really well. Yeah, so we've seen some really interesting artificial surfaces as well. And I think at least it's a constant. At least it's not really a factor. As the week goes on, it behaves similarly. And so, yeah, I think it's one of the real reasons, I think, that we're able to pump out the volume of cricket we do on ECN.
Yeah, that's fair enough, Vinny. I mean, it's always nice to have the odd tournament on turf, but yeah, with the volume of cricket, it's probably more than likely has to be a mat.
Well, this is timed really well, and you can forget this one because that's disappeared on the leg side. So that takes them even closer to the target. You start to wonder if they'll even get out of this over. Wild Panthers, and that one is really, really well struck. 4 runs, and that does take them up to 67, just 8 required now. And so, yeah, I mean, I know that we have had an ECL on turf before. This one's a miss hit, skews up in the air, but there's nobody there to take the catch. It is handled, just one. Yeah, but the difference there was it was only a 3-day tournament back then. It was kind of the pilot tournament for us at ECN. there were 6 matches a day, or 6 on the first 2 and 5 on the finals day. So 17 matches in 3 days. Even then, they decided to prepare a different pitch for the 3rd day. So I think that's the way it's going. And who knows, like everything's trying to be a bit more eco-friendly, a bit more green, not just the colour, but obviously there's a lot of resources and energy and things that go into preparing a turf pitch that you don't really have to worry about with an artificial surface.
Yep, absolutely agree completely. 6 to go, Vinny. 1 more stroke, 1 more big one. I think Ikram's thinking that as well. Why not try do it in a blaze of glory?
And Darnie trying to keep them alive. Well, this would have been a wide. Put the arms away, Bucks. This will stay alive. And this could be out, you know. He's getting greedy. I think he gets here.
I reckon he might be out here, and I think there was a short run and a wide, and I don't even know what's going on anymore. Then we just saw the L.
It was a retracted wide. I think he just gets home. That's my early call.
I think he's out.
Prepared to be... Uh-oh. It
takes time
a bit of time to get
your
back.
Bat down. Get your bat
Get it down. What are you doing?
Get it down.
There you go. It's fine. You hear, you see a little puff from Ikram.
Ran a long way for a 1.
So that's the difference between good running and bad running, whether you get there or not. It's a better throw. I think has him in a lot of trouble there.
Well,
but yeah, great camera work by the guys at Spring Productions. This one will be 2.
Well, if he hadn't have done the short run at this end, he would have been just run out at the other end.
So is that good running? Or the alternative is they could have just run one and stopped. But I think he also wants to try and win the game. So that was a short run. So it's just 1, not 2. This one's called a wide. And we're seeing a bit of entertainment here. And Darnie does bowl this one pretty well. That's another one that's pretty tight. But let's be honest, he has been consistent with those during this game for both teams. It's 4 to win now. And so just a reminder, we have the last game of the day coming up. And it's coming up in about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. And where I have every right to be favourites there, just dropping the 1 match. And that was a bit of a dead rubber in yesterday's play. As we see this one, it's a full toss. And this one will be the end of the game as Ikram, he will end up reaching 12.
Look how ecstatic the Mallow boys are with the victory.
They're just going to get the message now. Is that it? Can we go now? I think they know that they're in for a sterner test tomorrow. In this one, quarterfinal number 3, it's Marlow who reached the target with 24 balls to spare. Pretty one-sided one. We did have the close one in quarterfinal number 2. But here, it's going to be Marlow that win with heaps of time to spare.
Well, look at that. That's brilliant. The umpires are just walking off. We're done. We're out of here. And they're all like, oh.
All the players said, well, the umpires are gone. Maybe we're going to go too. And we'll see that the Wild Panthers is going to be sorry to say goodbye to them because they had the best individual score of the whole week with Azhar and Darnie. I think Aslan Naseem has shown at times that he's pretty useful with the stick. As you see, also, you know, Parth Patel, all the Patels actually. Diksha Patel, I think, had a pretty good tournament. He certainly stepped up today when some of the other batters did fail. But it will be Marlow. They end up doing it in a canter. They barely break a sweat here. Well, they were up and they were ready to go. 75 was the target. And the defending champions, they've never lost a European Cricket Network tournament. And there's a bit of the Kung Fu style from Mitul Patel. Highly unorthodox. Bardwaj got the nick there, but the keeper wasn't in position to make a play on the ball. And Marley just knew it was a matter of time, especially because they weren't under any particular wicket trouble early. They were going to chase these runs down, and they were going to do it in pretty good time.
Yeah, and that's what their plan was, just to get on with it and make sure that they get the runs in a bit of a canter, really. And there was some good advice which paid off because the next ball he got Zulfikar Shah out, and you can see how disappointed he was there. And that just shows you how hungry these Mallow batsmen are to get near this total. Najim Shazad, the captain, came out, played 2 glorious shots that both went for 6. This one over extra cover. And then after that, he chased a real wide one, toe-ended it, and he was devastated as well. And there we saw a little bit of jiggy-jig from Diksha Patel. Not bad, actually. I'll give him some credit for that. And how disappointed the captain was. Just shows how hungry these batsmen are.
But what I will say is if you're going to have one of those, have it now in a game that was fairly one-sided. So Shazad maybe uses up his bad luck there. Speaking of bad luck, Myerson, he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. But don't worry, the magic spray came out. And well, he could probably lift even more with that arm now after the magic spray came out. Ikram had a close call. He was getting greedy. I think he wanted to strike back. He got there just. And that was the big LRS signal from tight. It's been a great addition to this tournament, hasn't it? But you see at the end, it's just the one more boundary required, and they get there and they look fairly nonplussed about it. It's they eventually get the message that it's all over, and it's over with time to spare. Just 6 overs used in this second innings to get to the target. Marlow 76 off 6, defeating Wild Panthers 74 here in quarterfinal number 3, and we do have to say goodbye to the Panthers. And we look ahead to this game, starting in around about half an hour's time. It's Werash, the hosts. They're 7-1. They've been pretty good in this series. They're taking on the Indian Royals, who have 3 wins from their 8 games so far in the tournament. Royals had a week off. It's a big ask for them, but they do have some good players. They've got Amadullah in there. They've got Sharkit in there. Koka, I mean, he's been great at the top of the order for them as well, but can he find his form? Zinkus as well, big in for them. And their captain, Sukhvinder Singh, has won the toss, elected to bat first. Werash, let's talk about their top 3 as well. Top 3 or 4, really, really solid, with Buttonhorse and Stoneman likely to open. Greenshields at 3. Jaunjat, who's a pretty good hitter, at 4. And that's not even to mention players like Krup Patel and Nippo and Stoneman. Even Junaid Khan can go in and whack it around. But their bowling's been very good as well. They've been defending well. But they will have to chase in quarterfinal number 4, coming up very shortly on the European Cricket Network. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Well, Corey, you know that Marlow, they're a long batting unit. And in the end, they just have the top 4 contributing all fairly equal amounts, as Meissen bats through with 18 not out. Zulfikar with 17, Najam with 13, Ikram with 12. We saw the 2 batters get out, be pretty annoyed with themselves. That says to me that even in a game where they were cruising and they looked, certain to win it, that there's a bit of pride in their performance. They know Marlow, they're going to be challenged in this final series, and they were out there to prove a point.
Yeah, absolutely. And we take a quick look at the bowling figures. And unfortunately, they just couldn't get their team back into the game. And 14 extras sort of summarises that. But it wasn't really up to the bowlers. It was the batting unit that let them down in this match. And defending 75 against such a good side was never really going to happen.
Yeah, that's true. Parth Patel and Diksha Patel with a wicket. So it's with a heavy heart we say goodbye to the Panthers. But now we're down to just 5 teams left in contention for this FanCode European Cricket Series in Portugal. We'll take a bit of a longer break than usual, but we will be back in about 25 minutes. And when we do, it'll be Werash. They'll be out there taking on the Wild Panthers for that last position on finals day tomorrow. Join us very shortly. And thanks for everyone for your contributions in the chat and for all those questions. Keep them coming, and I'll try and have a look in a few minutes. But for now, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Hope you're having a great QFF. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal, and it's time for the last quarterfinal now, the last match of the day, quarterfinal number 4. And we're going to see the hosts, Werash. They are here, they top Group B, they're taking on Indian Royals, who finished 4th in Group A. We haven't seen the Royals for a week. They certainly provided a fair bit of entertainment for us, but let's see who wins the coin toss. Rob Kemming is just over there with the coin, and quarterfinal 4 coin toss is on the way.
Ready? Heads. Balls. It is heads. I would like to bet first.
So it is the Indian Royals that have won the toss, and they have elected to bat first. I think that's a good confident move. I think that Werash, they would have liked to have batted first. So sometimes if you're not sure, then I think do what the other team doesn't want to do. So Indian Royals do have the opportunity to put some runs on the board, then to try and take wickets. And I know they do have the Croatian connection in there. Mohammed Sharkat, well, he's back, and so is Ahmed Ullah for the Indian Royals. I think John Zinkas as well could be a pretty handy player for them. He's on loan, of course, from Porto from this tournament. So their captain, Sukhvinder Singh, I do like the move to bat first in this one, but Werash, we know that they're a pretty strong lineup. They've got Faf Stoneman at the top of the order. Badenhorst has been getting better and better as well, but Conrad Greenshields, he's been very, very good leading Werash for the first time. He's likely to bat 3 and also open the bowling. Watch out for Junaid Khan. He's been swinging the ball in these conditions as well. So it's the last quarterfinal of the day. We'll find out who will be our last semi-finalists as we go over to the commentary box. The news from the toss is that the Royals, they've won the toss. They're batting first. Over to you, Corey. Let's get ready for quarterfinal number 4.
Last game of the day, and we are ready. You see, a bit of cloud cover to start this one. And welcome back to all of our viewers, whether you're watching on FanCode around the world in the subcontinent. You might be watching on FanCode, and you might be watching on our YouTube channel as well, the Eastern European Cricket Network. I know we're also streaming on a few other services as well. There's Nippo, who is flying away, and it's going to be Werash fielding first. You saw it right there. And so now we know 3 of the 4 semi-finalists. It was Gawker 11 in the first game of the day, Punjab CC in the second, and Marlow in the third. And so far, it's all the top seeds that have gotten there, but not so much between a couple of the teams. And the Punjab CC and Brothers 11 Portugal just had a 1-run game. Last one's a little bit one-sided. Early on the day, Gawker 11 were pretty comprehensive over Friendship CC. So far, the Group A teams in the top 2 have done a number on the lower ranked Group B teams, but this is a Group B team that topped the table. Whereas they're 7-1, they lost their last game. That was against the Knights though, but by then they had really well and truly sewed up that top spot. So I don't think you ever want to lose, but sometimes it might be the loss that you have to have. Well, there's Tyrone Peters. Oh, he's the marathon man when it comes down to umpiring. He's doing 8 weeks in a row here, and he's pretty good. You see him yawning there, but as soon as that first ball is in play, he will be up and about. And so, yeah, we get to see the Indian Royals and how they handle Werash. I did like the move for them to bat first. I think that was smart. I mean, they're going to have to bat well. They have to deal with some pretty good bowlers, including Junaid Khan. Here's the first ball of quarterfinal number 4. This one moves a long way. It's an outswinger. Seems to swing, even though it was pretty short. And so it will be the first run on the board. And Junaid with his trademark zinc cream. Speaking of zincs, I saw that John Zinkas is in the side for the Indian Royals. He's listed at 4. This next one is another outswinger. This is the thing, Junaid Khan, he's getting the ball to swing around corners in this tournament, and he can actually swing it both ways. At the moment, the wind is pretty heavy right to left on your screen. So the wind's been crazy. It always seems to be going sideways. You see the flags there, but just not always from the same side. So we've seen him following a lot of in-swingers when the breeze is going the other way. It's a good skill to have. But, at the moment, Junaid, he's had 3 goes and he hasn't put one in the acceptable zone. And this guy is Amdeep Kokar at the other end, who I think is the best of the Indian Royals batters. They stick him up the top. They need something out of him. Bit surprised not to see Mohammed Sharkat at the top of the order, but I wonder if that's just because maybe they feel he's a bit more of a hitter and they wanted someone a bit more technical aspects to their game to open up. So they've gone for Jay Singh. As we see Kokar pushing and running. Oh, it's a good bit of fielding. They're going to have a look at this. There's the big L. I told you,
once the ball's in play. Tyrone and spring into action. I think he's home here, though. Kokar seems like he isn't too bothered about it. It's a good bit of fielding, though. Just have a look at this. He has to turn around, and lucky he does. There he's home. So, always worth checking, though. If you think it's close, often a bit closer than you think. And Conrad Greenshields, he is leading from the front, isn't he? Seems that he can do absolutely anything at the moment for Werush. This one is on target once again from Junaid, and we'll go down to Miguel Stoneman, third man specialist down there. He always does a good job for the Swans, the home team here. Had a question just before we had the break from Neville. Why is it in Australia that we say the score differently? So we would say it's none for 4, whereas here we say 4 for none. I don't actually know. Maybe someone can look that up for me. Just a bit of a custom, isn't it? I think everyone knows what we mean. Here's Junaid bowling to Jay Singh for the first time. This is a pretty good one. Jay Singh wants to get off the mark, but became aware of his limitations pretty quickly as that one went back to Junaid Khan. He's keeping things tight. Jay Singh, he was kind of brought in midweek. He has got some of the most impressive hair that I've seen on opener, and he's not gonna try and bundle it under a hat or a helmet. You see that, Tyrone? Just getting focused for the next ball. Once again, an outswinger. This one just stays inside. And this one does end up outside the line, but I think by then it's past the popping crease. It will get judged at the line that you see the batter batting on there. You see there, it was fine. Good keeping by Janjat as well. Good sideways movement. Not easy as a keeper to handle the ball swinging around. Often it will swing a lot after it goes past the stumps as well. So that was handled nicely. And this one doesn't swing at all. And I wonder if they'll give this or not. I think it will be a leg bite. Because the rule is you either have to play a shot or try and avoid the ball. And I think this is an attempt to avoid the ball. It's just not a very good attempt. You see, he's just stuck. I think he's earned his leg bye there. Jay Singh, who cops it on the funny bone, I think, but there's nothing too funny about it. Junaid Khan, that is the variation where I think he's not trying to swing it at all. This one, it's Kokar who is just pushing, and they won't get a run here. So at the end of that over, there are only 5 runs off it. And of those, only 1 was off the bat. Because we did have a leg bye in there and the 3 wide. So pretty quiet start for the Royals. I think they have to be brave. I know it's not easy when you're going out against, some classy bowlers, and we know Junaid, of course, will get 2 overs. Greenshield's probably going to bowl this one. Here he is now, and they are genuine swing bowlers. They can swing it both ways. It's got to be really concerning if you're an opener. But then they've got Nippo, they've got other bowlers to come. You got to back yourself here to score. And this one is absolute chaffer from Greenshields. This is about as good as it gets. And this is probably the difference between Junaid and Conrad. And Conrad gets this really wobbling. I mean, you can even know that he's going to bowl you an outswinger. With this breeze, you can have a fair idea, but you're not hitting that first up. What a good ball. And this one is even better, and he's going to knock over Jay Singh. Well, he had 5 chances to score, and he can't. And that one, well, that was always crashing into the stumps. And then Conrad is going to repair his own damage as he picks him back up. Well, it's a bit like 10-pin bowling. He might set him up. He might want to knock him down again. That is the first wicket. And it is an absolute banana bender from Conrad Greenshields. Jay Singh doesn't get near it. What a good delivery. I mean, I could watch this many, many times. And this is the perfect view here. That's about as good as it gets. Greenshields, he can swing it both ways. And look at that. He repairs the damage. You don't often see that, but I think Conrad's pretty keen to get him back up so we can knock him down again. It's 5 for 1. That's not exactly what you want to see when you come into the crease, but this is another pretty technically proficient batter. It's Devendra Mailer who's coming into the crease at number 3. These times like this, I'm happy for the batters that they don't have the monitors in the dugout, because that'd be putting me right off watching the ball bend around corners. So green shields, so important. He'll bat 3, he'll open the bowling. I think if we swing it like this, I think he should bowl his 2 first up and not hold himself back. Oh, this one is the leading edge, and Conrad's after it, but he doesn't know where he's going, but he'll take the catch. So it's 2 and 2. This one straightens again down the line. He was hunting the stumps, and it would have hit them, but Mailer, he turns the face. He gets the leading edge. Conrad, he almost had time to stop and ask for directions, and maybe he got them as his teammates get around him. That's 2 and 2, and Greenshield's on a hat-trick. And once again, it's one thing to bowl these kind of swing deliveries, but another to be accurate, another to swing it so consistently. And Conrad, he is saving his best bowling at the moment for quarterfinals Friday. You see here, it was up. He wasn't quite sure where that was going to fall. But I think with the breeze, it was always going to take it to the left. You see there, that's what he's saying. Oh, they're having some fun at the moment. And the Royals, well, quite the opposite for them. Lovejeet Singh, he'll be on strike even though they do cross there. They'll have to cross back, and he's going to face a hat-trick ball. I'm going to make an early call here. This could be a hat-trick. I mean, those balls, super difficult. There's so many ways they can get you. LBW, bowled, even there, just mistiming it. A shot to the leg side. That's a really good outswinger from Greenshields. Or 2 really. So here we go. It's a hat-trick ball. Oh, hits him, but a bit high, I think. Oh, that one was pretty good as well. And I think, I'm not so sure about it missing leg, but I feel it was just climbing over the stumps. Yeah, I think that's going over. Yeah, see, and he's a bit out of his crease as well. So it's got more room to climb. I think it's going over. Still, the threat isn't over yet. This next one's worked away to the leg side. Not a bad shot. And, well, there's the puppy after it. That's Alex Macy, but he won't even get on the ground this time. So Coker, you see, this is the difference. He is a bit more technically proficient, let's say, and he's able to deal with this one. He flicks it onto the leg side for a much needed boundary. The first one for the Royals in this first innings. Last ball of the over coming up from Greenshields. A memorable one. He's got 2 for 4. He throws in the in-swinger. I mean, he is such a good bowler. I have to say, that meant to go on and on. It's one thing to do it. It's another thing to be accurate. It's another thing to do it consistently. And that was a really, really good start to the innings. And a really good start to Conrad Greenshields in his bowling analysis, as it's 10-11 now for 2 off 2 overs. Let's have a look at where we're at on quarterfinals Friday. I mentioned Gorka 11 as well as Punjab CC and Marlow. They have already qualified for finals day tomorrow. And Awerash or Indian Royals, whoever wins this match, they will take on Gorka 11 first game in the morning. So plenty to play for. And we'll be back tomorrow for more cricket right here on ECN. We'll find out who the champions will be. Will it be Marlow? They've won every single ECN trophy on offer over the last couple of years here in Portugal. Will there be a changing of the guard? Junaid comes back, and this is hit high. It hasn't really been hit that well. Still, it will run away to the boundary. So Button Horse gave it a good chase, but there's no one back on the offside square of the wicket. At the moment, it's slim pickings, but I do like that shot from Kokar. He moves to 10 with his second boundary. Has the feeling of a one-man band here. He's been joined by Lovejeet Singh at the non-striker's end. See if Junaid can get it right here. This one is sliced away. Well, this one's even better. It'll go all the way. Maximo! The counter-attack from Kokar. This one does move out a little bit from Junaid. Kokar gets plenty of it. Well, one thing you would say, they have lost wickets, but they've lost them pretty quickly. There's still plenty of time left in this innings for someone to have a standout game, and Kokar is trying hard. That's the first Maximo of quarterfinal number 4. It's funny, hey, because I think Junaid prefers the wind going left to right. I think he prefers bowling in swing. It's not often you get 2 opening bowlers that can both genuinely swing it both ways. I think Conrad's the opposite. I think he likes the wind going right to left. This one holds its line, and it's going to be more of the same, as this will disappear to the point boundary. So Kokar moves to 20 off only 8 deliveries. And he does have 20 of the 25 runs so far. Yeah, so I think that might force a field change now. I think
a couple of those are catchable if you have a deep point. I'd probably have a deep point and a deep third man at this stage with Junaid bowling these kind of deliveries. But maybe also they want to encourage that stroke. But at the moment, Kokar, he's keeping the Royals in the hunt here. Now he's happy to defend. I don't want him getting out. So this is where we'll be seeing what Conrad Greenshields does with himself. Does he bowl the fourth over, or does he hold himself back? I know he likes to bowl at the end of the innings and keep one up his sleeve, but I just think with the ball swinging around so much, I think you've got to bowl him out straight away. He may turn to Nippo, but I just think with the ball new and with the wind going the way it's going, Conrad's more dangerous. Because if he takes 2 wickets next over, you've made an attacking move and you've really crippled the Royals. I think that if you let Nippo come in, sure, Nippo is a great bowler, but you might as well bowl him in the fifth. I just think you get so much, especially when you're bowling first and you're trying to get ahead in the game. So it's not like they're chasing something and situationally you might know exactly when to come back. So I think you bowl him in the fourth over. We'll see if he does in a couple of balls. Gets one to go a little bit. Kokar sends back Lovejeet Singh. Let us know in the chat who you'd bowl in the fourth over. We'll know in one ball. I think it depends on a few things. Depends on how his first over went. It depends on the conditions. If the ball's swinging around, depends on the condition of the ball. Because later on, he won't be getting that kind of swing anymore because the ball will be banged up a little bit. So I think you make the most of the conditions. This one's a little bit short. Junaid is going to get a one-way ticket to Pound Town here. Maximo. Kokar, he goes large here, and that'll be the end of the power play. And, well, one-man band probably doesn't say enough as Kokar is carrying the Royals at the moment. 3 overs down is 31 for 2, and 26 of those runs to Kokar. Nobody else has any runs off the bat. There's 5 extras. So it's not often you see someone getting 100% of the runs. And so it looks to me like Conrad Greenshields is going to bring himself back. I know my voice carries sometimes, but I think this is a good move, especially when there's that counter-attack last over from Kokar. And yeah, I mean, the first 2 overs weren't too many off from 5 and then 6. But then that over ends up going magical. 20 runs and all off the bat of Amadou Kokar. So Greenshields, yes, I think he wants to take wickets. Particularly, I think he wants to take the wicket of Kokar. It's an opportunity to save some runs down the stretch. Edged, and it's going to run away. Just the one. Maybe it's probably one of those times I would have a slip in, I think, at the moment. And so, yeah, I think this is also strategic because Kokar, if you let him stick around, he can hurt you. And I think that they would rather have Greenshields having a pop at him here. And you can actually save so many runs down the stretch if you remove him now. Now, this is a really good contest coming up. And this one doesn't really swing. The funny thing is swing, it's like the breeze. When you take it for granted for a little while, but in a second it's gone. and things can change because it's not just the wind, but it's also the condition of the ball being smooth. It does curve more. So as it gets banged around and it bounces on the pitch and it's hit by the bat a few times, you can lose it. This time it's a slower ball from Greenshields pushed away. So I think we'll see Kokar being a bit careful against the bowling of Greenshields. I think maybe it's not bad as he's at the other end at the moment. And Lovejeet Singh, well, let's see what his approach is. I think they need to build a partnership for the benefit of their innings here. Royals, Lovejeet does have a run now. Oh, this one, it might be out, and it is. And so little edge, I think, on this. I don't think Lovejeet's that impressed about it. Greenshields is going to get another wicket, so he decides to bring himself back. I think it was the right move. This one, once again, it is swinging a lot right to left, out swinging delivery. This one, yeah, I think it takes some of the bottom of the bat. I think you'll see this can only really hit the bat, I think, as it goes past. We'll see about here. See, takes a little bit of the edge, and I think that's a good decision. Good catch by Janjat low down as well. And so
Again, Lovejeet had that befuddled expression where he didn't really know what happened. He said, "What is this sorcery?" Another boomeranger from Conrad. Well, maybe he learnt that in his time in Australia because the ball was swinging. It was curved like a boomerang, but the batter won't be a boomerang because he won't be coming back. And Lovejeet has to go for one. It's 34 for 3. All 3 of those wickets to Conrad Greenshields so far. He's putting on a show in quarterfinal number 4. 3 for 8. And now he's got John Zinkus at the other end. This one, Zinkus, you can understand being a little bit cautious. I think this could be one of those situations where you just play a bowler out. They'll be so happy to see the back of Greenshields. And they won't want to lose a 4th. It doesn't get a lot easier through the middle overs either, because you've got Mohammad Siraj Nippo, who's one of the premier spinners in the country. He'll be coming on next over, I imagine. They have a lot of bowling options. This one, nice shot by Zinkus. So it'll be a long chase for Macy. Well, we know that he likes to spend a bit of time on the ground. I did say he spends more time on the floor than a cheap rug. And he's looking like he's just put a bit of moustache maintenance in the last day or two. That's the way to do it. He gets down. And we called him Puppy because he does look very excitable. This is the last ball for Greenshields, a little bit short. He turned around the corner. And so it's the end of the over. Had game-breaking couple of overs from Greenshields. After 4 overs, it's 37 for 3. Just a reminder that we are going to continue the FanCode European Cricket Series. It'll be almost 1,000 games alone in the European Cricket Series this year. And these are our locations. On Monday, we'll be in Capella, just outside Rotterdam in the Netherlands, for a very exciting five-team 6-day series. I think the standard will be very, very good. Got a fair few of the Netherlands internationals playing in that one. Then we'll be in Bulgaria for a week, then Romania for a week. And we're still working out the qualifiers in Bucharest. So I'm not sure if we'll see Pavel Florin in his club or not. It's all to be determined. Then we've got pretty much all of May in Sweden. 2 weeks in the south, 2 weeks in the north. And here's Nippo, who is coming on in the 5th. And so it will just be one to get going. Well, there's Macy, who finds another way to get on the ground. But, yeah, now this is where they can turn to spin. So now they do go to spin. And I don't think that was really a warning. I think it was more just Nippo put off by the wind. I think they might go double spin attack in the middle here. I think they'll go Nippo and maybe Mabeen Tariq. This is pulled away. Actually, Coker be feeling the weight of the Indian Royals on his shoulders here. I think they'll go Mabeen Tariq because I think this breeze suits him as well, because it will kind of drift out and then turn back. And so I think we might see him in the 6th. They've got a lot of options up their sleeve. This is nicely turned away by Zinkus, and he'll get 4 here. Good batting. Yeah, he's got to counter-attack. He can't be a bystander here. I mean, Coker needs some help putting some runs on the board. And Zinkus, he picks up the length of this pretty quickly and just turns this away behind the umpire. He turns around. Was in front of square, though. So Zinkus, yeah, I like what I'm seeing from him. He's a very experienced cricketer. Again, does have the technique, I think, to deal with it. It won't be easy against Nippo. He's a clever bowler. This one hits the pad, just kind of cramps Zinkus for room. So maybe this is the partnership. Look, the run rate's not that bad. I know they were crippled by the 3 wickets from Greenshields, but they did have a magical 3rd that went for 20. Nippo gets cut away, but no run here. Yeah, the over by over scores so far. 5 in the first, 6 in the second, 20 off the 3rd, and 6 off the 4th. And then so far we've had 6 in the 5th. So look, they are getting some runs here. If they could put 100 on the board and then bowl out of their skin, then maybe we could see a bit of an upset here, but they're going to have to bowl well. They're going to have to take those key early wickets from Awarash. But they have relied on their top 3 pretty heavily in this series, the Swans. Nippo, this is why he's dangerous, because he does get a lot of bounce, because he is tall and releases from a high point. It's the end of the over, and at the halfway point into Royals, they are 43 for 3. Start of the 6th over now. And let's see if I'm right. I've called it so far. On a bit of a streak. Well, I think they'll go to Mubin Tariq here. See, Kokar has been carrying it at the moment. 28 off the bat of Kokar. And, well, hey presto, here's Mubin Tariq in over number 6. Good time for him to come into the game. He's been a wicket-taking machine as well during this series for Awarash. So we've got Corey away on official business. Might be a great time to throw any questions into the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. As this first one from Tariq is going to be down to deep square leg. It will be a couple. So, Mubin Tariq. I suppose one thing, the right-handers will be hitting with the spin if they want to go to the leg side, but that's into the wind at the moment. He does want to go, and this one hits him in line, but I think with the distance between the pad and the stump, it was always going down the leg side. So Tariq, let's see if he can use this wind. I think it will just kind of drift right to left, and then he can spin it back off the pitch, and he can actually spin the ball. That's not the spinner though, that's more the arm ball, pushed out the front of the hand. And eventually we'll find that. I think you'll find it around there. And deep square leg, that's Faf Stoneman. As this one will just be a single. So they're trying to put something together, but they do need 2 boundaries and over, I think, to get that to a ball pace. From there, they may be able to get something close to 100. This time, Zinkas is on the charge, and he gets this one pretty good. Maximo! Well, Jay-Z coming out with a smash hit here as he goes off the leg side, and even though this is slightly into the breeze, it still carries pretty comfortably. Kind of shows his hand early there that he was coming down the pitch, and Tariq kind of said, well, bring it on, hoping for a miss hit. It didn't come, though, so Zinkas gets them past 50 now in the 6th over. Nice little variation there from Tariq. Tries to side spin this one. This one's off the bottom edge, and that's Faf Stoneman, who is a key player for Wera. I think we'll see him opening the batting. And he's certainly been hard to remove for opposition teams. I want to say hello to Lily Panda, who's in the chat. Nice to see you, Lily. And to Maya and everyone else. And the first thing I saw from Lily Panda was 100% agree, Vinny. Well, that's a question. That's a comment that I like to see. Yeah, Lily was agreeing, I think, back in the 3rd over, and we're discussing whether Conrad should come back for a 4th. He did. And now we're at the end of the 6th over. It's 54 for 3. So this partnership has been building, hasn't it? They came together at 34 for 3. So now, after the last 15 balls, they put together a partnership of 20. Let's see if they can keep going into the concluding stages of this innings. Hello to Alan as well, who's in the chat, and everybody else. If you do like to throw in a comment or a question, I'll get back to them when I can. Lily Panda's calling Conrad Control Game Shield. It's a very inventive nickname. As it's just one to start the over. Kokar just lost his mojo a little bit here, hasn't he? He's not getting too much of the strike. Seems to be bunting ones, but Zinkas has been picking up the slack. Nippo back for a 2nd over. Yeah, my prediction would be that we're going to see spin in 5, 6, 7 and 8. Whether they bowl Mubin Tariq next, I'm not sure, because what they'll do then is they'll need to have 2 different bowlers to bowl 9 and 10, so they may bowl a 5th bowler, I think, in the 8th over. And if you want to know what I mean, it's because this time they elected to bowl Conrad Greenshields 2 and Junaid 2. If they were to bowl the same 2 bowlers, 5, 6, 7 and 8, then you've got 2 more overs, and you can't bowl 2 overs in a row. So you have to use a 5th and a 6th bowler. So I think we may see somebody different in the 8th, and then we'll see Mubin Tariq come back in the 9th, as this one is launched up, and it is caught eventually. And Mubin, well, he had the ball a second ago, and he almost dropped that one. Couldn't find the handle, but in the end, it's a big wicket, and Nippo gets Kokar. That's a big moment in the game. I said he just lost his mojo slightly. He tries to take it on with the spin, and well, Mubin, he's pretty tall. He had a bit of room to move inside the boundary rope.
He does hold on to it eventually, and he'll be relieved with that because you don't want to drop Coke up. It can be dangerous. In the end, he goes for 33 off 19, and Nippo gets the wicket. 2 sixes and 3 fours for Amandeep in that innings, and he leaves his team at 56 for 4. And here's Mohammad Sharkat. Well, he went viral for all the wrong reasons a week ago, and you can see there, I think that he's happy to be back out there. We know that he's played a lot of cricket in Croatia. That's where we first saw him. We actually saw him also in the ECL, representing Zagreb Sokol, along with Ahmadullah. He is here playing for the Indian Royals, and he's facing the first ball now from Nippo. I think with Sharkat, he will go all guns blazing. Probably not a bad time for him to come to the crease, because they've got nothing to lose here. I think that he will attack pretty hard. His issue has been batting for a long period of time, but he doesn't really need to here. He's got just to tick over 3 overs. This one's in the air, and he hasn't got this at all, but I don't think it's going to carry. Oh, it does in the end. Well, that's a really good catch by Mubin Tariq. Had a lot of work to do. I thought with the way the wind going that it may just pull up, but Mubin Tariq, that was all anticipation. He picks up that one really quickly. He knows he has to hustle in and fast. So the same combination, the spin twins, they're able to take 2 in the 7th. And that is also the end of the over. A really good catch, and in fact, I think Stoneman was hunting that one as well, but Tariq, he was the man coming in. It was his catch. He had the angle on it, and he had the pace to pick it up really quickly. 7 overs down, and it is 56 for 5. This is, I'm just going to quickly call the next bowler. I'm going to say it will be Carlo Butchamatsa that's going to come on just before we get back to it. But this is what we're going to have tomorrow. And either Uwerish or Indian Royals will be taking on Gorka 11 in the first semi-final, and then Marlow and Punjab CC. We already know that that is the matchup in the second semi-final. Then we will have the bronze final after a 1-hour break, and then we will have the big one, the final here. And well, that's the first one I've got wrong, because they are going back to Mubin Tariq here in the 8th. So they will have to go for a 5th and 6th bowler. As this first one pulled away. Well, that's some good batting practice. Not great, though, for Ahmadullah, as he edges this one into the bushes. But the result is good for the Royals. Zinkas, oh, he is a key now. But this isn't really a good confidence builder when you're off the field and you get one rolling at you. And so you just think, I'm going to tap it back, and that skews off the outside edge into the bushes. Yeah, Ahmadullah. That's not going to do his confidence well to good. It's probably going to be in next. This time, it's Zinkas that tries to go fetch it. Got to say, that was a lighter moment for me. And I was a man that I think most people know I was a bit of a tail ender. And once I went out shadow batting and whacked myself in the pad, attempting to drive an imaginary ball, and everyone saw it. As this next one is going to be turned away around the corner. It's going to be 4 more. Oh, Jay-Z, once again. He's liking what Tariq's offering, because I think it's turning into him and he's quite comfortable that way. So I think that even though, it was a finger tipper as well for Krup Patel, he was fighting gravity, wasn't he? Trying to climb the ladder and get to that one. So another boundary. I think Tariq has to work harder to get it away from Zinkas. I do like him bowling his off spinners, but can't get too straight. So he decides to put the quick one in. That is a good variation as well that he's got. Does vary his pace well. So, I mean, how many is the minimum that Royals need to be kind of in this match? You'd say 85 is a bare minimum even then. You feel that Uwerish do have the batting to do this, but funny things happen, especially in finals. This one's turned away on the offside. They refuse the run. This is where I think Zinkas has to be smart and try and take one off this ball. I know they've got Sukhvinder Singh, the captain, who's out there at the other end, left-hander. But I think at this stage, when you've got a guy that's had so much of the strike, you need to try and keep him facing. Last ball, the 8th coming up. That's actually really clever bowling. Tariq gets it away. I actually think he's a bit lucky to get away with this, because I thought that maybe it caught some of the line as it goes past the popping crease. You be the judge at home. It's a 50-50 call. Yeah, but anyway, that's the way it's going for the Royals at the moment. 8 overs down, 64 for 5. But because they have used 2 over spells so far in the first 8 overs, they'll have to have a 5th and a 6th bowler bowling. So that's probably one. I know hindsight's 20/20, but they might have used a 5th bowler. And then it just gives you more options if you want to bring, say, whoever bowled that last over, say it's Carlo Butchimatsa, if he has a really good over in the 8th, then you have the option to bring him back. Whereas whoever bowls this over, that'll be the only over they'll bowl. It does give 6 people a chance to bowl as well. I know Whereas do have a lot of good options. So this is the time we're going to see Carlo Butchimatsa. Great to see him for the first time in the European Cricket Series this time around in 2022. So, yeah, I wonder who will get in the last over. Maybe Miguel Stoneman might get a bowl. He's been pretty good. I think it would make sense to get an over into him. So they are a bit spoilt for choice, the Swans, as we head into the 9th. Rico would say it all happens in the 9th. Well, the Indian Royals will be hoping that it all happens for them as they need to try and put something together. 10 and 10 gets them to 84. That's a bare minimum, I think. They need Zinkas to latch onto a couple. And there's the man that I said reminds me of Richard from Guess Who. And thanks everyone for your messages confirming that. That was absolutely spot on. Google that if you're not sure who I'm talking about. This one's a little bit short and Zinkas gets a fair bit of it, but yeah, good stop out there. I mean, the better teams in the group stages, and let's talk about Marlow and let's talk about Uerash, even Gorka 11, they have been so good in the field. And that is a clear point of difference. I think you look at some of the fielders, they've got their good fielders in the key positions as well. And they're saving 20, 30 runs a game. You think of how many games are decided by that margin or less. Shows you how important fielding is. Here's Butchimatsa, and Sukhvinder takes him up and away, Maximo. This one, if it was a movie, it was Gone with the Wind, because that is the way the breeze is going. And so the captain steps up, and that's not easy to do when you're new to the crease. But he picks this one up really nicely. Got a bit of length off Carlo Butchimatsa. He sends it up into the stratosphere. And when it came down, it was a long way past the rope. Junaid had no hope. Just had to crane his neck and watch that one fly over him. Butchie's got to get up in the block hole here. Gives him a bit of length as well. This is hit pretty hard. Into the gap, 4 more. So it's just the length here, which is hurting Carlo. And I've got to say, it's really good hitting from Sukhvinder Singh. You got to get the timing just right to execute that shot. So is this a little kick in the tail? I mean, it's been an ugly 76, let's be honest, so far for the Indian Royals. They've looked in all sorts of trouble, but with 8 balls remaining, if you can burgle another 20 here, you've got 96 on the board. So let us know what you think in the chat. Lily Pounder saying this is some good bowling. 10 over cricket is very difficult on the bowlers. I think Butchimatsa knows all about it right now. I'm sure they might just try and protect that side of the field. But I think he's got to get fuller and he's got to get outside off stump here. Does get fuller, and that's the difference. You see, that is the difference where it's pretty difficult because where that bounces, it's pretty hard to get the middle of the bat on it. At best, you're probably getting the bottom and digging it out. Occasionally, you'll get super lucky and you might kind of edge it past the keeper for 4, but that's a really good adjustment. Took him a couple of goes, but he got it right in the end, and now he's got the big ball. It's the last ball that he'll bowl in this quarterfinal, Carlo Butchimatsa. He's gone for 12, so not a disastrous over. So Sukhvinder might as well go for it, and he does. It's going pretty high. Junaid will hold on to this one. So he takes the catch, and we know he's had a couple of hairy moments in the field, Junaid. But this one was a pretty good catch. It was always blowing towards him. He set his feet. He stayed pretty still. There's still pretty good performance from the Royal skipper, I think, there, as he does get a dozen off the 9th. In the end, he is going to have to go. He goes for 11 personally off just 5 balls. But he does at least get some runs, useful runs for the Royals at the end of the 9th. Hit 76 for 6. And a wicket for Carlo Butchimatsa, who wins the battle in the end. It was Sukhvinder Singh. They had the early honours. That over went 1-1-6, 4-dot wicket. And even that last one, perhaps a little bit lucky to get away with it. Carlo Butchimatsa, because that was the kind of delivery that with the wind, if Sukhvinder gets a bit more of that, I think that probably cost him 6 as well. But he couldn't quite get the timing right. Will be Zinkas facing up. This is one time that crossing on the catch does actually benefit the batting team because it is the end of the over. So here we go. It is Miguel Stoneman who's going to bowl the last over. 76 on the board. So, I mean, got to some kind of a total here, the Royals. Here we go with over number 10. That's well bowled. See Stoneman getting the length right straight away. And even though it's not at the stumps, that's still the kind of length that you can have a couple of pops at it because it's wider of the stumps without being a wide. The batter has to reach for it so they can miss it, or even if they hit it, it's hard to get the middle of the bat on. Here's Ahmadullah. I hope he gets a couple out of the middle in the game. He certainly loads up on this. It's full force from Ahmadullah. He is a guy that likes to swing hard. And if that one was hit, then it might have landed back in Croatia, where he plays his cricket for Zagreb Sokol as well. Stoneman, his biggest issues have been keeping that ponytail under control in this series. This one is on length, and Muller gets a piece of it. I think they'll just take the one here. I think the smart money's on Zinkas, facing as many of these last few deliveries as possible. Again, Stoneman's got to be careful against Zinkas. Again, I think you've got to get up in the block hole. I think if you're not sure, then the default full straight is the way to go. Whether you're in or whether you're not, it's not an easy type of bowling to face. That time, not quite the block hole delivery, and it's going to be 4. Well, once again, Macy, the puppy, was after it, and he does get into terra firma, but the ball beats him to the rope. Well, 10 points for effort, 0 points for result, and 4 points for the batting team here. Zinkas, a bit fortunate because it was off the outside edge, and well, the pup sticks the landing. It doesn't end up with anything. Comes up with fresh air. Steve Cook wondering if Junaid Khan's auditioning for Zorro. I'm not so sure. Did take a nice catch though, didn't he? So 82. Couple of balls to come. Zinkas on 30. It's well bowled. Will be called a wide though. Tell you what, game of millimetres. Probably was a wide, to be fair. You've seen the umpires pretty harsh. Any ball that gets any of the line, it is a wide. I reckon at half the ball on that wide line. I mean, spot on. This one is high in the air. Well, this will take some catching, you know. Mameen Tariq is under it, and he does take it well. He's been really good results-wise with the hands in this innings. Mameen Tariq takes his 3rd catch of this quarterfinal, number 4. A wicket for Stoneman. I've got to say, Zinkas, he did everything he could to keep the Royals in this game. He's going to finish with 30, and he's out with just 1 ball remaining in the innings. Now it's 83 for 7. 4 4s and a 6 in that innings, Jay-Z. And so he departs with his team in a lot better shape than he began. They will make sure they cross the batter's back. I think that might have been Ahmadullah trying to burgle the strike, but he won't be able to get it. It'll be Navendu Sinha, who's a pretty good batter himself, actually. Batting very low here. So here we go. The last ball, 83, plus this for the Royals. Sinha doesn't make any contact. I think we'll have a run out here. And in the end, it will be Ulla that's run out. Pretty clever by Path. He saw that Sinha was off, and so he might as well do all the job himself. So it will be a run out to finish the innings. Indian Royals, they're going to recover to 83 for 8 off their 10 overs. We talked about 85 or so being the absolute bare minimum to be in the game. Well, they've pretty much dragged themselves there in the end. However, they'll be pretty confident of chasing these down. But it is a final, essentially. It's a sudden death matchup. We know anything can happen. The Royals, they do have some interesting bowlers that Werish will have to deal with. Remember, they haven't seen them so far in this series. But I think Werish, after that performance, the job's half done. They got 1 foot in finals day. And I think we'll see Badenhorst and Faf Stoneman opening up when we return after the break. But before that, let's have a look at the highlights here. And there was Conrad Greenshields, who is skippering Werish for the first time. And unfortunately, it wasn't a great timeout for the Troll Doll. First, he took one in the elbow, and then he had to go. Jay Singh, he couldn't deal with this. That was a real banana bender. Conrad said, set him up, I'll knock him down again. And the very next ball, he had a second. As this straight down the line, he did the job himself. That was Devendra Mela, who had to go very first ball. Missed the hat trick. At the other end, though, is a bit of a counter-attack, and it was led by Amandeep Kokar. He took 20 off the 3rd, and he does look like a good player. Junaid just getting it wrong a couple of times. 2 6s, 2 4s in that 3rd over, but then Conrad Greenshields came back, and he took the gamble to bowl himself, and I thought it was a good move. He came up with the 3rd wicket. Meanwhile, Macy, you know what you're going to get from him. He is chasing it. Get him a chew toy.
And keep amused in the second half of this game as we saw spin used in the middle overs. 5, 6, 7, 8, all spinners. And Mabeen Tariq helping out his spin twin there. And a couple of catches. That was a good one. He ends up getting there easily in the end, but that was all about the anticipation. Mabeen, though, a little bit expensive at times, as Zinkus, he was there and he was trying. That was after Coco got caught off the bowling of Nipo. And I like this as well from Sukhvinder Singh. He came out, he threw caution to the wind. He was a left-hander. He did have the breeze to that leg side, and he was swinging away. Got it twice, third time he was gone. Had a bit of a lucky one for Zinkus in the last over, but they'll take all the runs they can get. And he had to go off the penultimate delivery as they weren't able to get another run after that. And Usina said, all right, you're on your own. And so there was that run out off the last ball. Smart work by Jaujat behind the stumps. I think he had a pretty good 10 overs behind the stumps as well, taking a nice catch low down off Greenshields. But yeah, it was a pretty good 10 overs if you're an Oerish fan, put it that way. As we have a look at the scorecard. And see, 83 for 8 was the final total. And look, a few control problems early for Junaid in particular, but in the end, not too many wides, just the 5 wides in the 10 overs. I think that's pretty good. Zinkus with 30 was important, and he followed on after Coco left for 33. But Coco was the man which actually started that kind of recovery after they lost those early wickets. With the ball, with 3 for 11, Greenshields was outstanding, wasn't he? And Mohammad Siraj Nippo with 2 wickets, just conceding 8 runs off his 2 overs. He was super tight. Even Tariq, we thought they got after him a bit, but he went for less than 10s. That's a pretty good performance. Puchimatsa and Soman finished things off. And once again, just 19 off that last 2 overs. So they never really got away, Royals, but they are in the game and they do have the runs on the board. No one can take them away from them. It'll be Werash when we return, requiring 84 for victory if they're going to book a place against Gawker 11 in the semi-final tomorrow morning. So it should be a very interesting finish to quarterfinal Friday. Join us in just a few minutes. We'll be back with the second half. Vinny Sandhu here for the European Cricket Network. Hope you're having a great day. And we'll be back with more cricket just after this. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, Portugal.
Hello and welcome back. We are in Portugal and it's the last innings of the day. And it's the hosts, Awarish, that are out there in the middle at the moment. Yeah, so we see the umpires making some pretty good pace out there. I think the wind might have blown the stumps over in the break. Well, that just shows you it has been picking up. And so will be the Royals, the Indian Royals coming out. There we go. Well, that's not a great sign for the batting side when they come out. There's Tyrone. Well, umpire's work is never done. I'm calling the marathon man because TP has been doing a fair bit of umpiring. In fact, this is his 6th week, and we know he's got a couple more on the tour with us, but that's great to have him. He's been doing a great job as well. And there are the openers for Awarish, and it will be Brendan Badenhorst as well as Francois Stoneman, who will open the batting for the home club, and they will be chasing 84 for victory. If they do that, then they will book a date with Gorka 11 in the morning. It'll be the first game of the morning. I'll give you those fixtures very shortly if you missed them already. Hello to everyone in the chat as well. It's been great to have your company today. We've really enjoyed it. Good to have QFF back. I think it's our first one for 2022. So Luke Belgium saying he's going out for a few beers later. So, well, Luke, you are Belgian. I know there's some pretty good beers there. Enjoy responsibly though, Luke. And Tawaza as well is watching from Australia. To Lily Panda watching from New Zealand. And Shrubon as well. I think he's watching from the subcontinent. It's great to have you as part of our broadcast. You guys are super, super important to us. The way that you interact with us and keep our day fresh and interesting as well. Certainly nothing quite like ECN in the entire world. And Maya is there as well, which looks like some sort of paper, either a printer or a box emoji. Talk me through that, Maya. What's going on there? Well, good news. I've got him back next to me. It is Vinny Sandu here. Mr. Maximo alongside me is Corey Ruckers. And Corey, welcome back. And Warish, I feel like they've got 1 foot in the door of the semi-final, don't they?
One foot in the door, and thank you. It's good to be back, Vinny. And I'll give you my keys to success in a moment.
All right, here we go. And it's Zinkus. Well, he is getting the ball to bend as well. It starts with the wide. Is one of the things you were going to say is not too many extras?
Maybe not, but that was very wide. But no, the keys to success, Indian Royals dismiss Stoneman and Conrad Greenshields for 12 or less.
Okay.
If they do that, it is game on.
So
both of them have to be 12 or less.
Stoneman and Conrad Greenshields, 12 or less.
Game on.
That's what you're saying.
Yep.
Tell you what, there's been a bit of swing around, hasn't there? Zinkus once again getting the ball to move off the straight. It's off the end of the bat, and well, it's not a great start, is it? Took him into Singh, the captain. He was hunting, and he probably got there. He tried the hoof, but he comes up with fresh air, and that's the first boundary of the chase.
Also, diving on the ball. That is the other key to success.
Yeah.
And this man, I've liked him. I watched him watch the runs in the background while I was a bit busy, and there's a bit of leadership about him.
He brings a lot to the table. He is on loan from Porto that aren't in this tournament. But, yeah, I mean, he'll be frustrated with that. I mean, yes, it's a bit over-pitched, but it's pretty much clunked off the bottom of the bat. But this outfield is so fast. Badenhorst off the mark. He gets another full toss, which is driven away. It's just be a single.
I guess for the neutral, we sort of want a bit of a tighter contest as well. You want a couple of early wickets, but, I mean, this Swans lineup, we can't fault them too much. They've been pretty magnificent throughout the whole tournament. And a very dangerous top three. And this young man, he's had a good tournament as well. Young Stoneman's batted well.
Yeah,
good technique.
It's been hard to dismiss. That's the thing. I think it's a good sign for him going into the league season.
Yep.
Because I think he's looked technically really good. He's handled a variety of situations. Probably the thing that he gets criticised for sometimes is going a bit slow. But he's also shown that he's able to ramp it up a notch. Sometimes with ramps and sometimes with balls down the ground. Here's Zinkus. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. So it takes a bit of technical proficiency to handle the moving ball. But, yeah, Faf Stoneman is looking pretty good so far.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got right in behind there. I know a lot of batsmen that might have tried to work down the leg side against the swing and been dismissed there. So
yeah, that's what we saw in the first innings with that leading edge off Greenshields. They do have a slip in place here. I don't mind that at all. This time Stoneman will push and run, and he'll get there. Good running as well. So he's off the mark. Yeah, so keys to success. Stoneman 12 or less, Greenshields 12 or less. Badenhorst, I mean, he's a guy who's come within reach of a half century a couple of times, and I think he's gotten better as the tournament's gone on. I think he was just a bit short of cricket, which he wasn't the only one at the start of the tournament. They've moved him up to the top of the order. He started at 4, but he certainly delivered, and You know he's got the license a bit, doesn't he, with Greenshields batting behind him. He plays down the wrong line here from Zinkus, who beats the outside edge with another nice outswinger.
I'm just trying to think who else on that Indian Royals team is going to have that. You got Shakat will bowl some medium pace. Ahmedullah as well has some pace about him.
Lakshman KC, your favourite?
Yeah, Lucky. He's a good bowler. A few meds. They have a spinner in there, Vinny, that might come into it a little bit.
Probably Sukhvinder Singh, but I'm not so sure we'll see him. I mean, I guess we'll have to find out. This one is, again, down towards the bottom of the bat, and this is going to be out this time. Speaking of Sukhvinder Singh, well, there he is, popping up. Well, it wasn't the best piece of fielding for him in last over, but this time he makes the most of it. And that is the first wicket. Bardenhorst tries to elevate, but in the end, it's more toe, and he's got to go. And that's the first wicket of the chase. At the end of one, it's 7 for 1, and Jay-Z does it again. He sends the batter on his way.
Well, he's having a good game. He's playing a bit of an individual blinder at the moment. That's a big wicket. That's one of the more key batsmen. And 7 for 1. And that does bring the two men to the crease that I feel are in the top echelon in Portuguese cricket for their batting. And like I said, get these two for less than 12 apiece. And let's say it's a 3 for 20.
Yeah, these two can
then it is game on.
Yeah, I mean, these two can take the game away from you pretty quickly. That's the issue. It's particularly Greenshields. I want to say hello to Neville Russ, who's just letting us know in the chat. He's still here. And also Steve Cook saying you'd think the number of wides bowled would reduce as the week goes by. Well, that's true to an extent, but I also think it depends if the ball's moving around. So I think in this innings, the ball's been swinging just a lot more than we've seen in a lot of other games. And we're seeing a lot of bowlers, because they're trying to bowl off stump to start with, you know, with this wind going right to left, someone like Zinkus there, you see occasionally just moving more than they expect, and then costing them extras. Here's the man, Jay Singh. He's opening the batting. He'll open the bowling here. He's got over number 2, starting now, and it will be Faf Stoneman on strike. This one just worked to leg side, and that brings Greenshields on strike for the first time. Greenshields, he's done it with the ball. He's done it with the bat. I think he's led very well in this series. I've liked his captaincy. He's certainly got a good rapport with the guys, and he's handled his bowlers pretty cleverly as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done really well, and well, just seeing what Singh offered there, at that pace, if he doesn't get it right, he'll be in trouble. He has to hit a perfect length nearly every ball.
Greenshields probably be a little bit careful early. You see here, he's happy to work it, and he's going to be home here.
Nah, Stoneman's quick. Stoneman's very quick. They're going up to the limited review.
Where's the ball gone?
No,
there we go. I think he backs up well, and he gets home here.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. It's worth a look, though. Certainly worth a second look.
Where is he?
Yeah, he's
that's
made
good.
it.
Well run.
Yeah, he does everything right. He's almost past the stumps. But just have a look at the way Stoneman does kind of get off to a good start, you see. And then he has that bat in the inside hand, does everything right, slides it in. That's a good lesson of how to do it. We see a lot of running between the wickets probably isn't how to do it, but some good fundamentals there. And you expect that for someone with that kind of cricket pedigree. He's facing up now to Jay Singh, and this one is on the leg side, is hanging up in the air, and it's going to come down. It'll be 4 in the end, according to Shykat. A bit of the John Cena 4 signal. This one hung in the air a long time. I thought Shykat might get there. In the end, it does sneak away from them, and 4 runs to Werash.
Yeah, it sort of lands in no man's land. They didn't have a man there, and yeah, just one bounce for 4, and he gives the different sort of signal of the 4 here. Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
It looks like he's patting someone's head.
Rubbing someone's head, maybe.
Oh, this is interesting. So I'm not always a big fan of this around the wicket tactic for right arm. I think it takes away a lot of modes of dismissal with the new ball.
True. But I mean, the wind is going right to left. So maybe trying to force them to hit leg side. But see there, it's still carrying. I wouldn't say it's as stiff as it has been sometimes, but it is pretty significant. The other thing, if you're going to go around the wicket, make sure you get off the pitch the right way.
Yep.
Don't run in front of the umpire. You won't do yourself any favours at all. Question from Cricket District in the chat. Well, that could be Toby who's popping up with a good question. Question for Vinny and Corey. Who's the most exciting young player you've seen in European cricket? Well, I've got one, but I bet you steal my one.
No. Oh, maybe.
Okay, you think of a backup. As this one is worked away and...
Young player, you go on then.
Young player. I was going to say Little Maestro, Goreng Mayavanshi. I'm super excited about him making his international debut potentially at the end of this month. As we get to the end of the second over, the score now is 15 for 1. have a quick look at where we're at today before we get on to that. And you can see that has been the top seeds that have prevailed so far. Gawker 11 and Marlow comfortably, but Punjab CC, they were in a world of trouble in quarterfinal number 2, but pulled it out somehow to win by a single run, 95-94. And now we're heading into the final decider. And Awarash, they do have the upper hand in this, but we know anything can happen. Okay, did you have another one, or were you going to go with?
I was pretty. Yeah, we are in tune sometimes, Vinny.
That's why I went first.
Yeah,
so.
I'm glad you did. I'll go young Atif Muhammad as a young player, like young.
I'm going to try and come up with a non-Spanish one as well.
Oh,
big problems. So Zinkas, I know there's nothing intended there. And yeah, smart, don't leave your crease, you never know. But he gives it a little thumbs up, that's fine. So Stoneman gets a proper heat seeker here. He's just worried with the swing. It can take it right to the middle of the head. Will be a free hit coming up. Pretty easy one for the umpire to call this time. Look at that. Tyrone, he called that as soon as it went past the nasal cavity of Francois Stoneman.
Well, it's free hit time. You don't want this to go for a boundary. Just releases the shackles a bit.
He's going to get funky here, I think. No, he goes straight. He doesn't quite get it. Be good enough, though. Still 4 runs, and so Stoneman stands up and hits. That's a nice one for his confidence as well, to know that he can hit those down-the-ground shots. And he takes us off a length, so not a good start at all for Zinkas here in the third. I do think it's a good idea to bring him back, but potentially that first ball goes for 5.
Yeah, absolutely. So that does go for 5. He's on 11. He's on that borderline now that I said. Can't let them get past 12.
I'm going to go one more young player that I really like. So
yeah, I've got one more as well.
I wonder if it cannot be the same one this time.
I'll go first then.
No, don't, because if it is, then I'll be really surprised.
Giannis from Greece.
Okay, yeah.
Very young.
Georgios Galanis.
Leg spinner.
Yep.
Sensational.
It was homegrown.
Yeah.
Greek player. Yeah. Nice. Okay, I was going to go Dutch. I was going to go Shuriz Ahmed.
Okay, yep.
You know, I just think that he's a good young player with his leg spin. We saw him in the ECC.
Handy batting.
Yeah, I just think he's a good young player. That was a good one, though, Galanis. Don't want to overlook him at all. Saw him playing for Corfu in the recent ECL. Thanks for your question. There's some good questions coming in. This one doesn't swing. Basically, Megs Conrad Greenshields here, straight through the legs. Yeah, so if you do have any other questions, please put them in chat. ECN European Cricket Network. It's great to have Corey back with me here. Again, we're just, our time's coming to a close in a week's time.
Yeah, well, there'll still be plenty of times coming up.
May see you in Desert Springs at the end of the month. We'll have to see.
That'd be nice,
We'll be covering that. This one is worked away, and this will find its way to the boundary. So, yeah, Greenshields, it's not super confident so far. There's just one hand coming off the bat, slightly uncontrolled. I think with Zinkas, you don't know if he's going to swing it or if he's not.
Yep.
So, I think there's no luck for the Royals. That one still finds its way to the boundary.
Yeah, when you're in form, luck seems to go your way. That's a huge moment. I mean, if that goes on to the stumps, where this game opens up just a bit, but
I know Luke might be watching with the sound down. He has also called Mayavanchi. So great minds think alike, Luke. In fact, both Corey and I think we're thinking Gorang as our first name that popped into our heads. This time, this cut away, and this is into the gap. It's going to be 4 more. Things not looking particularly good for the Royals. Zinkas, they have brought him back, but at the moment, looks like Greenshields is gaining in confidence all the time. This one is out of the middle. 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely batting, lovely shot. And these two, we know how important they are. Greenshields 9, Stoneman on as much as I need him to make for the key to success call. He's on 12. They need 2 wickets. They need to go bang, bang immediately, or this is going to get away from them in the next few overs.
Another full toss. This one's straight. Well, Shy Cat is going to have a pop at this. I think Faf gets pretty close here. I thought maybe Greenshields would be the shout at the bowler's end because he was the one that had the standing start. As this ball whistles in.
Oh, that was close.
Would have been real close, yeah. No minds wanting to get those names. I'm going to put them in the chat as we get to the end of the power play. And Werash, pretty decent start for them in pursuit of this target of 84. They're 29 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good start. Even though they lost that wicket in the first over, they're in complete control at the moment. So this is that middle over period where if you hit the odd boundary and And then after that, work the singles. You should be in control and take your team towards this chase, this total. So someone with the ball needs to produce a little bit of magic, see if they can get back-to-back wickets and maybe cause a few shocks around here. Can it be this man? And a lot of pressure on him, Lovejeet Singh.
Yeah, I mean, there is on all the bowlers, really. I'm just going to put those names in the chat for Maya, because she wanted to hear who we were talking about as far as those young players. And my mum is Shariz Ahmed.
Yeah, good player as well. Just
Yeah.
went to the New Zealand
Yes,
series as
yeah.
an extra squad member.
All right, here we go. And they are going for Lovejeet. And he is the one probably that is their only genuine spinner. But he's impressed me the way he's bowled. He bowls this really good kind of front of the handball. It's kind of a slider. It hurries on. So we were talking earlier about the importance of having a diverse attack. So remember, you said something earlier that I'm going to pick you up on in a second. You said to have any chance of defending this Indian Royals, they'd have to get Stoneman and Greenshields for 12 or less. Well, at the moment, Stoneman's on 13, Greenshield's on 11. So according to that theory, it seems like the game's slipping away from the Royals. And
Yeah, they're both set now, so
Yeah.
one of them will more than likely go on with it. Take a bit of a small miracle.
yes, this one is the kind of slider. I think this is clever batting as well. I think that Lovejeet is a bit of a threat if you're going to go hyper aggressive on him. And so I'm not quite sure how you get back into this game. Maybe you bring the field up a bit, try and prevent that single. Don't let them tick along. You kind of want to hide it to nothing. You probably have to try something at this stage. This time he stands up and he hits and he's going to get 4. Nice shot by Stoneman. Yeah, he's getting better and better as well, I think, because he's already got the kind of technique to handle the bowling. And then it's good shot selection, good execution. He hits down. It's a very safe shot.
Yep.
And so it's 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Chocolagya. Stoneman moves to 17.
Yeah, it's good batting. He got a ball with a little bit of width and just smacked it through extra cover for 4.
Harris with a question in the chat saying, are these European clubs playing each other? That's exactly right. These are both Portuguese clubs. This is just a bit of a bottom edge. And so, yeah, some people are new to European Cricket Network. They might not be sure what we're doing here, but this is domestic cricket. And it's real domestic cricket, but fast-paced ECN format. As we do head around Europe in a variety of these tournaments over the course of the year. And it's the end of the over. And so, at the moment, it's Werash. The hosts are cruising. It's 37 for 1 after 4 overs. And hello to you, Harris. Nice to see you. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Coy Ruckers, who's the current Spanish national team coach. And I know that you've got some T20 internationals at the end of April, which we'll also be showing. I always love it when we get some international cricket on ECN as well. So, if you are new to us, hopefully you're enjoying what you're seeing. And, of course, has kind of been more and more popular over the last couple of years with these T10 matches. Certainly a different kind of cricket, but certainly very, very watchable for experienced cricket watchers and kind of newcomers to the cricket scene as well.
Well, it's an entertainment industry, isn't it? We have the good, the bad, the ugly, the everything in this, and it's pretty exciting to give these sort of players a platform to show their skills.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also you see in European cricket a bigger range of skills within one team. I think that's one thing that people ask me from Australia, where I grew up playing my cricket. They'll say, okay, you know, what level is this? And I'll say, well, here's the thing. In one team, you might have someone that's first class level and someone that barely knows the rules, and they're in the same team because there's just not as many clubs. And so, yeah, I think that's what makes it interesting as well. And I look at this Awaris side, and I know that they've had Diogo Martins in the side quite a bit, who's a native Portuguese player, and he's getting mentored by people like Conrad Greenshields, who's the captain, and other experienced players around. So I just think it's fantastic that that's how you get better, by playing better teams and by playing with better players. They drag you up in standard. So I think it's wonderful. Here is Jay Singh, who's back. This is a bit of a bullet, but pretty well handled out there. That is Lakshman KC. Well, KC was able to somehow stop that. That was not an easy stop at all. I'm not sure it was the hands. I think it was more arm.
It's a brilliant stop nonetheless. We've seen a lot of those missed in the last 2 weeks, but good work. And They're hanging on by a thread, the Indian Royals. They're just hanging on. They need a wicket desperately.
Well, they're both past the 12 mark you talked about. To be honest, Stoneman's looking really dangerous here. Didn't jinx him.
That's the point tight. That's good because these two are very good at just dropping and running. You've got to get the odd dot ball.
You want to at least try and build some semblance of pressure, even if it's kind of a mini run of pressure of a couple of dot balls and maybe force a loose shot. At the moment, I don't see him in a particular rush. You see, this time he does take it on straight away and gets one. Yeah, but...
No, it's good running.
Yeah, really good running. I mean, I thought there was no chance of getting back for 2 there, but again, good cricket IQ there to run the first one super hard and get back for a double.
Yeah, that's what we expect to see from the Swans. Good running between the wickets and just a high level of cricket skills and cricket IQ.
So we have had over 1,000 matches. In fact, over 1,200 matches last year on ECN. I know it's a big achievement for everyone involved. It's been great to be a part of it. Yeah, I like that tight point. That's the one little suggestion I had, is to at least try and save a single. I mean, the rate required at the moment hasn't moved too much since the start of the innings. It started at 8.4. Currently, it'll be about 8.3 after that. So, yeah, last ball of the over coming up. And yeah, we'll just get one off this. So Stoneman will retain the strike, and it'll be the end of 5. It's 42 for 1. So they are bang on the rate at the moment. They do have the 9 wickets in hand, but yeah, I think it's one of those cases as well for the Royals. They just have to try to hang in the game as long as they can, not get blown away, and perhaps if they can get it to the last couple of overs, force a wicket, get a new batter or two at the crease, maybe they could pinch this one.
I think this is the over that's going to tell us what the sort of Swannies batsmen are thinking. I don't think they're the type of players that would want to win it too late. I have a feeling one of these two, this over, will look for a big hit. Because they have one decent over of a 12 or 13, then it's basically a runner ball.
Yeah.
So this is the over. I think they'll go, let's go. We've got 9 wickets in hand. You don't want to take it too deep. Let's show what we can do.
I think so. I mean, this is where, obviously, if you... I'd love to see Jaunjat batting for 2 overs and just throw the bat. But the problem is, they don't want to lose one of these two to get him in. Just to try and break the game wide open. But yeah, they are going to go back to Lovejeet Singh. I think it's a good option as well. As he goes leg side, and this one will disappear. Maximo! Nick Stoneman, he heard the call, and he decided that he had had about enough of this. No more just pushing around. He kind of half premeditates, I think. He wants that leg side. He gets it. Gets a bit of length off the ball, and he sends it over the boundary, 6 runs.
Yep, there you go. And this was the over. I can tell they're definitely thinking about what they're doing, and it's smart batting. You just don't want to let it go too late. You want to have that one over of maybe 12 to 15 runs, and then it puts you in complete control of this match.
That's exactly right. Oh, now he goes the reverse, and he actually executes it perfectly. Well, what a shot. The reverse Malachi from Stoneman. All the party tricks are coming out now. This time he gets the same kind of delivery, maybe a bit fuller, but he was in position super quickly. There was no one back there. Only Dennis, the photographer, was going to be able to stop that. It whistled past him as well. That one brings up the 50 now for Oerash. Stoneman moves to 32. What a good shot that was.
Yeah, brilliant batting. Like you said, the reverse Malachi, and they're just thinking about this chase. It's really intelligent. They're now 10 off 2. If they take 4 singles, the job's done. If they hit another boundary, it's a bonus. They're in complete control.
Good comeback, though, from Lovejeet. He hasn't bowled badly.
2.
I think he will decide against it. Probably a good move in the end. But, well, Corey, that's why you're on the big bucks. He said this was the over where it was going to move. And he said, yeah, something's got to give here. You're either going to see a wicket or a pretty big over. That one, I think, will be a wide, just a little bit outside the wide line. But, yeah, it does seem, you see that rate has dropped significantly. We're pretty much bang on after 5. But then just a couple of deliveries changing the game. As Conrad hits this one hard and he beats the fielder in the circle. He's going to get 4 more here. And this is an authoritative shot from the skipper. He hits through the line. It's perfect shot selection and execution. It's just maybe slightly over-pitched. Good batting shape. You see that the fielder, Sukhvinder Singh, wasn't going to get near that. And 4 more to Oerash at the moment. They're in cruise control.
Yeah, absolute cruise control now. 15 off this one. Sorry, 16 off this one with 2 to go. So now it's only 6 and over, and I expect these two, they'll be wanting to be there right at the end and get the winning runs for their team.
6-4-1 wide 4 at the moment. And as a bowler, you wouldn't expect to go for too many, and now you can afford to swallow a dot there. That's what Greenshields does. They only have to deal with one more ball from Lovejeet Singh. I'd say he's probably, okay, Zinkus was a bit tough early because he was swinging the ball around, but I think middle overs, Lovejeet's the bowler, is probably the most difficult to get after. But Conrad doesn't care. He's going to whack this one. I think this has gone for 6. Maximo! Well, it's a CG special. Again, it's a bit over-pitched. He backs himself to take on the field. And long off was back, but he couldn't do anything except watch that one. Went like a laser beam past him. So 6 to finish the over. And that one goes magical in the end. 22 come off the 6. You called it. Now, Werash, they're 64 for 1. And they only need 20 more runs to win this game. Still 4 overs remaining.
Yeah, and they've gone with their 3 best bowlers as well. So that's game, set, match for me. And, well, out of all the quarterfinals, though, this was probably the biggest mismatch. It did feel like every other one maybe had a little bit more spice. I'm not surprised to see this, but, I mean, if Gorka 11, who I think will play the Swans tomorrow, do dismiss these 2 men early, they might be on. So that's the big one. That's going to be a huge semi-final contest because, I mean, it would take a small miracle here for the Indian Royals to get themselves back into this game. And if that does work out that way and it's Gorka versus Swans, we're in for a doozy.
It's going to be a real good one. And it's going to be first up tomorrow. That's right. So now we're going to see Jai Prakash. Well, he's a pretty good bowler. I mean, he's been left pretty late. He's hit the 3 best bowlers, certainly up there. Prakash has normally been a reliable performer. And where he's got the task here, and this isn't going to make it any easier, as this one is whacked. Well, made a beautiful sound off the bat of Faf Stoneman. Well, he's sprung into action here, and you see the fielder, Mailer, he thought he was in with a chance of stopping that, but it whistled past him as it's another boundary, and now just 16 to win. And just a reminder to Harris, if you are new to us, we're not just here in Portugal. We are going to be going all around Europe as the year goes on. Mondays to Saturdays in the FanCode European Cricket Series. In fact, we'll be in Corey's home city, as we'll be in the Netherlands on Monday at Capella, just outside Rotterdam. The Sparta Club will be the host of our next ECS. That's a 1-week series before we head to Bulgaria and Romania. So 3 1-week series, and then we go back to 2-weekers when we hit Sweden in May. So pretty early in the season in May. And Capella, a couple of weeks ago, I think they had snow, right? But I think weather's looking a bit better.
It has improved drastically, actually. I'll double check now, but should be good for cricket.
Well, that's good to know. Just 15 required now. It's a good ball from Prakash. Still, shows you how well they're seeing him at the moment. That still flies off the bat of Greenshields, who just chops it down to the sweeper for 1. Yeah, so Mondays to Saturdays every day. And, of course, each one of these European Cricket Series, they do finish with a final. And we'll see the final of this tomorrow, around about this time, in fact. I think the final is starting in about almost exactly 24 hours. As this next ball is just pushed away. Well, it's not a great attempt from Sukhvinder Singh. And Corey, you're not a big fan of the foot fielding. This was only going to go wrong, because I think if Sukhvinder kicks this, it's going away from the fielder, which is right behind him. Well, give him benefit of the doubt there. Maybe it was a step over.
Honestly, someone's going to land on it one day and do their ankle horrifically.
I don't want to see it. Yeah, this is hit hard, and there's a bit of panache about this stroke from Greenshields. It's party time now for Werash. This takes it down into single digits required. And this is a bit of a warning shot, I think, to some of the teams tomorrow. It seems that Conrad is saving his best for the finals. He's had a really good game.
Yeah, he really has. He's been a skipper that's taken the lead, and well, this is what's up tomorrow. I think we know that it's going to be the Swans versus Gorka 11 in the first semi.
Yeah.
And who are you tipping in that?
It's going to be a good game. Maybe this is one of the situations where Werash, because they've been playing, maybe that's an advantage. Head to the over now, and so just 9 required with 3 overs to go. So 75 for 1. So yeah, I mean, look, Werash does seem like they'll be playing Gorka 11. Gorka have had the week off, so I thought they might be a bit rusty. Showed no signs of against Friendship CC this morning, but they're going to have a much sterner test from Werash. I think there's no doubt about that.
Who are you calling for the final? Make a call.
I'm going to say it'll be an Werash versus Marlow final.
I'm going Gorka versus Marlow.
Okay.
I just have a feeling Gorka, no disrespect to Punjab CC, the Marlow's a very good team, but Gorka are very well rounded. If they get Greenshields and Stoneman, I think they have the recipe for victory.
Either one of those would be a cracker. And don't worry about Punjab CC. They're smokies as well. We know Marlow, they dropped the odd game. They dropped the first game of the series to Gorka 11. And I think that Werash versus Scorecard, I'll tell you a bit more about it in a second. First, we'll have a look at Lakshman KC. His first ball, pretty high full toss. I think it's maybe just okay. But we'll have a look at this from side on.
No, that's okay.
It's about thigh high, numbers high on the trousers there. I think it matters on a few things like the conditions, such as, I mean, is Werash going to have the ball swing around for them in the morning? As this one's hit pretty well. Once again, it's good batting shape. And this will take them up to 80. So it's not long now. Start the car because this one is almost done. And Green Shields is just seeing the ball so well. And he's not trying to overhit, but still getting enormous power off his bat. Yeah, so the conditions, I think. And swinging the ball, it's the ball they get in the morning with swinging. Are they able to control it? I think that could be a bit of an X factor. Anyway, any boundary will do it now for Werash. Conrad, he's going to just push for one. He has to hustle.
Oh,
no.
Oh, no.
No. This isn't good at all.
Well, his bat has got into his leg and he's taken a huge spill here. I hope he's okay.
He's holding his head. I thought he's also holding his leg.
I'm worried about his...
So do you think this is he runs into his bat because his bat plugs?
Watch his bat and watch it connect with his leg. So bat's here.
Oh, it plugs.
Oh.
Oh, and that hits the pad. So... But I think it might just cause the leg to twist. It's another bat plug as the bat is off the pitch. I'd have him right off straight away, honestly. I know. That looked like... I thought originally he might have just done a knee there, which maybe he has, but...
I think it was a heavy tumble, but I think he's going to be okay. He's a tough cookie at the best of times.
No, that would be awful for the series. I mean, we want to see the best players on the park. I think it's good that he's up. I just think he gets a shock as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I was like, well, how could his bat plug? He was on the pitch. But the bat, see, now it just goes off the pitch and it hits the grass and stops. And it causes that leg to kick out. But here's the good thing. He's in the air when that happens. So it's not like he's grounded and the leg twists. So, I mean, I'm no doctor. I've got it wrong so many times and I've tried to diagnose people. I mean, he's going to stay out there.
I think it's more a bit of shock in the heavy landing, but he's very lucky that nothing was on the ground to get stuck and like twist and contort. So, well, there you go, a bit of excitement right at the end.
That's why you got to watch to the end.
If you had that on your bingo card, that's a pretty good shout.
This will just be one. I can laugh now because it seems like he's okay, but I mean, you could turn off and over early. In the morning, you'd be saying, "Well, where's Conrad?" I'm like, didn't you see? He broke his leg in half last night. But no, looks like he's okay and. Yeah, moment of relief, I think, for all the viewers as well. I want to see the best of the best out there on finals day. Just a couple required now. Here's enough's enough for Conrad, as this one will be kept in. And I think they'll just take the one here. I don't think that he'll be that keen to go back for two. He's still a bit ginger. This will tie the scores. Shycat out there. Surprised we haven't seen Shycat with the ball.
Very.
In this 10 overs
surprised.
as well.
Yeah.
No Ahmadullah with the ball either.
Confidence is just
maybe,
shot.
Maybe you try a few things. Okay, this could be it. Any score wins it for the Swans. And they will just trot through for the winning runs off the last ball of the 8th. And so it will be Werash. That will be the winners here in quarterfinal number 4. We have to say goodbye to the Royals. We knew they were going to have a tough time in this quarterfinal matchup. I suppose that's the consequences of finishing 4th in your group. You're going to run into a team in form. And Werash, they get their 8th win of the series in 9 matches. Sorry to say goodbye to the Royals, though. I did like the batting, particularly of Coker. I think he carried their batting so much. And you saw a fair bit of Zinkus in this game. He had a good one. Also like players like Jai Prakash. I think Sukhvinder Singh did some good things as well with the bat when he got out there. And Lovejeet with his little spinners. So it's good to see some Croatian connections in there as well with Shycat and Ahmadullah. And certainly wishing the Royals the best for their season ahead. But right now, it's Werash. They've booked a place in semi-final number 1 tomorrow against Gorka.
Yeah, well done to them. They were the better of the two sides and restricted the runs, chased them out easily, and those two men continued their rich vein of form. And good effort, the Royals. It was it was a lot of fun having them around, and we wish them the best on their cricketing future.
Yeah, for sure. Plenty of cricket still to come this year in Portugal. But we knew that it was going to be tough for Werash to lose this one. As they said about this this target of 84.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good bit of fielding there, but Faf Stoneman slides his bat and ran really well. And, well, Green Shields, he's continuing his good competition. He's batting really beautifully at the moment. And along with Stoneman, these two are making mincemeat of the bowling attacks. As you can see, Shaka clearly signalling that that one was a four. And Stoneman, more a technical player than maybe Green Shields and has a bit more of a touch player, starting to show that he can also hit the big shots as well. And Green Shields was a little bit rusty, maybe his first 5 to 7 deliveries, but once it clicked, he played some gorgeous drives and absolutely hammered the bowling. You can see him play that cut shot there. They're very strong on the offside, these two, and well, also on the leg side, but extremely on the offside. They hit a lot of boundaries, and it wasn't through lack of effort. The Royals were trying to get run-outs, trying everything they could. But this was the 6th over that just took the game away. I think I mentioned this will be the over they both attack, and this is what happened. They went for 22 runs. So 22 runs off that 6th over took out all the hope, and the reverse Malachi and the confidence was high, and it was good batting.
Stoneman just looked really composed during that innings, didn't he? I mean, he's the kind of guy you want there engineering a chase. He did it with a minimum of risk, a minimum of fuss. And then when Conrad came out, it was kind of the same, wasn't it? I mean, there was no sense of overhitting, and it was overstepping from Sukvinder. This was the moment that actually made my insides turn upside down, as I thought maybe that's a serious knee injury. In the end, we saw this bat plugged, and it's actually probably good he had the pad for protection, so it didn't cause kind of an impact on the leg. In the end, I think it was just superficial damage. And now we know the semi-finals tomorrow. It's Werush and Gorka 11 in semi-final number 1. Then Marlow versus Punjab CC. The winners will go through to the final. The losers, well, they will get the chance to play for a medal anyway, because we do have the bronze final in match 47. And look, if you have just joined us, hopefully you can join us again tomorrow, because it all starts again. It's day 12, finals day in Portugal. We'll see who will raise the trophy. 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. Will it be Marlow? Can they defend it again? They have won 3 trophies out of 3 in ECN cricket in Portugal, but I think that this is probably the most competitive competition we've ever had. Gorka 11 and Werush will be pushing really hard, and also Punjab CC, don't count them out. We know they've got some really powerful strikers of cricket ball. Button Horse went early for 5, and then Stoneman and Green Shields took it away, 42 and 34 respectively. An unbroken partnership there at the end was worth 77 off just 42 balls. And even though they didn't get too many for free, just the 3 extras, you mentioned, Corey, they had to get Stoneman and Green Shields for less than a dozen. They didn't. And Zinker's the only bowler to feature in the wickets column. He took 1 for 22. And look, credit to Jay Singh. He didn't go for too many. He went for 12. Also, I think Lakshman KC bowled an okay over. But unfortunately for the Indian Royals, it is the end of the line as far as their ECS is concerned, but hopefully they have a really successful series ahead, and wishing them all the best. And we are all about promoting and encouraging European cricket, and it's great to see that more and more teams are taking part in the game across the continent. And so Werush winning this one, 84 off 8 overs, beating the Indian Royals 83. So they end up doing this one with 12 balls to spare. And I want to thank all of you out there for your company, of course, over the last 2 weeks. It's been great. I had the disappointment of the Spanish series in Khartoum essentially getting washed out because of the very unusual weather we had in the region. But so far, we haven't lost a single game to rain. And hopefully tomorrow it stays the same way. I know there's always a little bit of weather around, but I think hopefully our luck holds. And I just can't wait to see this finals day. I think it's wide open. Marlow, like I said, they have been brilliant in ECN cricket, especially when it matters. I mean, they have always kind of saved something for the final. Gorka 11 and Marlow have a big rivalry. Gorka 11 have pinched a few games off Marlow in the ECS, but never in a final. So I think tomorrow it's all to play for. And Werush, don't count them out, because they're a team in form, and they've probably been as impressive as anyone in this tournament. And Punjab CC, again, you haven't had that big upset yet. It would be a big upset if Punjab CC were to get over Marlow, but of course, it's very, very possible.
Yeah, I think there's definitely 3 teams to stand out, and of course, Punjab CC could have a good day, but I think I'm going for a bit of a different tip. I think Gorka, they impressed me today.
Yeah,
I like what Gorka
and the only question was if they'd maybe be a bit rusty, the Group A teams, but we saw no sign of that from Gorka 11 and then Marlow, in fact. So, look, I cannot call it. I don't have a favourite. I'm on the fence as usual. You know, I spent a lot of time on the fence. But if you'd like to know more about this FanCode European Cricket Series, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, and check out all of the details, the stats, the statistics, of all the players and teams are there. But also the scorecards and a few articles about the ECS. And also we do have more series coming up. So already you can have a look at some fixtures and teams involved in the series.
news coming over the coming weeks. Also, our social media is a great place to go to keep your finger on the pulse. Good things happening on European Cricket social media. So check that out at European Cricket. And also, we're on TikTok at European Cricket Network. Corey, been great to spend the day with you. I'm going to go open-handed. And go on, we'll come here. It's been a long day, of course, when we get to the end of the 2 weeks. And some of the players look a bit broken, but here we're plugging along, and it's been great in the commentary box. Sorry, got a bit too much of you there. But mostly I want to thank all the viewers out there, and thanks for your company during the day. I know some of you were able to spend all of Peacock Friday with us, and some haven't. And I know that, Corey, once again, you forgot. I tried not to mention it, but maybe you've got something up your sleeve for tomorrow, but probably not. So that will be the surprise. But I do want to thank everyone on the ground here. Everyone, Emma and Bruno, for feeding us, so all the helpers around the ground. And look, once again, we said goodbye to 4 teams today. So, wishing all of them the best in the season ahead. We're going to leave you with some highlights of the day, but hopefully you can join us because tomorrow it will be finals day. You don't want to miss it. 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. But for now, from everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and safe evening. Hopefully you're enjoying your time with us at ECN. There'll be plenty more coming just around the corner. Tomorrow we'll be back for finals day. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. And from all of us here at ECN, we'll see you tomorrow. For more FanCode European Cricket Series, here's some highlights of the day.